Are you bored of those financial trackers that are basically just to-do apps where you add income, deduct expenses, do some math, and then show it on a chart? It's time for a change. Hi there, and welcome to a first-of-its-kind course where you'll build and deploy a fully functional online banking platform. Horizon, a platform that connects to multiple bank accounts, displays transactions in real time, and even allows you to transfer money to other platform users. With an ultra-secure SSR authentication, a homepage showcasing your balance, connected credit cards, transaction list, and spending categories. A page where you can see a list of all connected banks and the transaction history with filtering. And a payment transfer page where you can make transfers to real bank accounts and even other accounts on your platform. All of this while learning Next.js with server-side rendering, group routes, nested layouts, server actions, and more. Advanced and reusable form management using TypeScript, React Hook Form, and Zod. Plaid for payments, and it'll work no matter where you are in the world. The latest open source Appwrite features that have been released right this moment. Charts, ShadCN, and Tailwind CSS for a modern, completely mobile responsive UI. And Sentry, monitoring software that analyzes performance and makes our bank more secure. With improved teaching methods through a completely open source codebase you can refer to if you get stuck, a free custom design to know exactly what you're building, and even logical diagrams so you can visualize the application's high-level architecture. And here's a demo to show you precisely what you'll build. At the beginning, you'll see a lengthy sign-up page. Since we're building a real-world app, not a fake one, we need legit information. No placeholders here. Once you sign up, you must link your bank account. This feature is powered by Plaid, a Stripe alternative used by a well-known financial giant, Robinhood, and many others. Test mode is free, no credit card is required, and you can use it anywhere in the world. I'll use some test credentials provided by Plaid, and we're in. On this page, you'll find all the details of your connected bank account, including the name, balance, and transaction list provided by Plaid. On the right side, there's a card, and below that, you'll see different spending categories. On the next page, you can view all your connected banks, balances, and unique public IDs, which you can easily share with others. Moving on, we have the transaction history page with pagination and filtering. But before we dive into transfers, let's connect with another bank account. Just click here and follow the same onboarding process. Let's try a different account, input some test credentials, and boom, a new bank is now listed on the Home and My Banks pages. This change will also be reflected on the Transactions History page, where you can view a list of all transactions for both accounts. Plus, you can also filter and view transactions for each bank separately. Now, let's transfer some funds. Once again, there are many required fields here, just like in a real online bank. We'll also need the recipient's bank ID. So let me grab the bank ID from another account I've created. There we have it. Just input the amount and the details and hit send. Back on the dashboard, you'll notice a new transaction row in the processing state. Like regular banks, it'll take some time to process the transaction. It'll be added to the main bank account balance. I hope you're excited as I am. Not many developers can say they can build a banking system, but you'll be one of those who can. So let's dive right into the code. To get started building our one-of-a-kind banking application, we'll start from bare beginnings by creating a new empty folder on our desktop. Let's call it JSM_banking. And you can drag and drop that empty folder into an empty Visual Studio Code window. Once you're there, you can open up the terminal, and we are ready to get started. In this course, to build this online bank, we'll of course use React, which is the best component library for the web. Of course, we won't use React alone. We'll use Next.js on top of it, the best React framework for the web, used by the world's largest companies, enabling you to create high-quality web applications with the power of React components. And when it comes to the banking functionality, we'll be using Plaid, one of the world's leading banking APIs today, allowing us to turn this app into a real banking application and not just a budget tracker, which you can see on many other YouTube videos. We'll use Plaid's sandbox mode, allowing you to follow along with this video and learn how to implement all of the functionalities in this video no matter where in the world are you. You'll be able to follow along using the free sandbox account. And when it comes to merging those transactions to our real database, we'll use Appwrite, It will allow you to build your entire backend within minutes and scale it effortlessly using the completely free open source platform. So everything we're doing is completely open source, from authentication to databases, functions, storage, and more. Appwrite is becoming one of the go-to open source tools for backend development. So to follow along with this video and see exactly what I'm seeing while developing it, click the special Appwrite link down in the description, click Get Started, and sign in with GitHub. This will bring you to the dashboard, allowing us to get started using the app. And what would a banking app be without proper charts? So we'll be using the best chart library in the market called Chart.js, which allows you to create any kind of chart you can imagine. So you'll learn how to work with it too. To style our application, we'll of course be using Tailwind CSS, which is a utility-first CSS framework, allowing us to have completely custom styles and have them quickly without having separate CSS files. We'll power up our Tailwind CSS using ShadCN, which is a component library built on top of it, allowing you to have any kind of component you might need in your app, such as simple buttons, alerts, alert dialogues, and more. It is my go-to UI kit nowadays. And of course, our banking app has to be secure. So we're gonna go a step further and teach you how to implement enterprise-level application monitoring software within your application. Specifically, we'll implement session replay, allowing you to get to the root cause of an issue by watching replays of real user sessions within Sentry. And that works even for banking application, because Sentry automatically hides all sensitive data. So, as you can imagine, we'll cover a lot of ground. So grab yourself a cup of coffee or tea, and let's get started. To initialize our app, we can actually use ShadCN Starter. So let's go to Get Started and Installation, choose Next.js, and then let's copy the initial command. I'm gonna paste it, but instead of my app right here, I will say /. And you can say the same. That will make sure to create it in the current repository. So press Enter and press Y. In this case, we have to answer a couple of questions. We don't need a source directory. We will use the app router. No need to customize the default, and that's it. Next.js is getting initialized. As you can see, React and React DOM, Next.js on top of it. And then we have additional dependencies such as TypeScript. So yes, we will be using TypeScript with this project. If you haven't used it before, don't worry, I'm gonna teach you how to do it. It will simply allow us some additional type safety and make our application that much more secure. We'll also be using Tailwind CSS for styling and even ESLint to make sure that our code base is clean. So overall, this is a big project, a lot of things to cover, but don't worry, I'm gonna take you there step by step. And on the topic of reaching mastery, I just couldn't not mention the Next.js course that we created not that long ago. It has become the best Next.js course on the internet. And a lot of companies are using Next.js, as I told you at the start. And it's all about understanding how to use Next in a way that it should be used, not just like good old React. And at the start, I was using it like good old React too, but then I noticed that that results in a performance that looks like this. Rather, you want to get to something that looks like this. And within the course, we dive deep into complete understanding of how Next.js works, then build and deploy a complex app, same as you'll do in this video, and then we even have active lessons to test yourself. Because sometimes it's easy to just see me do it, but in the course, I'll actually challenge you with the task, example, resources, and even hints so you actually write some additional code. I just wanted to let you know that if at any point in this video you feel like it's too hard, then it might be a good idea to pause it and postpone it until you complete the ultimate Next.js course. But nonetheless, I'll do my best to explain as much as possible in this course too. So with that in mind, we have created a JSM banking folder, which means that we can follow the second step right here, which is installing ShadCN. So let's simply paste this command and just press enter for all of these. and it will soon enough get initialized. We also need to set up the fonts, which we'll do soon enough. And we also need to set up the tailwind config, which I'll show you how we can do very soon. Other than that, the way that ChatCN works, if you haven't used it before, is it creates a new folder and adds the code only for the components you actually want to use within your application, which is not the case for many other UI kits, for example, Material UI or Bootstrap. There, you install the whole library and you might not even need it. So let's see how does it work for a single component. We can first copy the installation for the button and then paste it in our terminal. npx ChatCN UI latest add button. It will install the button. And if you go right here in our file explorer, go to components and then UI, you'll notice there's an additional folder here. There's a button component within it. And it does seem like a lot of code for a button, but don't worry, you never have to dive into these files yourself. You can simply use that button later on within your code and then modify it only if you need to. With that in mind, before we run our application, I want to make sure that you have access to the complete Figma file for this entire project. And the link to access it will be down in the description. It is as simple as going there, clicking download, and putting your name and email. As soon as you do that, you'll get access to this Figma file with a complete design. We're going to do everything, starting from the authentication to a detailed dashboard with connected cards, bank accounts, and transactions. And yep, you'll be able to connect multiple bank accounts. And you'll be able to see a complete transaction history for each one of the accounts. But it doesn't stop there. We'll also implement the functionality to transfer money from one Horizon account to another. And by the way, that's the name of our bank, Horizon. So you'll be able to send money between real bank accounts right within our application, just like you can do in a real banking application. Making apps like this needs a lot of careful planning and figuring out exactly how everything should fit together. So even before you start building, you've got to know exactly how it all works and flows step by step. So to help you learn better, I've put together a complete flowchart going through absolutely everything you need to know about how this app works, how the flow works, how the money gets transferred. All of it is laid out neatly in a mind map. And I'll go through it in detail in the video, but if you prefer to study it on your own time, you can grab the link in the description and get it for free. Now, hidden within these Figma pages, there's going to be a lot of these little icons or images or styles which we need for development. And for that reason, I went ahead and prepared some assets for you to make our development and learning journey easier. And for that reason, I prepared some simple assets to make our development journey smoother. So first things first, we can delete the favicon and the global CSS from the app, and we can delete the lib folder, as we'll create a new one from scratch. And same thing goes for the public, as well as this tailwind config. Great. With that in mind, in the description down below, you can find complete assets, which is going to be a zipped folder. So download it from Google Drive. And don't worry if it says that it might have viruses. Google doesn't know what they're talking about. Trust me, there's no viruses there. Download it, unzip it, and then simply paste it into the root of your directory. Within the assets, you'll see that we have the app. So from the app, pull the globals into our original app, and you can then delete it if it's easier for you. Pull the constants outside, lib, public, types, and tailwind config. Put all of that into the root of your directory, and you can then delete the assets. So let's see what we brought in. Starting from the bottom, we have the tailwind config. This file has already been there before, but in this case, I have simply added some of the colors which I picked from the Figma design. So you can see the bank gradient, indigo, success colors, and so on. So the next time you want to use this green color, like this one here, you don't have to say something like text dash and then use this very specific 054F31. Rather, you can just say something like text dash success 900. That is the idea of doing this. And if you're wondering how I pulled these values from Figma, well, let me show you. Back in the Figma file, I think this is that success color. You can click on a specific component, and then on the right side, you can see the corresponding styles. Specifically, if you go under properties. So let's try that one more time. Let's say that I wanted to get to this green background color right here. I would just click multiple times to get to that level. And you can see this background color right here. And then you can just put it here in a way that makes sense for you. On top of that, we also have the types, which will include some of the TypeScript types we'll use throughout this video. For example, the parameters for all of the fields within our auth form. Then we have the public with all of the icons we're going to use. The lib folder with utils, where, to be completely honest, I mostly use some ChatGPT to generate these for me. So for example, we're talking about formatting the date, formatting the amount, parsing the string, or removing special characters. These are mostly functions that we can generate together using ChatGPT later on. On top of that, there are some constants, such as sidebar links. Like in the sidebar, we'll have 5 different routes. And each route has a route, as you can see here, but we also have to add the image and the label to it so it looks good. So I just took some time to create this array for you, as well as some mock data. And finally, there's the globals.css, inside of which we import Tailwind and make some modifications to our base styles, such as hiding the scroll bar, changing the color, and implementing some additional specialized styles, which we cannot easily do with Tailwind. So rather, I just manually target some properties and apply them here, as well as create some special Tailwind styles. So for example, we're going to have many inputs in our application. And I can even show you that if we go to our transfer form. You see how many inputs we have here. It's a lot, and they all have similar styles. So instead of every time saying text 16, placeholder, rounded, border, and so on, we can just create a utility class called input class, and then by using it, it will apply all of the other class names. I'll teach you how to create some utility classes as soon as we use our first one. And that's it. We are just warming up. You will do everything else that will come with this project. And it won't be easy. At times, it will be very hard. But you and I will go through it together. So before we even run our app, let's go to the app and then layout. We want to fix this metadata and import a different font. Alongside inter, we'll also be using IBM _ plex _ serif, coming from Next Font Google. To this inter, next to subsets, we want to give it a variable equal to --font -inter. And right below, we want to create a second font, const IBM plex serif is equal to, we call this IBM plex serif constructor, and we pass an object with options with subsets of an array of Latin. We also want to do a weight of an array of 400 and 700 as strings, and want to pass a variable for that font, which is going to be --font -IBM -plex -serif. Great. We can now change the metadata by giving our app a title, which will be Horizon or Horizon Bank. We can also give it a description, which will be something like Horizon is a modern banking platform for everyone. And we can also give it icons with one icon of /icons /logo.svg. This is now coming from our assets. Next, we have this root layout, which was created for us by Next.js. And we have a body where we're using this inter, but we want to style it in a way that it's going to be a template string where we use the inter.variable. And the second one will be IBM plex serif.variable. This basically allows us to use those fonts across our entire application. Now let's create our homepage. And you could create it like this, where we have a simple page.tsx. But that way, we can only have one single layout. And what is a layout? Well, a layout is specific UI that you can see across multiple pages. For example, notice this sidebar right here, and notice it here. It is shared across pages. And do the auth pages have it? They don't, which means that all of the home pages or root pages will need to have one layout, and the auth pages, such as login and sign up, will use a different layout. To implement that, we'll use a special Next.js functionality called route groups. Typically, nested folders are mapped to URL paths. You know that, file-based routing, right? But you can mark a folder as a route group to prevent the folder from being included in the URL path. And this is used for two reasons: organizing routes into groups or enabling nested layouts, which is exactly what we want to do. And the only thing you have to do to implement nested layouts is wrap the folder name within parentheses, such as this. So let's remove this page and let's create a new folder called root, like this. And within it, we can create a new page.tsx and a layout that will only be used for this route group, which of course will have that sidebar. In the page right now, we can run RAFCE, which will create a simple React arrow function with an export, and we can call it home. We can also say home right here, or you can even call it a dashboard. For the root layout, we can copy what we have in the original app layout and paste it there, but it will be much simpler. We don't need to import the metadata, nor the fonts, nor the global CSS. We only have to export a single layout, remove all of the class names from the body. We don't need the body at all, nor the HTML. Rather, we'll return a semantic main tag, as this will be our main part of the content, inside of which we're going to show a sidebar. So let's write sidebar here. And right below the sidebar, we'll render the children. Does this make sense? So we have this primary layout, which is mostly used to just wrap it with different fonts, styles, or metadata. And then we have a special layout, which will be used for all of the main components, such as the home, dashboard, transactions, all components that use a sidebar. And then we're going to have a separate route group right here called auth, which will have its own layout.tsx, which we can copy right now from the root layout, paste it here, but this one won't have the sidebar, and it will be a bit different, okay? That's the idea. And while we're creating the file and folder structure, within our auth, we're going to have two new pages, or folders for now: sign in, which will have its own page.tsx, where we can run RAFCE and call it sign in. And we're going to have another folder called sign-up, inside of which we'll have a page.tsx, and there we can run RAFCE, and it's going to be called sign up. If this RAFCE isn't working for you, it's basically just a shortcut to generate this snippet of code, and it's coming from an extension, ES7+, React Redux React Native Snippets. So you can simply install it, reload your Visual Studio Code, and it should work. But with that in mind, I hope that you now understand how these route groups work. If it's still a bit unclear, you can browse the docs or check out the Ultimate Next.js course, where we have a dedicated section just on routing. As you can see, we start with routing, the core architecture of Next.js, and then immediately go over the multiple layouts and group the routes. But for now, we might as well run our application and explore it in action. So let's run npm run dev to run our application for the first time, and let's open it up on localhost 3000. There we go, it's running. And I want to give you a white screen flash warning. If you're in a dark room on a dark monitor, the whole screen will now turn white. 3, 2, 1, and there we go. We are on our homepage. So you can see here that we're on localhost 3000 and we have a sidebar and then the home page, right? That's the idea. And if we now go to /sign-in, you'll see that it's just sign in without the sidebar. That's the idea. And you might be wondering, why am I not going to root and then /? Or why am I not going to auth and then sign in? This is a 404. Why is that the case? Why is it just sign in without auth? Well, when you create route groups, they're not added to the file-based routing. They're just used for you to create a layout and create meaningful grouping. Then only the folders within it that don't have the parentheses within them count as additional routes. Cool. So now we have our layout. We also have our homepage on localhost 3000, and that means that we are ready to start creating the layout. Great job on coming this far, and I have to be honest, this was the most boring part of the video. But now we dive into the exciting stuff, creating the layout with a nice sidebar, modern UI, and immediately showing this welcome message, which you need in every application, and you'll see it much more often nowadays, as the goal of modern web applications is personalization. Even on JSMastery.pro, we have recently added it here. It just makes the experience that much better. Next, we'll immediately learn how to use chart.js to create this simple chart and add the total current balance. So with that in mind, we can soon start with the homepage, but I also want to do something special for this course to improve your learning experience. And that is push the current code to GitHub and continue adding new commits consistently as we go feature by feature. So that way, if you get stuck up to this point, you'll be able to check the code base at a specific point in time. And that way, it'll be easier for you to debug. And if you want to, you can also commit your code whenever I push. That way, you'll get into the good habit of committing consistently. So let's go to GitHub and go to this plus button and click New Repository. I'm gonna call it Banking, and I will make it public. I want to make sure that all of the projects that I ever post are completely free and open source. That way, you can learn from them, you can take the code and do whatever you want with them, even for paid courses. Yep, you heard that right. In the Ultimate Next.js course, you will build and develop Dev Overflow, which is a modern Stack Overflow clone applications packed with features. It has AI built in, a complete recommendation system, complete global search, code blocks, what you see is what you get editor, and more. And we build all of this within the course. And if you go to my GitHub profile and search for Overflow, you can immediately see a Stack Overflow Next.js 14 course, and the complete code for this entire project is available for free on GitHub. Feel free to check it out and give it a star. And if you like what you're seeing, you might want to follow along and have me teach you how to do it. With that in mind, I will create a new repository, and we can use the help here to push our existing code to it. So going back to our application, we have now done a lot of work. Our entire initial file and folder structure has been done. So let's open up the terminal. Let's actually split it so we have more space to work here. And I'm going to say git init to initialize our repo. Then we can do git add dot to add all of the current files to it, and then say something like git commit -m, and then we can add our commit message and say something like implement initial file and folder structure. Another pro tip, whenever you're writing these commit messages, always write it in imperative form, which means you have to say implement, not implementing or implemented. That's because you should be asking yourself the question, what will this commit do when merged to main? This commit will implement initial file and folder structure. It's just the most common practice that is used across development companies of all sizes around the world. So now you know how to do it. Let's press enter. Then we need to branch over to the main. We only have to do this at the start. Git branch -m main, and git remote add origin, and git push u origin main. We only have to do these at the start. With that, we can now close this terminal. You can see no more files are being tracked by our source control. And if we reload our page, you can see all of the existing files are here. What I also like to do is immediately add some kind of a description. We can copy the one from our primary layout, which we have here. Horizon is a modern banking platform for everyone. For now, we can leave the website empty. You can add some of the topics, Next.js 14, and remove all of these here. That's going to make it a bit cleaner. And now for every other commit, let me show you how you'll be able to get access to the code up to that specific point of building this application. You go to commits right here. You click on a specific commit. You can see this is the initial one, and then this is the one that we have added right now. You can see all the changes, and this might be enough for you. But if you want to get a snapshot of the entire code base at the time when this commit was added, you just click Browse Files right here at the top. And then you have the complete file and folder structure up to that point of building the application. So whenever we implement some of the feature, we'll try to remember to do a quick push. Great. Now let's focus on the home dashboard. First, I'll split my browser and Visual Studio Code view so you can see everything at the same time. And we can start by turning this div into its own section. We'll also give it a class name of home. This is one of those situations where home is not a native Tailwind CSS class name. But if you go to search and search for home, you should be able to see it right here where we apply some of the classes. So this will remove the scroll bar and make it a flex with a full width, flex row, and apply some of the responsiveness properties. Now, right within this section, we can also create another div. And this div will be a wrapper with a class name equal to home-content. So this will be the primary part of our homepage. And within it, we can create a header component with a class name equal to home-header. Right within that header, we can write something like welcome, Adrian. And here you can put your name. And as you can see, it has a bit of a padding and margin, and it's nicely rendered right here in the center. Now, this welcome Adrian will be a new component as we want to reuse it multiple times. And we can easily tell that now because we have a complete design. So you see this welcome Adrian alongside the subtitle. We have another one right here, and we have one here as well. It's basically a header on every single page. So with that in mind, let's extract it into its own component by going to components and creating a new component called header box.tsx. And we can run rafce, and we can immediately just call it right here, header box, coming from components, header box, and you can immediately import it and call it as a self-closing component. That's going to look something like this. Now to it, we'll have to pass a couple of props. And what kind of props do we need to add? Well, first of all, the type of this specific header box. Sometimes it will be greeting, such as in this case, where it's going to say something like welcome and then the username. And other times it will be just a regular header to indicate which page we're on. We can also provide a title, which in this case will be welcome. And we can provide the username that will be equal to the first name of our user or just a guest. So for now, since we don't have the user implemented, maybe we can just say guest, or let's immediately do it properly by creating a new variable at the top called const logged in, which will be equal to an object with a first name. And here you can put your own first name. I'm going to do Adrian. And now, as we pass the user, we can make that equal to logged in (first name) or guest in case we don't have a username. And finally, we can pass a subtext. That subtext will be, let's see, something like access and manage your account and transactions efficiently. There we go. And now we can go into the header box by holding the Alt or Command key and clicking on it. And we can accept all of these props at the top, such as type, which by default will be equal to title if we don't pass anything else, title, subtext, and the user. And since we're using TypeScript, we can define these types as header, box, props. And you can see that we didn't have to import that from anywhere, those header box props, but it immediately knows what they are. It's a TypeScript interface, and we can again command click to go into it. It's gonna lead us into our special types index.d.ts file that contains all of our interfaces. And it knows exactly what this component needs. It wants a type, which is optional, of a type title or greeting. It has a title, subtext, and a user property, which is optional as well. So now, for example, if we go back and if we remove the title from here, you can see that it's complaining, saying that the title is declared. That's why you use TypeScript. Great. Now let's implement this header box by returning a div with a class name equal to header-box. And we're going to give it an h1 right within it. And that h1 will render the title. Let's style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to header-box-title. That's going to make it bolded. And let's put it into multiple lines. And below the title, we can check if the type is triple equal to greeting. And if it is, only then we can render an additional span element that will render the user. So welcome Adrian. We can also give it a class name equal to text-bank gradient. There we go. And let's put this user in a new line. And let's give it an empty space character by saying add mbsp and semicolon. And that's going to give it that space. Right below this h1, we can render a p tag that will render the subtext. And we can also give it a class name equal to header-box-subtext. There we go. Now we can also zoom out so you can see how it should look like. There we go. And that was it for our header box. Now going back, we can go below that header box and we can render another custom component. It'll be a balance box, letting us know the amount of money we have in our account. So let's create a new component and let's call it total balance box.tsx, run RAFCE, and use it right here, total balance box. There we go. To it, we'll also have to pass some props, such as the accounts, which will be all of our accounts that we have. And for now, we can make that just an empty array. We'll also pass total banks, which is the number of banks that we have. For now, I'm going to say something like 1. And finally, we need to pass a total current balance, which will be the amount of money we have right now, also a number. And I will make that something like 1,250. Let's also add some cents like $.35. Now we can go into that box and start implementing it. We of course need to accept those props by saying accounts. And if we don't pass anything, it can default to an empty array. We need the total banks as well as the total current balance. And that'll be of an interface, total balance box props. Next, we can turn it into a section and we can give it a class name equal to total balance. Now it looks like a card. Immediately within, we can create a div which will act as a wrapper for our chart. So let's say class name, total balance chart. And there, very first, we'll render our first donut chart. That's going to look something like this. But for now, let's go below this div and let's create another div. This one will have a class name equal to flex, flex-call, and a gap of 6. within which we'll have a new h2 that will have a class name equal to header-2, and it will render the total banks, and then bank accounts, so we know what it's referring to. So it says 1 bank accounts. In this case, we have that extra s at the end, even though it's 1. So we can basically put this first and then say bank accounts and then colon. This way, even though it's 1, it's going to look good. So bank accounts 1, later on it's going to be 2, 3, 4, and so on. Then right below that h2, we can render a div, and that div will have a class name equal to flex, flex-call, and a gap of 2. And right within it, we can have a p tag that will say total current balance. We can also style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to total balance label. And right below it, we can have one final p tag that will have a class name equal to total balance amount, flex center, and a gap of 2. Now, sure, what we could do here is, first of all, just render the total current balance. That's one way to do it. But this doesn't seem like a dollar amount or any other currency for that matter. So first, let's properly format it. What we can do is we can call the format amount utility function and then pass this as the first parameter. As soon as we do that, you'll notice that it will try to use this format amount, which will actually format it as an American dollar. And you can use any currency of choice. You'll just have to figure out how to modify this international number format to something else. It should be pretty simple. But the reason why we get an error right now is because this utils file uses a package called query string for another one of our utility functions. So we need to install it. So let's split our terminal and run npm install query-string. We'll use this to modify our query parameters later on. And as soon as we have done this, you can see that now this looks like an actual number with dollars, with a comma right here, and then the cents. But we're going to take it a step further. We'll use a special countup package that will allow us to count up to the number that we have, which is going to give this very nice effect of slowly counting up to the total amount. For that, we'll use the React countup package. So let's simply install it by saying npm install react-countup and press enter. And then we can head over to usage, and you can see how we can use that package. The simple example is to just call it like this, countup. So let's do just that. If I go right here and render the countup component, we can import it right at the top by saying import countup from React countup. And let's see how does it look like with end of 100. And now we get a very interesting error saying error useRef only works in client components. Add the use client directive at the top to use it. But wait, even if you knew that we cannot use hooks in server components, which by default every component is a server component unless you say otherwise, you might say, but where are we using the useRef? I don't understand. Why is it blaming me for something I didn't do? Well, this is a great lesson. Sometimes external packages will use some client-side functionalities within themselves. Even though you cannot see it, it's there, and it is using the useRef. So we would have to either turn this entire component client-side, or a proper solution here would be to create a new component inside of which we can use countup. So let's do just that. Let's call it animated counter. And we can create it as a new component right here. Animated counter .tsx, run rafce, and now we can properly import it. To it, we can pass just the total current balance. As the amount is equal to total current balance, we don't even have to format it, as this animated counter will do that automatically for us. So it's even simpler. Now we can go into the animated counter. We can accept the amount, which is of a type. Amount is number. And we can just pass the amount and see how it quickly counts up to 1,250. We can also add the $sign up front to make it look better. And over here, we can see which props might be interesting to pass. So we have the start, the end, the duration. So sure, we could maybe add maybe a decimal. There we go. This is very good. And the prefix. This will allow us to choose the currency. And I think that's more or less it that we need. We can also modify the duration. So going back, let's give it some more properties, such as a decimal and a prefix of $sign. Now I can remove this one here, indent it properly, and check this out. That's great. We can also add the duration and the number of decimals. So let's copy the duration, make it 2.75, and let's add not 4 decimals. Currencies typically only have 2 decimals. And check this out. Looks even better. We can maybe even increase the duration to something like 4 seconds. No, that's way too much. It makes it seem like we have more money than we actually do. So let's just leave the default amount. I think that will be okay. There we go. Wonderful. Looks great, feels great. Let's also give this div a class name equal to w-full. And now let's go back and let's finalize this view by finally doing our donut chart, the first chart of many. For that, we'll be using chart.js. So let's go get started. And let's navigate to the installation. There we go. It is just npm install chart.js. Great. And then how do we use it within React? Well, let's search for React right here. React chart.js, maybe here, step-by-step guide, React. There we go. Framework integrations is what we want. And we're looking for React chart.js 2. Great. It even has its own npm page, and we need to install another package by running npm install react-chart.js 2. And here is how you can import different components. So let's give it a shot. Let's create a new component for this chart called donut chart right here. .tsx, run rafce, and let's copy everything we have here and paste it at the top. The donut, of course, needs to be used within this div. And this donut, of course, will be the only thing that this donut chart will return. And the reason that we had to use it within a new component is because it is a client-side component. So we have to give it a use client directive on the top. Now, if we go back, we're going to get one error. That's fine. We're going to fix it soon. We have to modify the data we're passing to it. And you notice that while going through this course, I referred to a lot of different documentation pages. Quick start for chart.js, for that countup library, even for React chart.js 2. You always need to refer to documentation, and that's something that I want to teach you in every single JSM course. As sure, I can just show you how to do it, but if I teach you how to do it the next time, you'll be able to do it the next time, and the time after that, and that's when you truly become a great and independent developer. So with that in mind, we have to figure out what data this is. So we can check the chart.js dynamic dataset. Okay, that's a good one. And we can maybe take a random dataset for now. Let's see if we have some data that we can extract. Yeah, this is a good example. It has datasets and it has labels. So instead of copying it, let's refer to this and let's create our own dataset. We can do that by first accepting the accounts that we want to pass. Accounts is equal to accounts of a type donut chart props. And now we can pass the accounts right here to this donut chart that we're going to call by saying accounts is equal to accounts coming from props. And of course, we have to import the chart at the top. Now going back to it, we can start forming this data by saying const data is equal to an object. And now we have to form it in a way that chart.js will accept it. So as you can see on the right side, it needs to have a datasets array. So we can say datasets will be equal to an array with an object with a label of banks. And then we can pass the data, which will be some kind of an array of different balances that we have in that bank account. For example, let's do 1,250, 2,500, and maybe let's do 3,750, just as an example. You can also pass different background colors. So we can say background color will be something like, let's do an array of hash 0747B6. Let's do a second one of hash 2265D8. And let's do hash 2F91FA. And you might be wondering, why are we typing this if we have added them to Tailwind config before? Well, we're not directly adding the styles or class names here. This is within JavaScript, and this belongs to the chart.js. So we cannot simply say something like text-blue right here. If we go back now, it will break as it's trying to map over our data here, but we're not yet done forming the data. Alongside datasets, we also need to pass labels. And this will be an array of different strings. For example, we can name different banks like test1, or let's do bank1. Let's also do bank 2, and let's do bank 3. And now we can use this data and pass it as data to our donut. There we go. Take a look at this. Even though it's small, our chart is here. But let's first resolve this error. The error says hydration error P and then animated counter. I think I know what that is. Animated counter already is a P tag. So we cannot put a P within a P. We have to put it within a div. So if we do this and properly close it, the error is gone, the money is counting up, and we can see our great looking chart showing us how much money we have in different bank accounts. We can also apply some additional options to it by expanding it. And right here, we can say options is equal to an object where cutout is 60%. So you can see you can modify how big or how wide these circles around will be. So going from a bit wider to maybe smaller with 60%. We can also modify the plugins, specifically the legend, which we will make a display of false. As we don't want to see the legend, we just want to see this big thing and see how much money we have in our bank accounts. That is phenomenal. Great. Now I can exit this. We're also done with the total balance box. And if I expand it, would you look at that? It looks great. And if I expand it, you can see how the chart also slowly opens up. The money starts counting up and looks great. Of course, it looks a bit empty right now as we don't have the left sidebar nor the right sidebar, but we'll do that very soon. For now, it's important that we know how we can count our money up and how we can show it within our first chart ever using chart.js. With that in mind, I don't want to dive into transactions just yet. As for that, we would need to have some real data. I would rather want to see this look good once we implement the left sidebar and the right sidebar, therefore completing our full layout. So let's start with the left sidebar first. I think that's going to make our app look completely different. So going back to our homepage, we want to move from here and we want to go into the root layout. And here we can start implementing the sidebar. So let's give this main a class name equal to flex, h-screen for full height, w-full for full width, and font-enter. That'll make it look like this, as it will position the sidebar on the left side of the content. Now we can turn this sidebar into an actual component by creating a new component called sidebar.tsx, where we can run RAFCE, and we can now import it right here, sidebar, coming from here, importing it from components sidebar. Within that sidebar, we'll have to have some knowledge about our currently logged in user. So for now, let's mock it by saying const logged in is equal to just an array with a first name of Adrian, and let's also do last name of JSM. Later on, we can fill in additional information here, but it won't even be necessary as we'll automatically be fetching this data from a real user. And now we can pass this logged in as the user right here. Let's dive into the sidebar. Let's accept that user right here, and it will be of a type sidebar props. So if you want to see what the user will have, you can see that we have a custom model or type right here for the user. It has to have an ID, email, user ID, and more. We'll add things as we go, but for now, it's good that we have the user here. Let's turn this div into a section, and let's give it a class name equal to sidebar. As you can see, it automatically got hidden on mobile devices. So we need to go a bit wider here if we want to continue working on it. I think around here, we can start seeing some white space here on the sidebar. So let me collapse the Visual Studio Code as well, and let's continue working on it. Within this section, we're going to have a nav as we want to navigate within the sidebar with a class name equal to flex, flex-col, and a gap of 4. Within it, we want to have our first link. So this will be a link component, which will come from next link. Every link has to have an href. This one will point to the /, meaning the home page, and it will have a class name equal to margin bottom of 12 to create some spacing. It'll also have a cursor dash pointer to make it clickable, items dash center, and a gap of 2. And within it, we'll render a self-closing image property. Image, of course, being the Next.js image we can import from next image. We can give it a source equal to /icons /logo .svg. And as it's a Next.js image, it also has to have a width property of 34 and a height property of 34 as well. And now you can see the logo appear on top. We can also give it an alt tag of horizon logo, and we can give it a class name equal to size dash 24 pixels inside of square brackets, and on Max XL devices, size of 14. There we go. That's a bit bigger. Right below it, we can render an H1, and this H1 will say horizon. And we can also give it a class name equal to sidebar dash logo. We cannot see it right now, but on larger screens, it is there. Now, let's go below this link and let's create links pointing to all of the other pages within our application. We can do that by mapping over sidebar links, which is coming from constants. So one more time to repeat, I have created an array of 5 different objects that have label, route, and the image URL. That way, it's easy to just say .map and get each one of these items, and for each item, open up a new function block where we can return a new link that will have an href equal to item.route. It will have a key equal to item.label, and within it, it can render item.label as well. And here it was supposed to be route instead of router. If we do this, you'll notice that we have 4 or 5 different links here, but they're white. So we need to add some additional styling. Let's do that by styling our link first by giving it a class name. And here, for the first time in this course, we want to make a specific class either active or not active. If we're on the home page, we want to make sure that that home link has a different class name. You can see exactly what I mean on our design. So to do that, we'll have to use a special package called CN. That stands for class names, and it's coming from libutils. You basically call it as a function, and as the first parameter, you pass it any class you typically would. like a sidebar link right here. But then, as the second parameter, you give it classes which will trigger depending on specific events, such as we can figure out if our link should be active, and it should be active if that's the path that we're currently on. So let's first get access to the path name by saying const path name is equal to use path name coming from next navigation. And now that we have it, we want to check out whether the path name is triple equal to item.route, or if path name dot starts with a template string of item.route, and then we add / outside of it. And here, again, it's route. Now, as the second parameter here, we can add an object where we can say apply a BG bank gradient class only if isActive is true. That's how it works. And now we have to turn this sidebar into a client-side component because we have used a hook. So at the top, I'm going to do just that, use client. And now it's working again, but it doesn't seem to be applying it. So let me just expand it a bit to see what's happening. We have a BG, yeah, I misspelled the class name. It's gradient. And now if I go back right here, there we go. Now it says home. And if you want to learn more about server and client components in Next.js, their documentation is a phenomenal place to start. Only if you need to use some browser functionality like hooks or routing or stuff like that, you can turn it into a client-side component. And there's this great documentation page on Next.js saying server and client composition patterns, where it basically tells you when each component needs to be either server-side or client-side. Basically, if you want to fetch data, access the backend, keep sensitive information, or reduce client-side JavaScript, you would use server. But in any other situation, if you need to add interactivity or event listeners like onClick, onChange, use any kind of hooks or browser APIs or custom hooks even, you need to turn it into a client component. Or another rule of thumb is keep working on server side unless you get an error. If the error says to switch it, then you can switch it to the use client easily. Of course, that's way oversimplified. We go into way much more depth about server-side rendering, server actions, and different types of data fetching within the course, but even this table should be fine for now. So now let's complete the rest of the styles by going down right here. And instead of simply returning the item label, let's return a div that will have a class name of relative and a size of 6. Within it, we can render an image, and that image will have a source equal to item.img URL, an alt tag of item.label. It will have property of fill, and let's save it. You can see that now we have these different icons appear here, but the first one is a bit too dark for this gradient that we have. So how do we fix that? You might think that we need two different versions of icons. One that we show when it's not clicked, and the other that we show when it is clicked. But we can use the same image and then fix it with CSS. Let me show you how. We can create a new class name where we're gonna use this dynamic CN property and modify the brightness -3 and invert -0. So we're gonna modify the brightness and invert the color if is active. If we save that, you can see that now it is completely white. Going below this div, we can create a p tag and we can render the item.label. But let's style it a bit by giving it a class name. We can use the CN property one more time here. All classes will have a sidebar label, but dynamically, we're gonna give it important text white to override it only if it is active. And now if we expand it, you can see that it looks great on desktop devices. At least the links do, but the logo seems a bit broken. So let's fix it. If we go up, we have our logo here. I think I forgot to add this link a flex property. That way it will show right next to it. And now it's looking great. And as soon as we collapse it a bit, it will remove the text to allow us to see more of the main content. That is great. Later on, right here at the bottom, going below this dynamic part, we'll add the information about the user. So we can say user here, and we'll add some kind of a simple footer right here below the nav. For now, you cannot see them as they're white right here, user and user. But this user and footer we can implement later on once we actually log our users in. With that said, the only thing that remains regarding the layout and the sidebar is to figure out what happens on mobile devices when we don't have enough horizontal space. Well, then we have to go back to the layout, and instead of just rendering a sidebar, we also have to render a mobile navbar. So let's do that next. Below the sidebar, I will create a div. That div will have a class name of flex, size-full, and flex-call. Within it, we can have another div that will have a class name equal to root-layout. Within it, we can render an image, which will be our logo. So let's do image. We have to import that image from Next.image. Give it a source equal to /icons /logo.svg, a width of 30, a height of 30, and an alt tag of menu icon. There we go. So now we can see something that looks like this. And right below it, we can render a div, inside of which we can render a mobile navbar. So let's create a new component for mobile navbar or mobile nav.tsx, run rafce. In that navbar, we can also accept the user, and that will be of a type mobile nav props. And we can just call it within this div, mobile nav, and we can give it a user equal to logged in. Great. And finally, this children will go a bit up, just one div up right here to fit it better within the content. There we go. So now we have the logo on the top. It's not a menu icon, it's a logo. And then we have the mobile nav on the right. So let's dive into the mobile nav and let's start implementing it. To get started with the mobile nav, we'll use a chatcn sheet component, which extends the dialog to display content that complements the main content of the screen. So it's going to be a button that when you click it, opens up a complete new sidebar. So let's follow the installation process. We can just copy it from the CLI, paste it right here, npx chatcn UI latest add sheet. We can copy all of the imports and paste them at the top, and we can then copy the usage. So let's paste it right within this section. And there we go. Let's see how that looks like. I'm going to save it. And going back to our app, we can click open. And there we go. It opens up. It looks a bit weird, but don't worry, we'll make it look better. So what we can do here is give this section a class name equal to w-full for full width and max-w-264 pixels within the square brackets. You use the square brackets when you want to provide a specific value. Next, we're going to have a sheet and a sheet trigger, but the sheet trigger won't simply be a text element. Rather, we'll render an image right within it, which we have to import from Next.image. And we can give it a source equal to /icons /hamburger.svg alongside a width of about 30, height of about 30 as well, an alt tag of menu, and a class name of cursor-pointer. So now if we save it,
you can see this looks more like a menu. Great. Now let's move over to sheet content and let's give it a side is equal to left. Of course, this is up to you, but for now, I want to keep this on the left side. And we don't need a sheet header or a sheet title, so I'm going to remove that. Rather, directly within the sheet content, we want to render our link. And this will be the same link that we have in our navigation bar. So let's import it from Next Link. And instead of just putting it here, let's basically copy everything we have from the navigation bar, or rather the sidebar. So everything included within this nav bar. So starting from within the nav, all the way before the nav ends. So that's going to be right here. And we can just paste it within the sheet content. And let's make sure to indent it properly. There we go. Let's also fix a few of these issues, such as importing the sidebar links. And we also have to import the path name. We know how to do that. You can just go here and say const path name is equal to use path name coming from next navigation. And do we need anything else? Yeah, we need cn coming from libutils. And I think that's it. Let's see. Oh yeah, now we need to turn our component into a client component because we're using some hooks. So let's go here and say use client. There we go. Now if we click it, you'll be able to see something that resembles our sidebar. But let's go ahead and style this sheet content by giving it a class name equal to border-none, as well as bg white. There we go, that's better. This link won't have the margin bottom of 12. We don't need it here. It will have cursor pointer, flex, item center. We can do gap 1 and padding x of 4 to create some spacing. Right below it, we have the image. That's the logo. And we can remove this class name right here. And then we have this h1 where we can give it a text of 26. We can also give it a font -IBM -plex -serif, font -bold, and text -black -1. Of course, if we spell it properly. Now, let's open up the menu, and there we go. It looks great. Next, we'll wrap all of our sidebar links within a div. So right below this link, let's create a div with a class name equal to mobilenav-sheet. And now within that div, we can put something known as sheet close coming from components UI. This will be as child. So it's a child of the sheet. And within it, we can have our nav. That nav will have a class name equal to flex h-full, flex-col, gap of 6, padding top of 16, and text-white. And within it, we can render all of the sidebar links. So let's copy this entire thing, and let's put it within this nav right here. And let's indent it properly. 1, 2. There we go. That's better. And basically what this sheet close means is that whenever we click somewhere on it, we're going to close it. Okay? So we also want to make these elements within it sheet close. So let's wrap this link with sheet close. We're going to also give it as child. And we're going to give it a key as we're mapping over it of item.route. And now we can put this link within that sheet close. So now if I go ahead and click on the home, for example, it's going to close it. Because we don't want to click here and then having to close it every time. We want to make sure that it navigates immediately. Let's see if we have to style our link right here. Instead of a sidebar link, we can say this will be a mobile nav-sheet _ close. And it will also have a W full and save. So now it's going to look a bit different. In this case, we don't need this div that's wrapping this image. Rather, we'll just give it a width of about 20, height of about 20, and save it. And then we have our p tag, to which we'll give a class of text-16, font-semi-bold, text-black-2, and then text white if we are active. And now we have a beautiful sidebar. As before, right here within the nav, we'll render some user data once we actually have our user. And then below the sheet close, we'll render our footer as well. So that's going to come later on. You can see it here. Great. So now if you go here and if you click on My Banks, it's going to close the sidebar. If you close it, that works too. So with that, now we have a beautiful mobile nav as well as a full sidebar. But of course, what's missing to make it complete is the right sidebar, which adds a lot of color and character to our application. It also adds a lot of personalization, as here we can display the user data, some kind of a background, and even cards and budgets associated with our accounts. So let's finalize the layout of the homepage by implementing the right sidebar. We can do that by exiting the mobile nav, and it's not going to be within the layout. And the question is why? Well, because none of the other pages use that right sidebar. It's going to be used only on the homepage, which means that it's not going to be within the layout. Rather, it will be within the root page itself. So going below the header, later on here, we'll have recent transactions. And then exiting that main part, we're going to have the right sidebar. So let's immediately create a component for it. Components, right sidebar, .tsx, run RAFCE, and then just import it here as right sidebar. That's great. To it, we can pass some similar props, such as let's do user is equal to logged in. Let's also pass transactions, which will be equal to some kind of an array of transactions, and then banks, which will also be equal to an array of some banks. So now that we're passing that, let's go into the right sidebar and let's accept those props at the top by destructuring the user, transactions, as well as banks. That's going to be of a type right sidebar props. And I'm going to collapse our view so we can see how it looks like on mobile. Of course, on mobile, it should be hidden. So the first thing we have to do is we can turn this into an HTML5 semantic aside tag, which means it's on the side. And by itself, this didn't remove it. See, if I say right, it's still there. But if I give it a class name of right-sidebar, it's gone. And that's because this right sidebar, if we search for it in the classes, is applying a no scroll bar, but then most importantly, it hides it on smaller devices, and then only on larger devices, it actually shows it. We can see that right here, min-w of 300, then it gives it a min width. Otherwise, it's gonna be hidden. And then when it starts showing, it's actually on min width 1280, because then we switch from hidden to display flex. So let's expand our browser so we can see it. Let's see, I'm going to about here. There we go. And now it jumps out. So let's continue with the right sidebar by giving it a section with a class name equal to flex, flex-col, and padding bottom of 8. Right within it, we can have a self-closing div with a class name equal to profile-banner. And immediately we get this nice looking background. Once again, if you search for this class, you'll be able to see how we're doing that. It's coming from globals. We give it a height, a width, and we apply this BG background mesh, which adds a background image of a URL that is within our assets. Right below it, we can start framing a div for our profile by giving it a class name of profile. And then within it, we can have a div with a class name equal to profile-img. Within that, we can have a span that will try to render the first name of the user. Let me see if I have given my user a first name here. It looks like I have. So we can render the user that first name. And specifically, we're going to render 0, only the first character of the first name. That's going to be for the image here. So let's make it a bit bigger by giving it a class name equal to text-5XL, font-bold, and text-blue 500. Going below this span and below one more div, we can create a div with a class name equal to profile-details. And then within it, we can create an h1 that will render the user.first name. And we can also do user.last name, as this here is the full profile. So let me just add it here. Last name is going to be JSM. There we go. Let's style this h1 by giving it a class name equal to profile-name. And right below it, we can render a p tag that will render a class name equal to profile-email. And within there, we can render the user.email. Of course, we have to go here and actually pass the email. I'm going to do contact@jsmastery.pro. For now, all of this is static, but as soon as we implement account creation, we'll pull this data for real. And now we can start focusing on the second section from our sidebar, which will be below our first section. And it will be a section about all of our current banks. So let's give this section a class name of banks with a div of class name, flex, w-full, and justify-between. And then below that, h2 that will have a class name of header-2, and it will say my banks. Right below it, we can have a link, which we need to import from next link. And it will have an href equal to / with a class name equal to flex and a gap of 2. Right now, we are recreating this plus and add bank, and then later on, we'll focus on this beautiful card component, and we'll build it from scratch. So this link will render an image, which has to come from next image, of course. It will have a source equal to /icons /plus.svg with a width of about 20, a height of about 20, and an alt of plus. There we go. That's better. And let's also give it a text to explain what it is. h2 that will have a class name equal to text-14, font-semi-bold, and text-gray-600. That will say something like add bank. There we go. That's great. Finally, for each one of our banks, we can add a new card. So let's do just that. Let's go below this div and let's map over the banks, if we have any, of course, by saying if banks $.length is greater than 0, so if we have any, then render a div. Let's do some positioning within that div by giving it a class name of relative, flex, flex-1, flex-call, items-center, justify-center, and a gap of 5. Within it, we can have another div that will have a class name of relative and z-index of 10. And within it, we want to render our bank card 1. Then we can go below this inner div and say if we have banks 1, so if we have 2 different cards, then render an additional div, okay? And this div will have a class name of absolute, right 0, but top 8, Z of 0, and W of 90%. And it will say bank card 2. At the moment, there are no bank cards, and that's because we're passing a prop of bank's empty array. But if we instead create 2 empty objects, you can see bank card 1 and bank card 2, which is moved a bit. What we're going for here is this card layout where one card will be moved a bit from the other so we can show that we have multiple. Now, each one of our cards in the future will have to have a lot of data: the first name, numbers, company, type of the card, and so much more. But for now, we're going to keep it empty. First things first, let's create an actual bank component by going to components and saying bank card.tsx, where we can run RAFCE, and we can import it right here. Bank card coming from /bank card, and we're going to have a second one too. We do have to pass some props to it. So here we can say key is equal to banks0.$ID. Account will be equal to banks0 because this is the first bank account. Username will be equal to a template string of user.firstname and then also user.lastname. And show balance in this case will be false. We can also replicate all of this over to the second bank card. This time it will be banks1 ID, banks1 account, same username, and show balance to false. So now we can dive into the bank card and start implementing its UI. This is an exciting one, and as I said, we'll do it all from scratch to teach you how we can implement this interesting card layout. To get started, let's first accept all of the props, such as the account, username, and show balance, which by default can be set to true, but we're setting it to false otherwise. And we can say that this is of a type card, credit card props. Let's give it a class name equal to flex and flex-call to start creating the layout. And then we can make the entire card clickable. Yes, it will be a link which will point to more credit card details. So let's import link from next link, and let's give it an href. Later on, we're going to make it point to the account details and a class name of bank-card. So already this created this rectangular layout. And again, if you're wondering about specific classes, just search for it and check it out here. Card is basically giving it a specific height of 190, full width, and a max width. We're rounding up the corners a bit, giving it white borders, and giving it this background gradient. It can be just fully blue if you wanted to, but this is okay. And then we're applying some shadows and background blurs. This was mostly generated by ChatGPT. Within this link, we can create another div with a class name equal to bank-card_content. Okay, looks a bit weird for now. Within it, we can have a div, and within that div, we'll have an h1, which will have a class name equal to text-16, font-semi-bold, and text-white. And it can render the account.name. Right now, I don't think we have it, so it will just be undefined. But later on, we will have it. For now, maybe we can say something like your name here in case you don't have it. There we go. That's good. Or maybe even better, we can make it equal to username, right? If we don't have the account name coming from the database. Yeah, that's good. Below the h1, we can render the p tag, which will have a class name equal to font-ibm-plex-serif, font-black, and text-white. Within here, we can render the current balance of the account by saying format amount, this is the utility function, And then we can pass the account dot current balance. Of course, we don't have anything yet, so it's going to say nan. What we could do is just pass some of the information to this account. Let's see, we're passing banks 0, and banks this entire time is an empty array. And maybe we give each one of these accounts a current balance of, let's do 123.50. And now we can see that this amount is directly reflected on the card. We can also do it here. Let's do 500. Great. So now we can see it there. Going back to the bank card, going below this p tag and below the div, we can create the article. Article is similar to a div, basically the same, but it says that we'll show some data in there. We can have a class name to flex call, and gap of 2. Within it, we can create another div that will have a class name equal to flex and justify dash between. And within this div, we can have an h1, which will render the user name. You can see it there. Let's style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to text-12, font-semi-bold, and text-white. That's good. We can also duplicate that h1, change it to h2, and this time we can render some asterisks, which are basically numbers, which we can enter near a card. That's going to look like this. Below that div, we can also render a p tag that will have a class name equal to text-14, font-semi-bold, tracking of 1.1 pixels. This is the space between the characters, and text-white. And here we can just put 3 times of 4 numbers of stars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4. This is basically a bank account. There we go. And we can also then create a span element with a class name of text16, where we can render the account.mask. So this will be those last numbers of the account. Right now we don't have it, but we'll fix it soon. Next, we can go below the article and below the div. And we can render another div with a class name equal to bank-card_icon, where we can render an image. We can import the image from Next.image, give it a source equal to /icons/paypass.svg with a capital P, with a width of 20, height of 24, and an alt tag of pay. That's going to give it that second part right here. And we can also render an image right below it. That's going to be an image with a source equal to /icons/mastercard.svg. We can give it a width of 45, a height of 32, and we can say alt of MasterCard. Of course, you can use some other provider. Right now, it's hard to see it, but if I expand it a bit more, you should be able to see it on the second card. Don't worry, we're going to fix the layout later on and make it look much closer to what we have here, okay? Finally, we can go below the div and render one last image. That will have a source of icons lines.png with a width of about 316 and a height of about 190, with an alt tag of lines and class name of absolute top 0 left 0. And you have to start with a / for icons here. That's going to give it some lines right here on the right side, as each card has to have some details on it. Later on, right below, we'll also add the ability to immediately copy the card numbers. For now, this is okay. Now, let's fix the layout of the card. I think we can fix it just by making the card a bit wider. Right now, it looks like it's lacking width, making it more of this boxy shape, whereas if we add more width, it's going to look more rectangular. And I think that's because we're using these asterisks instead of real circles.
So you can simply Google black circle symbol text, and you can either use this decimal value or you can just copy this symbol right here. Going back to the code, we can replace 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And we don't yet have the account mask, and these are basically the last 4 characters. So for now, we can just type them in right here as a regular string and remove the $sign. We can also replace these two with those circles. It's going to look much better. And if we go back, now this is looking more like a real card. We can also add some left margin to this MasterCard icon by going here and giving it a class name equal to margin left of something like 5. There we go. That's better. So now we have 2 actual cards. And as you can see, the layout is starting to resemble more and more the final layout that we are going for. That looks like this. Let's compare it. Current, final. Current, final. We are getting there. The only thing that we're missing for now are the recent transactions. And we'll do that very soon, but for that, we'll have to connect our account. So before we go ahead and connect account, what do you say that we implement full routing for our application? So links to my banks, transaction history, and more. Doing that within Next.js is super simple, as we just have to go into the sidebar, which is right here, and then go into the sidebar links. And immediately we can see which routes do we need. We need my banks, transaction history, and payment transfer for now. So let's implement these 3. The way you do it is you go to the app, you go to the root, and create a new folder with that name. So that's going to be my banks with a new page.tsx where you can run RAFCE. And you can, of course, rename it to my banks. After that, we can do transaction-history. So that's another folder, transaction-history. And we can create a new page.tsx where you can say RAFCE and call it transaction history. And then the last one is payment-transfer. So that's going to be a new folder, payment-transfer. That's going to have a page.tsx where we can run RAFCE and rename it to transfer. Now, if we go back to our application, we can go to my banks, transaction history, as well as transfer. So the complete layout of our application has been implemented alongside some starting parts of the homepage, such as the header, the bank accounts, and the right sidebar. And don't forget, we also made it work for mobile devices. So once you click on your special navbar, a new drawer will appear and you can paginate between different pages. With that in mind, let's not forget to stick with what we said, and that is to push and commit often. So in this case, we can use the built-in GUI for source control. And in this case, I'm using Copilot to generate a quick message. Let's see if it's good. Fixed typo in total balance props. No, that's not as descriptive. We can say something like implement the complete layout and commit and push. Now, for the last time, I'm going to repeat how you can make use of these commits. You just go here, you go into this commit, and you can see all of the code changes that we implemented within this specific commit. But then you can also click Browse Files to explore the state of the code base at this point in time. How cool is that? So finally, going back to our app and navigating manually to /sign in, we are ready to start implementing Auth. To get started with the sign in page, let's navigate over to page sign in. By the way, I did this by pressing Command or Alt and then P, and then that opens up the file explorer where you can just start typing the page you want to open and press enter. Much quicker than going here and then searching for it and then finding it, right? So Command or Alt P, type in what you want to do and press enter. Just another one of many pro tips which will come throughout this video. Let's turn this into a section
with a class name of flex-center, size-full, and max-small, padding x of 6. So now it's nicely centered. And we're going to do another very cool thing here. We won't be creating our form within here, as then we wouldn't be able to reuse it across different pages, specifically across sign up. So what we're going to do is create a new component called auth form.tsx. Run refce, and then we can use that auth form right within here, coming from auth form, and we can pass it a single prop, type of sign in. And we can also reuse it on the second page. So now if we go into the auth form, and if we accept that type, which will be of a type string, like this, we can render the form depending on what we have there. So let's do just type for now. As you can see, it says sign in right here on top. And now if I go to the sign up page and copy everything I have in sign in, but this time I will change the page name to sign up, and I will change the type to sign up as well. And now if we go from sign in to /sign up, you can see that it changes, and we can now navigate between the two, which later on will mean that you can have two completely different forms for two of the same pages by using this reusable auth form component. Great. With that in mind, we can dive into the auth form and start implementing it. Our auth form will be a section with a class name equal to auth-form. Right within it, we're going to have a header component, and that header will have a class name equal to flex-call, gap of 5, and on medium devices, gap of 8. Within it, we can render our first link. And I think this is the same link coming from the navbar. So let's go to our navbar or mobile nav, and we can find our Horizon logo right here. There we go, a link with the image that says Horizon. So we're reusing this multiple times. We can paste it here. Let's import link from next link and image from next image. And let's see if we need to style it a bit. Cursor pointer, flex, item center, gap 1. In this case, we don't need padding X. Width and height are okay. Text 26, this is looking good. Yeah, I think we're good. Now moving below the link, we can render a div that will have a class name of flex-call, gap of 1, and on medium devices, gap of 3. Within it, we can render another h1 that will see if we already have access to the user. And that's something we'll have to figure out on our own. So right at the top, we can create a new use state snippet within which we'll save our user data. So user, set user, at the start equal to null. And let's properly spell it here. And let's import use state from React. Okay, so at the start, the user is null. So if we have a user, then we can say link account, referring to the bank account, and else we can check the type. And if the type is triple equal to sign in, then we can say sign in, else we can say sign up. And since we're using use state, you know what we have to do. We have to turn this into a use client component. There we go. And now it says sign in. Let's style it a bit by giving it a class name equal to text-24. On large devices, text-36, font-semi-bold, and text-gray-900. There we go. That's good. Below it, we can render a p tag with a class name equal to text-16, font-normal, text-gray -600. And we're going to do another ternary operator. If we have a user, we'll say something like link your account to get started. Else, we'll say something like please enter your details. There we go. That's looking good. And now we can go below the header, and here we can check if we have access to the user. So if we have already authenticated, if we have, then we're going to return a div with a class name equal to flex-call gap of 4. And later on here, we're going to render a Plaid link component to link our bank account. For now, we can leave it empty. And if we're not yet authenticated, then we can render an empty React fragment inside of which we'll have our form. And of course, we'll be using a ShadCN form. Forms. They're tricky, am I right? Even ShadCN says so. But they are one of the most common things you'll build in a web application, but also one of the most complex. Well-designed HTML forms are well-structured and semantically correct, easy to use and navigate around using your keyboard as well. Do you know that feeling when you try to submit your form using an enter key and it doesn't do anything? Well, yes, most developers don't build proper forms, but you'll learn how to do them properly. They should also be accessible with proper ARIA attributes and labels, have support for client and server-side validation, and of course, they should be well-styled and consistent with the rest of the application. So by using ShadCN's form, you're also opting in to use React Hook Form, one of the best packages to build proper React forms, and Zod, the best library for form validation. So let's look into the features of our form. The form component itself will be a wrapper around React Hook Form library, providing a few things: composable components for building forms, a form field component for building control form fields, form validation using Zod, handling accessibility and error messages out of the box, using unique IDs, correct ARIA labels, built with Radix components, and it's fully customizable, giving you full control over the markup and styling. So let's study the anatomy of a form. The form component is a general wrapper around multiple form fields. Each form field is like an input that has its controls, names, and then finally you can choose how to render it. In most cases, you'll be rendering a form input with a label, a control, description, and a message. Here is a full example. Here we initialize a form, give it a control, a name, render a form label for the username, and an input with a placeholder, form description, and a message. Now let's actually use it. First step within the installation is to add it to our components. So let's just do npx ShadCN UI latest add form, and we can create a form schema. So let's copy what we have here and paste it at the top of this file. In this case, we're working on some kind of an auth form, but you can use this ShadCN form tutorial to build any kind of forms. Let's paste what we copied. We already have use client at the top, so we don't need it. And of course, it's important to mention that every single form in the browser will always have to be use client, because you have keyboard and mouse events such as on submit, on key press, and more. So for that reason, if you're in Next.js, the pages in which we use the form, such as the sign in or the sign up, typically will be server side, and then the actual auth form component will be client side. Great. So let's see how we can define a type of our form using Zod. Zod is a very simple and straightforward form validation tool, allowing us to choose which types of fields we want within our form schema, defining the type of that field, and the minimum and maximum amount of characters. If you press a dot, there's also many more different types of form inputs that you want to have, and you can do much more in-depth validation if you want to. For now, we're going to stick with this. The second step we have to do is define a form. So let's just copy the imports right here at the top. We're importing a Zod resolver and a use form from React Hook form. We already have the form schema, but in this case, they're kind of beefing it up a bit by adding custom validation message, which you can do. So if you break one of the rules, as the second parameter of that specific rule within Zod, you can apply an object with a message that will be presented to the user if that specific rule fails. Pretty handy, right? Next, we have to define our form within our application and define an onSubmit. So let's copy this and let's put it directly within our form component. So first, we define our form by saying const form is equal to use form coming from React Hook form. If you're using TypeScript, you can stick with these types as well. This ensures that you always know exactly which fields does your form contain, depending on that form schema we have created not that long ago. And it also allows you to provide default values, such as username is an empty string. Next, you have to define a submit handler. It's a simple function that does something with the form values once you submit it, and you always know that it will be type safe and validated. Now, since form field is using a controlled component, you need to provide a default value for that field, as we have done right here. The third step is to build our form. We can now use the form components to build a form. First things first, we have to import them. So let's copy all of the imports and paste them right here. You'll notice that we had previously installed the button and the form, but we haven't yet installed the input, which is a separate shadcn component. So if you haven't already, you need to do npx shadcn -ui add latest, add. You can add a form, button, and input, and that will install them. In this case, I already have some, so it's going to ask me to rewrite, which is okay. Now that everything is installed, we can copy the usage of the form right here. So let me just copy it all the way till the end, and let's paste it right here where our form should go. There we go, and let's indent it properly. Great. So as you can see, the form component, this one right here, coming from shadcn, to which we pass the form object from React Hook form, is just a wrapper for a typical HTML form. It has an onSubmit handler that calls our function onSubmit, and it has a single form field with a control, name, and we render a single form item with a label of username. We render the input and description and the message. So going back to our sample application, you can see how nice this looks like. It is very simple and minimalistic. We get this label so we know what we're typing into. We have this shadcn. We have a form description. We have an input with a placeholder and even a form description if we still don't know what we have to type in, and then a button to submit it. In this case, if we click submit, you can see that a username must be at least 2 characters, which is this custom error message that we used before. In this case, we won't be needing a username, so let me show you how we can modify this to suit our needs, and then we can even create a second form field. First of all, we'll change the name to email in this case, where we have a form item, and this time, let's start from scratch so I can properly teach you how to create a proper form item. Within render, I'll render a div with a class name equal to form item. This is just a custom Tailwind CSS class to make it look a bit better. We can then render a form label right within it that will say something like email. And we can give it a class name equal to form label. There we go. Right below the label, we can have another div with a class name equal to flex, w-full, and flex-call. And here we can render a form control. Within the form control, we can have an input. That input will have a placeholder equal to enter your email. There we go. As simple as possible. Let's also give it a class name of input class. And a pretty cool thing about this input is you can provide any kind of Tailwind class names directly within here. And very important, you have to spread all of the properties of the field for this to work. And the field you're getting here. This is how React Hook Form works, and you have to follow some rules. Finally, below the form control, we have the form message, and we can give it a class name equal to form-message. Now, you can notice that immediately the use of TypeScript, Zod, and React Hook Form is saving us from making a mistake. This red squiggly line says that type email is not assignable to type username, as that is the only property we have in our form now. So what we have to do is do the default value of email and also change the validation here from username to email. And we'll do some custom validation here by saying z.string and then .email. So this will ensure that we enter the email, and you can see how simple that was. We don't have to do any special regular expressions to validate that. Rather, if we just type something, it will say invalid email. Scrolling down, we can maybe give this form message right here a margin top of 2 to divide it a bit. There we go. That's better. Below the email, we'll also need a password. And now there's two different things you can do. You can just take this form field, select it all the way until the end, which is here, and then duplicate it right below. This will allow you to maybe change this name to password, change the label to password as well, change the input to enter your password, and give it a type of password so things get hidden, and save it. And that's it. You get a second field. Another alternative you can do, especially if you have more inputs, is you can extract this form field into a new custom component, and then you can reuse it multiple times within your code. I'm not going to fully show you how to do it, but I will leave that open as an exercise for you if you want to practice some component reusability. You would go into the components and create a new, let's call it custom input.tsx. You would run rafce, and you would paste this input that you copied. That's the idea. Let's also indent it like this. Now, you would have to pass some things as props, such as, first of all, the form, and you would have to import all the things from chat.cn, like form label, form control, and the input as well. And then the key thing is you have to pass additional properties which are different every time. So for example, this name will be different for every input. So you pass it as a prop, and then you use the name here. The label will also be different. So you pass the label as a prop right here as well. So this will be a label. The placeholder will also be different. So we can pass the placeholder too. And we can use this one here, placeholder. That's good. And the form message, I think, is the same, but we just didn't import it. So that's it. Some things will be different. And then you can now call this custom input right within your application. Let's call it here, custom input. You can call it 2 times. And you have to provide all of these things. Form is equal to form. Name is equal to, well, first time it's going to be username, or just like this, username. Label will be equal to username, and placeholder will be enter your username. And now what you get is a beautiful one-liner like this that acts as your input. And you can even duplicate it and then modify password here and enter your password. And you have 2 separate inputs in 2 lines instead of repeating this every single time. So pause this video and try to implement these 2 form fields we have created, but using this custom input reusable component. So I hope you'll pause it right now and then unpause it for the solution in 3, 2, 1.
Okay, how did you do? Well, initially I didn't want to provide you with a complete solution, but I thought, you know what, I really want to make sure that you get this right as it's very important. So in this case, let's first indent this properly. There must be a quicker way, but for now, I'm just going to select every starting line, and then I will move it. By the way, I'm holding the Windows key, or Option, I believe, on Mac, selecting multiple, and now we can move it all back like this. There we go. Now, since we're using TypeScript, we'll have to choose a custom interface by saying something like interface custom input, and then we can choose different props we have, such as form is of a type. Well, let's see what the form is by going all the way here. I think we can import the type from React hook form by saying import form from React-hook-form. Let's see if this will work. We need to pass some additional properties to it. We can maybe add type of form. This seems to be okay for now. We'll see how it goes in the future. Let's also do a name of a type string. We have to do a label of a type string as well. And we can do a placeholder of a type string. Now we can say this custom input is of a type custom input. And now everything's good besides this form.control. It's complaining that we have a wrong type. So let's try to approach it the other way. It looks like we don't have to pass the whole form, as we only need a control here. So let's first of all modify that. Instead of accepting the form, let's just accept the control itself, allowing us to control each one of these inputs. And when we're calling it right here, we can just pass the control equal to form.control. Okay, that is good. And now we have to figure out the proper type. So I think that React hook form also has a type for control. Yep, there we go. Control. And we can rename it from form to control here too. But this control does require some additional properties. Rather, it requires everything we have already passed to our form right here. And that is this part right here. z-infer type of form schema. This will save us from passing some wrong properties. So here we can expand it with z.infer form schema. And of course, you can immediately notice that we need to import Zod right here. And we also need access to the complete form schema. So whatever you have here, we also have to have it within a custom input. So that may be the perfect opportunity to extract it and move it into utils or into any other separate file. In this case, I'm going to go into lib and then utils. And then right at the bottom, I'm going to say const form schema. I'm going to export it. In this case, this is the auth form schema. I will import z right here from Zod. It will have an email as well as a password of a type z.string, and we can do a .min of 8 characters. Now, going back to our auth form, instead of saying form schema 3 times, we can just say auth form schema and import it from libutils. Here, here, and here. We can add a default value for the password of an empty string. And in the custom input, we can also say auth form schema, and we can directly import it from there so we know it's always the same. And there you have it. Instead of 2, we have 4 inputs, now allowing us to delete these long ones that we have here, this entire form field for the email, which we can delete. And we can also delete the second form field for the password. And we end up with a form that has 2 single line form inputs. Let's indent it properly, space it out. And doesn't this make so much more sense than what we had before? Of course, let's change this label to a capital U and this password to a capital P. And more or less, that's it. The validation should still be there. Let's see if it is though. It's complaining about a name, saying that it cannot be email or password, even though here we have email and password. Oh, but I have username here. Yeah. That's good that Zod saved us there. Actually, we want to have email here. Enter your email. And then we have enter your password. That's good. Invalid email, password is required too. But now this name is giving us an issue, saying that type string is not assignable to type either email or password. So that's happening because here under name, I said it can be any kind of string, but it knows for a fact that it has to be one of these things right here, either email or password. And this is pretty cool because it's trying to keep us safe and keep us away from making mistakes, such as misspelling those names. So sure, we could solve it like this, where we can say that the name explicitly is either email or password. And I think this would work. Yep, it does. So now, even if we go here and if we misspell it, something like email right here, immediately it says, hey, did you mean email? Pretty cool, right? But a problem with this is if we add another input right here, that will maybe be, let's say, email, password, and then username. If we add the username here, and if we also add the username within our auth form schema like this, that would be good, right? But then we have to go into the input and also add it here at the end. And that's going to be never ending. We want to have one single source of truth, and that is our auth form schema. So we have to somehow figure out how to extract values directly from it. And I think we can do that by using the field path type coming from React hook form. And to it, we can pass the exact same z.infer auth form schema. This way, it will always know exactly which fields do we have. Take a look at this. It knows that it can either be email, password, or username because we have added it right here into the auth form schema. If I remove it, it knows exactly what it is. This is the power of React hook form, TypeScript, Zod, and ShadCN all brought together to create scalable and powerful forms. Now let's remove this third custom input from here, and let's see if we're missing something else. We have the form label with a custom label. We have a form input right here, form control, that's looking good, and then a form message. Yeah, I think this is it. This is all that we need to have proper forms with reusable custom inputs. And now if we start typing email, oh, it looks like it's a password. So what we have to do is go back and just make this input not a password. Oh, and I'm glad this happened because I can show you how to make your custom input accommodate to any future changes in your application. For example, in most cases, this will have to be a type of text, right? For the email, but for the password, it needs to be a password. So we can either use one of the existing properties, like a name, or you can add an additional Boolean value like password, right? I think in this case, the name will be enough. So we can just add a check right here and say if name is triple equal to password, then the field will be password, else it will be text. Now, if we save this, you can see email looks good. We can type something in. And you can see that it's going to do full validation for email. So we have to do something like contact add jsmastery.pro. And then for the password, you can see string must contain at least 8 characters. 123, 123, 123. That's not my real password. And there we go. We can actually submit the form. And once we submit it, what happens? Well, we're going to call our onSubmit function, which will console log the values. Since forms are client-side, we won't see the console log on the server. Rather, if I click it once again, you can see email and password right here. Perfect. And this, my friend, was a masterclass on creating forms using ShadCN, React hook form, Zod, and even taking you a step further by teaching you how to create custom inputs. And as a bonus, I want to teach you how to make the same form work for both sign in and sign up. First of all, let's modify the button a bit and add a link so we can quickly switch between the two. Let's give this button a class name equal to form-btn. There we go, that's better. And let's also implement a loading state, as I want to teach you how to make truly responsive forms. We can do that by creating a new use state snippet, and let's call it isLoading. Set isLoading, at the start set to false. As we start the submit handler, here we want to set isLoading to true, as we want to do some actions with form values. And then at the end, we want to set isLoading to false, as we're done with those actions. Of course, here we're just console logging it, so it's going to take just a millisecond, but usually you're doing some asynchronous actions here, so it will actually load for some time. So within the button, we can check if we are loading. So if isLoading, then we want to render a React fragment that will render a loader to coming from Lucid React. I believe this is built in with ChatCN. We can give it a size equal to 20, as well as a class name equal to animate-spin. And this is also built in. After that, we can create an empty space by saying $MBSP, and then we can say loading ... If we're not loading, we want to ask ourselves, is the type equal to sign-in? And if it is, then say sign in, else say sign up. So if we save it, now it says sign in. We can also make this capitalized. There we go. And let's quickly simulate the loading so I can show you how that looks like. So here we can say isLoading is true, and you can see how that would look like. Now, this is not only important for aesthetic reasons, it's also important if you're submitting a form or creating something in the database based off of that form submission, you want to set this button to be disabled. And it will be disabled if the isLoading is true. That way, as you can see, a user won't be able to press it multiple times and spam your database. Great. So now let's go back to bringing it to false. And as you saw, all of these little things make your forms stand out. Now that we have a beautiful button, let's go below the form and create a footer. That footer will have a class name equal to flex, justify-center, and a gap of 1. And we can do a p tag 2, inside of which we can check the type. And if the type is equal to sign in, then we can do something like this. Don't have an account, ? Else we can say something like already have an account, ? So this way we can nicely switch between sign in and sign up, of course, by adding a link right below it. That link can have an href, which is also dynamic depending on the type. So if the type is sign in, then we can make it go to /sign up. Else we can make it go to /sign in. And once again, depending on that type, we can copy it. We can make the label of that link be a bit different. We can say something like sign up, and here we can say sign in. There we go. Don't have an account, sign up, sign in. Let's also style it a bit by giving this p tag a class name of text-14, font-normal, and text-gray-600. And we can give this link a class name equal to form-link. There we go. That's better. And also, as this text is centered, let's also wrap our button in a div looking like this. There we go. And this div will have a class name equal to flex, flex-call, and a gap of 4. That's going to make it full width. And now this is looking like a proper form. Now, the second thing we can do is click sign up, which will immediately modify the URL path and therefore change the page we're on. So now we can just switch between the two and you can see the buttons changing, but the input fields remain the same. And typically on sign up forms, you'll have many more links, at least one more for the username. But in case of this banking app, which is the perfect example for practicing forms, here we have some more fields. So let's see how we would implement this so that it still stays as part of a single form. Because one more time, remember, both the sign-in page and the sign-up page use the same form, but we're passing a different type. And based off of this type, we'll be able to render different inputs. So starting off right at the top of the form, we can create a new ternary operator and check if type is triple equal to sign up. And only in that case, we can render a React fragment with some additional inputs. So let's immediately add a custom input. We now know how to do that. And we'll need it for the first name, last name, address, state, postal, date of birth, SSN, and I think that's it. So what we can do is go ahead and copy it, paste it, and just modify the parameters. The control will be the same, and in this case, the label for the first input is the first name. So let's say first name. The name can be just first name like this. For now, we'll get an error because it doesn't correspond to any of our existing types, but soon enough, we'll add new types. And placeholder can be enter your first name. We can duplicate that input below. We can have one for last name. We're going to also say here last name. Let's also duplicate one and add one for the address. So that's going to be address. And the label will be address. Enter your specific address. That's the placeholder. We can see it in the design. Then we have the state. So that's going to be state and state. And we can say something like placeholder, example, and Y. After that, we have the postal code. So that's going to be postal code with a label of postal code and an example of 11101. Let's do another one right here, which is going to be a date of birth for the label. Typically, that's shortened for DOB, date of birth, but we can, of course, use the full name, date of birth. Example is going to be, well, not an example, it's YYYY. This is the year format, month, and then date. And these are all the additional fields that we need for our sign up. So going back to our app and reloading it and switching over to sign up, you'll be able to see all of these new fields we have just added. Now, one thing we have to do is also implement the ZOD validation for all of these states. So let's head over to utils and we can add it here. I think I am missing one field from the design, which is the SSN. So if I check it out here, after the date of birth, we have this social security number as this is a banking application. So I will just duplicate it one more time, do the SSN, label will be SSN as well, and then placeholder will be example of 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. So now we have all of these fields. We can copy all of their names by holding the Option or the Windows key, then copying it, and we can now paste it within utils auth form schema. And we know that each one needs to start with z dot something to do the validation. In this case, most of these will be string, so z dot string, and we can use like a min of 3 characters. That's good. And add a comma. Now we can look into them and maybe fix them a bit if we need to. I'm going to put the email and password at the bottom as they're also for the sign in. So I'm going to say here sign in, and these will be for sign up. Or no, technically these will be for both, right? Both sign up and sign in. So let's see, first name, last name, minimum of 3 characters. We can also do email, has to be email. We have the address. Proper name would be to call it address1. So let's do that, address1. And it's going to be a max of 50. Again, this is just ensuring that we do proper validation now. State specifically will have 2 characters. So that max, we can do 2. And I think we can also do dot min 2 and that max 2. So this is the specific number. Postal code will have a min of 3 and a max of 6, I believe, depending on the country. Date of birth min 3 and then SSN like this. This is good. So we just have to change the name right here for the address to address1. And now I want to show you something important. If you try to submit this form, of course you won't be able to because all of these fields are required. But what happens if you go to sign in and you enter both of these fields and you enter them properly, like an email, and you also enter a password? You won't be able to sign in because behind the scenes, it will try to validate the sign up form too, and it won't let you pass. So for that reason, we have to turn this auth form schema into a function that accepts the type we're trying to validate. So here we can accept a type and then return this object. And then based on this type, we can then either make it optional or not. So let's select all of these that only appear on sign up and then say if type is triple equal to sign in, then we want to make it z.string dot optional, okay? Else, we're going to make it whatever else we made it before. Now, I know I've significantly expanded this, but it still fits in one line, and it's optional if a type, which is of a type string, is sign in. So that way, it should let you submit your form. Of course, for this to work, we now have to modify the way that we import our auth form schema by saying that our form schema is equal to, and now we call the auth form schema as a function and pass in the type into it. And now instead of referring to auth form schema here, we can just use form schema, which is going to make it work. And also here. I hope this wasn't too overwhelming. So we just had to turn this into a function so we can pass the type into it so we can then generate a real Zod schema based on the type. We also have to do this within the custom input. So let's go there. And at the top, we can say const form schema is equal to, we call auth form schema, and then we pass a specific type. And then we can pass sign up in this case, because we want to use all of the fields. So we just do it like this, and now it's okay. And now, as you can see, our inputs are not complaining. Going back here, our form is looking good, but it's not exactly the same as on the design. As you can see, this is how it should look like. Some inputs should take half the width, and some should take the full width. So what we can do is we can wrap those inputs that need to be together in a div. For example, the first name and the last name, like this. And we can give them a class name equal to flex and a gap of 4. And that's it. How simple that was. Let's see which ones have to be together as well. I think it's going to be the state and the postal code. So let's go to state and postal code, and we can copy this div. State and postal code, and close this div right here and indent it properly. There we go. And finally, date of birth and SSN. So again, absolutely the same thing. We have a div and we properly close it. And this now looks much better than before, as it feels like we can actually do this in one go. It's not too overwhelming. Again, complete validation works incredibly well, and it's not only required, but if you start typing, you can see that it will request you to be at least a specific number of characters, or at most a specific number of characters. So all of this has very, very good validation. And we can also switch to sign in, which now should work properly and should submit if we only enter 2 fields, as the others are optional. So let's give it a test for sign in. I'm going to open up the inspect element and enter my email, contact@jsmastery.pro, 123.123.123. You can see it submits, and we can go to sign up. I will try to enter some stuff here. I'll try to make it as random as possible, but we still have to make sure to respect the validation. So let me do the year as well. That's going to be this. We're going to have this as well. Email and password. And we have submitted the entire form. Perfect. So with this bonus exercise, you have now learned how powerful it is to create custom reusable components. And you also saw on a real example that it saved us writing hundreds and hundreds of lines. Because if we didn't have this custom input, which now fits on a single screen, even though I'm zoomed in a lot, right? Imagine if I wasn't zoomed in, you would be able to see the entire form right here in a couple of lines. And if we didn't have that, you would have to write from line 20 to line 40, which means 20 lines for each one of these inputs instead of a single line. And that concludes the lesson, as well as the bonus exercise on forms, React hook form, and ZAD validation. So now you know how to make the best forms out there that are scalable and with proper validation. Great work. Now we can start figuring out what we want to happen once the user submits this form. For that, I will expand this onSubmit a bit and make it into an ES6 arrow function like this. And I will also make it asynchronous by adding the async keyword right here. At the start, as I said, we want to set its loading to true. But now, instead of simply console logging the data, we want to do something asynchronously. We want to submit that data somewhere. So for that reason, I'm going to open up a new try and catch block. Actually, it will have a finally clause too. This clause allows you to turn off the loading no matter whether we succeed or fail. Whatever happens, we want to stop the loading and allow the user to try again. And in the catch, we can simply console log the error. But in the try is where the magic happens. Here, we want to sign up with Appwrite, so create a new account on there, and also create a Plaid link token, so we can start linking our bank account. First things first, we have to figure out if we're signing up or signing in, so we can do a type. And if type is sign-up, in that case, we can do something. Else, if type is triple equal to sign in, we can do something else. First, we have to form the user data in the right format to pass it over to Appwrite and Plaid. So right here within signup, we can say const user data is equal to, and we can start forming the object in the right way. For example, we can start with the first name and make that equal to data.firstName. And this data is coming as the first and only parameter to this function, which gives us access to all of the values from our input fields. And these are the same values that we console logged not that long ago. It contains the email, password, first name, last name, address 1, state, postal code, date of birth, and SSN. I think there's one thing missing though. In the final deployed version, I also have city, as Plaid needs the city to be able to link a bank account. But thankfully, with our existing structure, it is so easy to add a city as well. We can do it right below the state or below the address 1. We can give it a name of city, label of city, placeholder, enter your city. And of course, we have to go to our utils. We have to duplicate address 1, and we can call it city. And that's it. If we go to sign up, you can see we have enter your city right here. It's no longer complaining. And if we see the user data here, now we have the city as well. So we don't even have to form this user data object as all of the data is already here. So the only thing we have to do is say const new user is equal to await sign up. And to that, we'll pass the data. Sign is going to start with a lowercase s. And once we get this new user, we want to set it to the state by saying set user, and we will set it to be equal to new user. But right at this moment, this sign up function doesn't yet exist. So for now, we'll comment it out. And sign in is going to be similar. We can say const response is equal to await sign in, and it's also going to be lowercase. And for the sign in, we only need email equal to data.email, and we need a password equal to data.password. Finally, if we get a response back, we want to navigate to the home page if we successfully log in. And for that, we'll have to get access to the router. Const router is equal to use router coming from Next navigation. Make sure to not import it from Next router. It's Next navigation. And once you have it, we can go here and then say router.push. And we want to push to /, which is our home page. And since we haven't yet implemented sign in, for now, I will comment this out. There we go, we're back. So now, I hope it's pretty clear what we have to do next. We are successfully fetching all the data from our front end, or from our form, you can say, both for the sign in and the sign up. But the question is, what do we do with that data next? And here comes another lesson, where I'm going to teach you how to implement server actions. When you're working in Next.js, and when you have a front-end form, such as this one, and you want to take the data from that form and pass it over to some kind of a server, make an API call, or even make modifications to your database. In all of these situations, we're going to use a concept known as server actions and mutations. Server actions are asynchronous functions that are executed on the server. They can be used in server and client components to handle form submissions and data mutations in Next.js applications. A convention for defining server actions is to use the useServer directive on top of the file or where you want to use it. A convention to be able to use server actions is to define a useServer directive. You can place it at the top of an async function to mark that function as a server action, or at the top of a separate file to mark all exports of that file as server actions. This is an example where you have a server component and defining a single server action. Notice the useServer right here. Or you can just create a separate actions.ts file and add the useServer directive at the top of the file, automatically making all of the exports server actions. And this is something that we dive into more depth within our Ultimate Next.js course. But let me teach you how to do it now as well. Specifically, we'll do it for our sign in and sign up, two separate server actions. Since we're going to have multiple, I prefer to create an additional file for server actions by going to lib, creating a new folder called actions, and we're going to create a new file called user.actions.ts. So you can also divide them based on their purpose. As we learned, we have to add useServer at the top, and we can export a function. So export const sign in is equal to an async function. Typically, I like to use a try and catch block for all of these functions as they're asynchronous. So we can do a console.error instead of a console log here, where we're going to print out the error like this. And also we can print out the error message. And in the try, we typically try to do some kind of a mutation or modify the database, or even sometimes make a fetch. Even though server actions are post actions, and some people will say that you cannot make GET requests with them, you can, and I'll show you how later on. So this is a typical structure of a server action, and we can duplicate it and create one for sign up too. And going back to our auth form, we can now uncomment what we have previously commented here and import those server actions from lib actions, one and 2. And you can see as we're using TypeScript, it immediately knows that we have to pass something into it or that we're not getting something out of it. So now is the time that we properly accept all of the props into it. Starting with signup, we know we're passing the user data like this, and it'll be of a type sign up params. And before we can proceed any further with this, we'll first have to set up our open source backend tool of choice, Appwrite, as we'll use Appwrite here to create a user account. So let's do that next. Appwrite helps you build secure and scalable apps with databases, authentication, functions, and storage. In our app, we'll use their authentication and database functionalities. And I chose Appwrite because it's a comprehensive backend as a service solution that is widely appreciated, open sourced, and works very well in server-side rendering with Next.js. So click the special link in the description that will allow you to follow along and see exactly what I'm seeing. Then click Get Started and create your account. After that, you'll be redirected to your dashboard. You can see I already created 2 projects so far, and now I'll create a project for our current application. Let's give it a name, and you can start with JSM _. You can put your name there and then the application you're building. So JSM Adrian Bank, and I'm gonna click Next. Next, you can choose the region that's closest to you. I'll proceed with this one. And our project has been created, and we are greeted with a Getting Started guide. Immediately from here, we can copy our project ID, and we can create a new file in the root of our directory called .env. That is for environment variables. And you can paste your key here, and we're gonna give it a name. I'm gonna call it next_public _appwrite _project. And just to make sure that we name our environment keys the same way, we can also create a new file called .env.example. And this is used for all people running your application for the first time so that they know which environment variables they have to use. You can find a complete list of environment variable names in the description down below. They're gonna be within the README of this project. So copy it and paste it here in the env example, as well as within the .env. And then you can just copy the one that you had for the Appwrite project and add it here on top. Great. The second thing we have to extract from Appwrite is the integration with our server. So we're going to choose API key and enter our API key name. You can really do anything here. I'm going to call it JSM _bank _node. And we can click Next. Here, we have to give it access to specific scopes. You can be a bit more picky, but in this case, I'm just going to select everything as we'll be the only person in control of this API key. And I'm going to click Create. And here you get your API key secret, which you can copy. And you can paste it right here under Appwrite secret. Next, we can go back to our overview. Here, now the project is initialized. And as I said, we want to use 2 of Appwrite's functionalities, Auth and databases. Let's start with Auth, as we have already implemented front-end pages for it. Regarding Auth, everything works out of the box, but let's quickly explore it. Within settings, you can see different Auth methods available. We'll be working with email and password, but we also have magic URL, anonymous, JW token, phone, email OTP, and even team invites, alongside a lot of OAuth 2 providers, anything you might need. But once we have our user, we have to connect it to a collection in our database. So that's the first thing we'll do within here. Let's go to databases and create a new database. We can enter a database name. I'm just going to do bank in this case and click create. Immediately, you'll be given a bank ID. So let's paste it under Appwrite database ID. And then we have to create our first collection within this database. I will call it users and click create. Immediately, you will be given the ID of that collection. So we can paste it here under user collection ID. And in this case, I don't think we'll need the item collection, so you can remove that, but we do need a bank collection and a transaction collection. So let's also create those two and extract their IDs. We can do that by going back, creating a second collection. Let's call it transactions. Click create, copy its ID and paste it. Make sure that it is right here, transactions collection. And then we have a bank. So let's go back and create another collection. Let's call it banks and click create. We can also extract the ID and paste it here. As you can see, we have most of the needed Appwrite environment keys. Now within the users collection, we have to define how a user will look like by giving it its attributes. So let's create them one by one. The first attribute will be email. So we can just call it email. All of them will be required. And you can just click create. The second attribute will be the user ID, and it will be of a type string. And we can give it a size of 2000. That should be enough for any kind of user ID. We can also keep it to 2000 for all the other string properties. And we're going to make it required and click create. Now, we're going to have some other attributes, which we haven't talked about too much yet. It's also going to be of a type string, and the key will be Dwolla customer URL. Okay, so what is this DWOLLA? Let's explain that a bit. Dwolla is an addition to Plaid, and you can think of it like Auth for adding bank accounts. It will allow us to partner with different bank accounts and connect banking details to our account. That's all that you need to know for now. Later on, we'll dive deeper into it. So we need a customer URL. Let's also do 2000 and let's make it required. Alongside the Dwolla customer URL, we'll also need a Dwolla customer ID of the size 2000, also required. We'll also need a user's first name. This one can be a bit shorter, maybe 100, and required. We can also add another one, which is the last name, also 100. We can add the address 1, which we have on our form. We can do like 100, I think. It's not going to go more than that. We also need a city. Remember, we have that in our form, so it's also 100 and required. We also have a postal code, which will also not be larger than, I think, even 10, and it will be required. And we have a date of birth. Make sure to spell these exactly as I'm spelling them. Everything matters, alphanumerics, hyphens, whatever you put here, we'll need to refer to it exactly the same within the code base. I'll make this one a bit larger, about 100 characters, and require it to true. And we need the SSN, social security number. Let's do about 50 characters and the required. Great. And these fields form a user. And now that we have the user, we are ready to set up our auth. And I'm so excited to tell you that server-side rendering is now fully supported within Appwrite. Even though here it says it's unreleased on cloud, I have spoken with the Appwrite team, and as of the moment you're watching it on this video right now, server-side rendering is also fully supported on Appwrite Cloud, which is perfect for using it with Next.js. Here, they go deep into explaining how the server-side rendering authentication flow works, even with graphs and so much more, but in general, server-side rendering is more secure and faster. And we can skip this guide because I will teach you how to do it within Next.js. Specifically, we'll follow Appwrite's new Next.js SSR tutorial linked at the bottom of this page. It has 8 steps, and it will teach us how to implement server-side auth. Throughout this course, I'll follow the Appwrite's guide because I always want to teach you how to use documentation to your advantage. And this time, it's no different. But of course, on top of the documentation, since you're watching this video, you'll be able to dive deeper into everything and implement it within our banking app with me. So with that said, let's get started. The link to this Appwrite tutorial will be in the description. For the first step, you need to have the recent Node.js version, as well as a basic knowledge of Next.js and React, which if you're watching this video, you have already. Second step, we have to create our project, which you have already done. And step 3 is we have to initialize the Appwrite SDK. So we can do that by creating a function to build services we need in a file like source lib server Appwrite, and then exporting all the instances. So let's do exactly that. I will copy this entire file and create a new file within server Appwrite.js. So within our code base, I'm going to close all of the currently open files and go to lib and create a new file called appwrite.ts. And then paste the code that you copied right here. Now, looking at the tutorial, they will kind of explain what's happening here. We set the current user session if they're logged in, done by accessing the session cookie, talking about environment variables, which we have already done, creating the project, which is done already, and we can go to the fourth step, which is getting the logged in user. But before we move on to step 4, I want to make sure that you fully understand the code that we copied. So starting from scratch, the first thing to note is this use server directive, which we learned about not that long ago. This means that all functions exported from these files are server actions. We have created some server actions of our own within actions, user actions, and these are Appwrite's user actions. Then the first thing we can notice is that we haven't yet installed the Node Appwrite package. So let's do just that by opening up our terminal and running npm install node-appwrite. As soon as it gets installed, this red squiggly line should be gone. And now, since we have installed the package, we're getting some other warnings, letting us know that this could potentially be undefined. In this case, we know it's not, as we have it within our environment variables, and we can let TypeScript know that by adding an exclamation mark at the end of the line. We can also repeat that here. So now let's explain what we're doing with this create session client function. We're creating a new Appwrite client and setting its endpoint and project so that that Appwrite client knows exactly which Appwrite project it should modify. In this case, it is our JSM Adrian banking project because that's the ID that we passed to it. And this function is responsible for creating a session client so that every time that we try to get a session, it's going to validate it and ensure that this is the correct Appwrite session. So instead of saying my custom session, we can say Appwrite session right here. We check if a session exists. If it doesn't, we return no session. Otherwise, we attach this session to this client. And that way, every time we want to get access to that session, we're going to just use this getter method and extract it. And similarly, we're doing that for the create admin client as well, where we set the endpoint project, but this time also key, as it needs some additional permissions. And since we're providing the key here, this admin client will have access to all of the functionalities and will be able to do basically anything with our Appwrite project. Because if you remember, we gave our API key full permissions for databases, authentication, storage, and more. So we can do anything with this one, and we have to keep it secure, whereas this one can simply return a session. Now that that's out of the way, we can make this admin client return some additional stuff to us, such as get database, which is another getter method on it. And I know this is not your typical syntax you're used to. This is more so a class-based way of writing it, where you have getter methods, but a get indeed is a valid JavaScript keyword. And this is a very unique way to use it. So we can get database, and then we can also return databases client. And of course, we have to import this databases from Node Appwrite. And we have to create a new instance of it by adding the new keyword. And we can duplicate it one more time to get not only databases, but also users. So get user new users coming from Node Appwrite, and we pass it the client. So now we have created two separate server actions, allowing us to fetch sessions, both for the regular user and for a Node admin, which allows our API to do whatever we want with it. Now we can focus on the fourth step, which is getting the logged in user. We're going to build a quick utility function to get the logged in user from Appwrite. We can use it within all of our components and routes to quickly check if a user is logged in and access the user details. So we can put it either within this new file we have created, or since it's a user action, we can put it where we already have all of the other user actions. So let's copy it and let's move away from Appwrite and move to the user actions where we have sign in and sign up. And I'm going to also paste the get logged in user. Of course, we have to import create session client. And for now, we're simply returning that account.get. Later on, we'll do some additional stuff here. Now we can call this get logged in user within any of our client or server components. Pretty cool. We'll explore that soon. But for now, let's move over to the create sign up page, where we can add the functionality to our great sign up form. We don't have to copy this as we have already created a pretty cool form, but rather we can create this new action called sign up with email by copying lines 17 to 27 of this file and then putting it within our existing sign up, specifically within the try block. So we have already laid the foundations for making this happen. Now, of course, we have to import create admin client from /appwrite. We can import the ID coming from Node Appwrite 2. By the way, I just double click the word and then press Control space, and that helps me with the auto import. If it doesn't work for you, you can just manually import it like this from Node Appwrite. Now, you can notice how we're passing some email, password, and name into here. And we're getting all of that through our user data right in params. And we have to pass it in a very specific format. So you can notice how we have account.create. First parameter is the ID, then email, then password, and then name if we have it, or a phone number or something like that. In this case, we have a user data that has a bit more stuff, right? A lot more stuff. So how can we pass only what we need? Well, first of all, we can store this new user into a new variable by saying const new user account is equal to await account.create. Now, let's space this out a bit better so we can see what's happening. The account create accepts the ID, the email, the password, and an optional name. And we can see that if you hover over the account create, where it's going to tell you that it needs a user ID, email, password, and name. And now we have to ask ourselves, how can we get access to those? Well, thankfully, the email is within the user data dot email. Password is also within the user data dot password. And for the name, we can just concatenate together two strings by saying first name and space last name, like this. And of course, all of this is coming from user data. So what you could do is we can destructure those values at the top by destructuring the email, the password, the first name and last name is equal to user data. So this is called a destructuring syntax. And now you don't have to say user data every time. You can just pass email, password, first name, last name. And all of that together, when passed to the Appwrite's account create, results in a new user account. Great. Now, after that, we want to create a session by awaiting account.create email password session by passing the email and the password. And finally, we get the cookies, and then we can import cookies from Next headers, and you have to rename the Appwrite session to whatever you called it when we initially set it up. That's going to be within the Appwrite file. And you can go to create admin client. No, it was create session client, and here it is, Appwrite session. So it has to be the same. You pass the session secret, path, all of this can be the same. And finally, we want to return parse stringify coming from utils new user. And let me explain why we're calling this special utility function that basically runs the JSON.parse and then JSON.stringify on the user object. Well, we do that because in Next.js, you cannot pass large objects, such as the entire user object like that, through server actions. Rather, we have to stringify it first. So that's exactly what we do, but not with the new user, rather with the new user account. And now we have created this great signup function. Let's see what do we have to do next. The signup is an async function that takes the form data as an argument. It uses the create admin client to create an admin Appwrite client, and then calls the create email password session on the account object. We then set the session secret in a cookie and redirect the user to the account page. Great. The next step is to create the account page, which displays the basic information about the user. But I guess this comes after we actually authenticate them. So let's do exactly that. Let's use this signup function within our form. So we can navigate over by pressing Command P to our auth form, and we can actually use the signup server action we have created not that long ago, and we're passing data to it. But now TypeScript is complaining a bit because within signup, we have these signup params to which you can go to if you press the Alt key or the Command key. And some of these are going to be optional. So you can hold the Option key and select all of these at the end of the lines right here. I think all the first ones besides the email and password. And we can add a question mark here at the end, which will make them optional. And no longer should it complain right here, as you can see. Great. So that's good, even though we know that they actually will be there for the signup form because we have the Zod validation protecting us. So that's why we can do that. And for now, I'm going to comment out the sign in because we're focusing on sign up now. Great. So with that in mind, the user actions for sign up has been completed. We have connected it to our auth form, and I think we're ready to test it out. Oh, it looks like I didn't check out my localhost in a long time, and there's an error there. It's complaining about the process.env at this point, about some unexpected character. Is it possible that when I copied it, it contains some hidden unexpected characters? Well, let's check it out. It should be within the Appwrite file. Oh, would you look at that? There is an invisible character right here. I have heard of some programming horror stories, and one of them is people putting invisible characters within other people's code and then letting them copy it. I think I fell for that trap right now. So if you have these invisible characters right here, make sure to remove them. It's possible that this error gets fixed by the time that you follow along with this tutorial, but if it's there for you, click the S, press the right arrow key. It's going to move you to the invisible character and then delete it. And then repeat the process for the other ones. Again, press the S, move right, and delete. And I'm going to do it a few more times. 1, 2, 3. And I think we are good. Great. Going back to our signup form, now it works, and we can enter my name and last name and address. Let's do something like interesting road 123. City is gonna be, let's do New York City, and we can do New York as a state as well. Make sure we have 2 characters. Postal code has to have around 5. Date of birth can really be anything here. We don't have any protection for that. And for SSN, we can do 1, 2, 3, 4. Enter your email and password. Make sure that it has more than 8 characters. And let's sign up. Before I click that, from experience, I know that it's good to open up Inspect Element and the console and the network tab and to clean it up, because when you do so much changes, like we have done right now, it's good to see what the computer will say once you click a button. So let's give it a shot. I'm going to click sign up. It's loading, which is a good sign. And we get redirected to sign up, but now it says link account, which is perfect. Because if you remember, within our auth form, when we worked on different conditions, it's only going to say link account if we actually have access to the user object. And back on Appwrite dashboard, which by the way looks great in dark mode, but this light scroll bar jumps out to me a bit. I should definitely let the Appwrite team know to make it dark, and then maybe by the time you're watching this video, it will be dark. So if you reach this point and if it's dark, let me know that in the comments. But with that said, let's go back to Auth. And now you should be able to see a new user got added to our database. So let's click on it. And not only can we see its name and email and additional information, you can also go to sessions and see that we have an active session on a macOS device in Croatia and even see the IP address. So now going back to create account page, we don't necessarily have to create the entire account page, but we can try to access some of the information from that user. And I think that's what they're doing here. Yeah, we're more or less done with this tutorial. So let's just see if we can extract some information from that user. So now let's see if we're getting the user. At the start, it is null, but then on the submit handler, we set it right here. So let's copy this right here. Const user is equal to await get logged in user. And within our code, we can paste it right here at the top. We can rename it to something like logged in user is equal to await get logged in user, and we can import it from lib actions. Now, this is a client-side function, so it will be a bit harder to call it from within here, as we cannot use the top level await. But if we go to the sign up page and try to call it here, of course, by importing the lib and making the function async, we can try to console log the logged in user. And now we can open up our terminal right here. It's not going to be in the browser as we're working with the server side. And as you can see, we get null right here. So it looks like it's not returning the user. So if we go into the get logged in user and open up the function, it looks like this return await account.get is returning a null instead of an actual user. I think the reason we're getting a null is the same reason why we used this parse stringify when we sent the new user account. Because in Next.js, we cannot send objects from server actions to the front end like this. So instead, we're going to store this in a new variable by saying const user is equal to await account.get. And then we can return a parse stringify, and then we can pass that user right in. Now, if we save this, we're still calling the same function, console logging it. And if we go back to localhost and reload, we still get null. And I think I know why that is. I have provided you with some names for our environment variables. As you can see here, next public Appwrite project, database ID, and so on. But when we were following Appwrite documentation, they might have named those things differently. So if we go to Appwrite, let's see, next public Appwrite endpoint and next public Appwrite project. Appwrite endpoint, Appwrite project, those two seem good. What about next Appwrite key? That's what I called Appwrite secret. So instead, let's follow their docs and let's rename our env to next Appwrite key. And we can also do it in the env example. Next Appwrite key instead of the Appwrite secret. Now that we have done that, hopefully we should be able to see our logged in user. So I'm going to reload our sign up page. And then let's simply create a new mock user. I'll be a bit faster this time and just put some random values. There we go. Email, I'm going to do adrian@gmail.com and my password. And sign up. Looks good. We are redirected to the link account part. And this time we get the full user info. That is great. Awesome. So now we know that we actually have a logged in user. We don't have to use it here within the sign up, but I just wanted to show you that to ensure that it works. And hey, it actually does. We have successfully created the sign up function, the get logged in user, and within our auth form, we're successfully calling the sign up and setting the new user to the state. Now we can focus on sign in. So let's navigate over to user.actions.ts and let's expand sign in. Within here, we'll have to do a similar thing like we're doing right here, like trying to extract the account from create admin client. But then instead of creating a new account, we'll create an email and password session on the existing account. So to do that, we can go right here. We can copy this const account is equal to create admin client and put it within the try. Once we get that, we can say const response is equal to await account dot create email password session. And we need to pass the email and the password. And if I'm not mistaken, these are the only two things that we are indeed passing into this function. We're passing them as an object. Email is equal to data.email and password is data.password. So here we can destructure that and get the email and the password as the only parameter. And we can make that of a type sign in props. And after we get the response, we can simply return, remember, parse stringify, and we can return that response to the client side or to whatever function is calling this. Specifically, that will be our form. So going back right here, we have the type sign in, we have the response, and we're pushing right here. And if we do get back a response, we're pushing to the home page. So what do you say that we give it a try? We can now navigate over to sign in, and we can use the email and password that we have created our account with. If the sign in is successful, we should be redirected to the dashboard. Great. And now that we're here, what do you say that we make this name dynamic, as well as this name here and the email? Currently, all of that is static data we have hard-coded at the start, but now we can fetch it from the logged in user session. So going back to our application, we can now navigate over to our home page. So that's the root page. And instead of this logged in being just hard-coded information, we can now say const logged in is equal to, we can say get logged in user coming from lib actions. And now it will just complain as it doesn't have the first name. So if you see the get logged in user, it will return a user, as you can see here, but now it won't be first name, rather it will be just name. And we have to make this await as it's actually a promise. So we have to make the function async, or rather the whole page. As soon as we do that, we have to fix it in another place too. And that is when we pass the user to the right sidebar. So we can navigate over to the right sidebar. And instead of user.firstname0, say just user.name. And here, instead of rendering those two, we can just render user.name. And we'll have to dive into the right sidebar props and modify this user type. And then alongside first name and last name, we can also just add name of a type string. So now if we go back, you can see it's no longer complaining. It looks good. And now it says welcome ASD AS. I was just typing some random stuff, but you can see that indeed it is pulling the data. So to make this make a bit more sense, let's implement the logout functionality so we can log out and then log in with a better account. To do that, we can go to user actions and we can create a new user action, export const logout account is equal to an async function that has a try and catch block. In the catch, we can simply return null. And in the try, we can get the account from the session by saying const and then destructure the account is equal to await create session client. And then we can call the cookies dot delete, and we can delete the Appwrite session. Make sure to call this exactly as you called it before. After that, we're going to call the await account dot delete session, and we're going to pass in current. Now we can add a button that will log us out. That will be on the left sidebar, which is called just sidebar. Scroll to the bottom, and here I told you we'll implement a footer. So now is the time that we create a new footer component to which we will pass the user is equal to user. If we save it, it will break. So let's go to components and create a new footer.tsx component with arrayfce. And we can then import the footer from /footer. Now on the sidebar, it is there at the bottom, but it's white text, so it's hard to see it. So just to show you what we're going for, we want to show even more user information, such as the first and last name, some kind of a profile photo, email, and then the button to log us out. So let's create it by turning this into an HTML5 semantic footer tag with a class name equal to footer. And we can recall this footer component also within our mobile nav. So let's quickly navigate to mobile nav. And at the bottom, we can call this same footer component coming from /footer. Don't forget, we also have to pass the user, which is equal to user. Great. Now, within this footer, we can have a div, and that div will have a class name equal to footer_name. And within it, we can create a p tag that will render the first character of the user's first name. So let's get user info from the props by destructuring the user. It's of a type footer props. And we can say user dot first name and then 0. That'll get a in my case. We can also style this p tag further by giving it a class name of text-xl, font-bold, and text-gray-700. And it looks like nothing is there. Oh, I think that's because we're using the footer name, which is a class for the desktop sidebar. So we need to pass an additional prop right here, which is type. And the type can be either desktop or mobile. So maybe we can pass mobile here. And then on the original sidebar by default, it can be desktop. So if we go here, we can accept a type, which by default will be set to desktop. And in footer props, we can also add a type. And this type will be either mobile or desktop. And it will also be optional if we don't pass it. Great. So now we can check right here if type is triple equal to mobile, then we will give it a class name of footer_name-mobile, else we'll give it a class name of footer_name, and we can close it right here. So now if we save it, there we go, it appears right here. Great. Let's also go below this div and create another div with a class name equal to, and we'll copy this entire class name we have here, paste it here, and instead of footer name mobile, it's going to be footer email mobile, and it will be footer email here. Now within it, we can render an h1. This h1 will render the user first name and last name. So we can say something like user.firstname, or I think we can just do user.name. Everything should be contained there. Let's give it some classes, like a class name is equal to text-14, truncate, font-normal, and text-gray-600. Now, the reason why nothing is showing right now is because our user is still a fake mock user. Let me show you why. If we go to mobile nav, you'll notice that this user we're getting from the top is actually a user which we're passing to the mobile nav. So if we see where we're calling our mobile nav, we're passing the user logged in, but this logged in is for now fake. So we have learned how we can do it properly. We can say await get logged in user, and we have to make this function async. So export default async function. Now we're getting the real logged in user, and then in the footer, it doesn't have the first name as the user only has a name. There we go. We go back, and now we can see ASDA, ASD. Okay, that's good. So now below this h1, we can render a p tag, And that P will have a class name equal to text-14, truncate, font-normal, and text-gray-600. And here we can render the user.email. There we go. We have to somehow differentiate the email from the name. So let's make this a bit of a darker color. And let's also give it a font-semi-bold. There we go. That's better. And finally, we can go below this div and create one last div with a class name equal to footer_image. And we can render an image, which we have to import from Next.image. Give it a source of icons /logout.svg, and alt is JSM. And that is the logout icon. There we go. Now, to this div, we can pass an onClick listener, and we can call the handle logout function, which we can create right here on top by saying const handle logout is equal to, it's an async function, and here we can call our server action by saying await logout account coming from user actions. To know whether we have been logged out for real, we can store that in a variable logged out, and then if the user has been logged out, so if logged out, then we can use the router and push to the sign in. So we have to initialize the router by saying const router is equal to use router coming from next navigation. And then we can say router.push and push to sign in, so we can sign in again with another user. Also, I noticed here I used font normal. It was supposed to be semi-bold. Great. Now let's also check it out on desktop. There we go. That looks good. We know who is currently logged in, whoever this guy is. And on the card, I noticed undefined, and here as well. So let's quickly fix that. If I navigate over to the card component and search for username, you can see that the username is coming as undefined. So let's see how we're passing it into the bank card. We're passing it as a combination of the first name and last name. And here, I think we can just get the user.name. I think it will contain everything we need. And also here, we can pass it just user.name. So now, back in the bank card, we can simply use the username. And here, username as well. And now you can see it has these random letters. And I believe now we have made all of this static data dynamic. So let's give logout a try. I'm gonna press here, and we get cannot read properties of name, reading null, add footer. Okay, so let me quickly go to the footer. And here, just in case we don't have it, I'm gonna add a question mark here, which should protect us from that error in any case. There we go. And looks like I missed a spot in the right sidebar. But now that I think about it, we should never be on homepage. It looks like we got redirected back to localhost 3000 and not the sign in, even though we're not signed in. So that's the reason why these errors are happening. This is an edge case anyway, but either way, a user should never be able to see this kind of an error. So instead of fixing all of these individually, it's better to go to the layout and navigate the user to the sign in if a user isn't logged in. So going all the way here to the page, root, and then layout of all of these pages, we're checking whether the user is logged in. So here we can add an if statement and say if no logged in. So if it's falsy, in that case, we can initialize the router by saying const router is equal to use router coming from next navigation. And we can say router dot push to the /. Oh, and we get an interesting error saying that we're using the use router, but the component is not a client component. And yeah, silly me, it's not a client component. It is server, and we want it to remain that way. So let me show you a quick trick. Instead of using the use router, instead, we can use the redirect coming from next navigation. And then we can simply say redirect. We don't have to use the push. We just redirect to /sign
in. And if we do this, we're there. So now we're successfully logged out, which is great. And just to be 100% safe, I want to go to the Appwrite Auth part, and I want to delete all existing users so we can create proper ones with real names this time. So I'm going to scroll down and delete each one of these three. 1, 2, and 3. And while we're here, I just got reminded that for this entire time, we've been seeing the mobile version of the authentication, but we haven't seen the desktop version too many times. And now that I see it, it looks a bit empty. So what do you say that we make it look exactly like it does on the design? To do that, we just have to add this image on the right side. So let's just quickly jump over to layout of the authentication. And alongside returning just the children, we can first style this main by giving it a class name of flex, min-h-screen, w-full, justify between, and font-enter. And then below the children, we can render a div with a class name of auth asset and render another div within which we'll render this image. So let's import image from Next.image. Let's give it a source equal to /icons/auth-image.svg. Give it an alt tag of auth image, a width of 500, and a height of 500. Now going back, it looks something like this, and I think we're a bit too zoomed out now, so let me zoom in to 100%, and this actually looks great. We have the image on the right side, we have sign in here, and we can also switch between sign in and sign up. This is great. So now let's finally create a real account. I'm gonna try to enter some information. Adrian, JS Mastery. Let's enter some kind of a cool address. 123 New York City. NY 12345. And we can do this and enter my email. There we go. And let's sign up. It's loading. And we are redirected to link our account, which is exactly what we want to happen. We don't want to immediately get redirected to the home because then we wouldn't be able to see anything as we haven't yet passed the onboarding, or simply put, the process to link our bank account. But if you want to check out the homepage, we can do that now by modifying our URL and going to /, because now we are actually logged in and we're getting all of this information from a real Appwrite Auth session. That is great. Soon enough, you'll connect your app with Plaid, which is similar to Stripe. And in this case, we'll use a sandbox account, so you'll be able to connect it no matter where in the world you are. And it will allow us to check our bank accounts, check out our transaction history, and even transfer funds between our different Horizon accounts. Exciting stuff ahead. But just before we do that, I want to show you something that's very important, especially for the application like the one you're building right now. When you have a banking account, you want to make sure that your application's uptime is that famous 99.9% online, because we're processing transactions. You want to make sure that absolutely everything goes the right way. We're talking about people's money here. And for that reason, first of all, it has to work flawlessly, but second of all, there's a lot of privacy involved. So if something does go wrong, how can you debug the app for the user if there's all of this sensitive data we're talking about? Especially during the registration process, when they have to enter their date of birth, state, postal code, and even social security number in this case. Well, let me teach you. As I told you at the start, you'll power this application up with enterprise-grade application monitoring software, where if code breaks, you'll fix it faster. Specifically for a banking app, we'll leverage Session Replay, which will allow you to get to the root cause of an issue
by watching replays of real users. And here's the key thing. You won't be able to see their data or social security number, but you will be able to see exactly what they're doing and which errors they're getting. So let's log out and let me teach you how to add Sentry to your app. To get started, you can click the Sentry link down in the description. Make sure to continue only through that link to be able to follow along and see exactly what I'm seeing. So once you do that, you can go to Get Started and you can create your account or sign in with one of the options. Once you register, you should be able to see something like this. And if you have created your account before, you can just add /onboarding to your URL and it should re-navigate you here. Now, let's click Start under Install Sentry. Let's choose Next.js and configure SDK. It'll give us a special command which we can use to spin up Sentry. So let's copy it. And back within our application, we can paste it, press Enter, and press Y to install the Sentry wizard. It's going to ask us a couple of questions. So let's say yes. First of all, do you want to self-host or use Sentry SaaS? We're going to use Sentry IO. Do you already have a Sentry account? Well, that's a yes. It will just log you in through your browser. You can select your Sentry project, and you can select this JavaScript Next.js project, which was created for you by Sentry when you ran this wizard. It's going to install the necessary npm packages. It's going to ask us if we want to route Sentry requests in the browser through our Next.js server to avoid ad blockers. For this one, we can just select the default no for now. Then we can let Sentry create an example page. We will be using CI/CD tools like GitHub, or in this case, Vercel. And finally, yes, continue. Great. Well, that has been simple. We have successfully set up Sentry for our project. Now, let me show you the files that Sentry has automatically generated for you, starting with sentry.server.config. This initializes Sentry on the server. It has the traces sample rate, allowing you to track how many users visit your website, and you can even modify some additional flags. Similarly, we have that for the edge network and also for the client side. All of these files have been generated for you, as well as the next config has been modified to include your organization and project within Sentry. So if you want to fully understand what is happening within these files, you can go here, Command or Option click the docs, and then if you're feeling bold, you can ask a bot. And typically these AI bots are not that intelligent, let me put it that way, but I've tested Sentry bot a bit and it answers all the questions incredibly well. So for example, if I copy traces sample rate 1 and ask it, what does traces sample rate 1 do, and paste it, let's see how good it is. There we go. It says that the traces sample rate 1 configuration sets the percentage chance a given transaction will be sent to Sentry 100%. This means that all transactions created in the app will be sent to Sentry for monitoring and tracking. 1 represents 100% probability. Okay, this is a great response. And another cool thing Sentry has prepared for us is right here at the top under App, Sentry Example Page, and then here we have a page that says get started by sending us a sample error. So they invite you to break your application on purpose. How bold of them. So this page is under Sentry Example Page, and since you're a Next.js expert, you know how to reach this endpoint. You just have to go to localhost 3000 and go to Sentry Example Page, press enter, and here is that sneaky button. Throw an error. There we go. The error has been thrown. Sentry example frontend error. You can think of this as a typical error message that your user would get while they carelessly use your application. You know that feeling when you develop it for hours, you test it, and everything works, but then a user comes and breaks it in a second. Well, this is for cases just like that. So now that we threw that error, let's go back to the onboarding And at the bottom, you should be able to see error received. Take me to my error. And would you look at that? Unhandled error, Sentry example API route. We can see when it has happened. We can see where in the code that originated. And this little onboarding also tells us how bad it is, find problematic releases, and more stuff. But what I want to know is exactly which user broke that. And we can see the user's Node version, macOS version, and even the browser and more information on it. And now let's see what other information can we get out of this report. First of all, I want to go to replays. And right here, we have a single replay coming from a single error. So let's click it and check this out. We can start playing this video and we can see exactly what the user was doing on the screen when the error happened. We can see their cursor, how they were moving it, and what they were doing. Here, they clicked it and they broke it. But as you can see, there's dots instead of actual characters. So everything is completely secure, which matters a lot for banking applications. Also, you can see exactly which element they clicked on, as well as the entire console they were seeing at that time, as well as all the networks, errors, and more. I mean, how cool is that? Imagine not having to speak with your customers and try to debug the errors with them, but rather being alerted immediately their app breaks and then being able to fix it immediately after. And for the final time, let's go through the sign up process because I want to show you something cool. I'm going to use a John Doe as an example. I'm going to do a very cool address. In a city, let's do Los Angeles. And let's do LA with a postcode of 12345. Date of birth can be some random numbers. Social security numbers can also be random. Email is going to be very secure email at gmail.com. And we can enter some hard password. And now I want to, first of all, remember this so I can later on sign in. And then I want to sign up. If I do that, I'll be redirected to the link account and I can quickly go over to my homepage. Welcome, John Doe. We can see the total current balance. We can see the very secure email and even some card details right here. And of course, we can also move through different pages. And even though there's no important data right now, while our user was registering, a lot of important data was shared. So now let's go back over to Sentry and see if we already have a replay. It doesn't show up directly on the replays page because I think only the ones that have dead clicks or rage clicks or errors show up here. But rather, let's explore what else we have on Sentry, and we can find it along the way. Under queries, there's not a lot of data now. Under requests, we can see all the requests our users have made on localhost, Sentry example page, the average duration, time spent, and more. Under web vitals, it's slowly starting to load all of the most important web vitals. Right now, they're not too good, so we can fix that later on. But if we go to Discover, I think, we can see almost everything about our application. We can see all the events that happened in the latest interval. We can merge them by total daily and even change the count by unique users. So we can see exactly how many unique users have visited our website. Right now, it is 1, just me. And here, we can then dive deeper into each one of these transactions. So here we have my banks, we have the layout. Let's open up the sign up page right here, or the sign up transaction. And here, we can see what our user has been doing on that page ever since they transitioned from the error page to sign in and then sign up. And here, they have been inputting all of their data. And if we make it a bit larger, you should be able to see exactly what is happening. There we go. You can see how a user is slowly typing these things in, but we on the monitoring side cannot see anything. The only thing we get are the actual errors that happens and user navigations that allow us to debug the page. Wonderful. This is the power of Sentry. Of course, there's so much more stuff like the user feedbacks where you can create a form through which a user can give you feedback, We also have metrics where you can track everything that is important for your application, such as the average transaction duration. And you can also have custom dashboards allowing you to track the most important metrics of your site, like web vitals, as well as how many errors you have by browser in percentage or by a specific user. And in the general tab, you can even track errors by country, errors by browser, issues assigned to you and your team. You can track a lot of stuff, and you can, of course, fully customize that dashboard and track whatever you want to track. Errors, crash rates, even miserable users who have the worst experience out there. You can track it all and fix it all. That's how Sentry works. We'll revisit Sentry later on once we deploy our application, so we can continue monitoring it for errors. But for now, let's go back to our application and let's delete this Sentry example page and the global error, as we don't need them anymore. Now we can focus on our next task, and that is, finally, integration with our banking system of choice, Plaid. Before we do that, let's make sure to push everything we have committed so far, and let's give it a proper name. Here we have fully initialized Appwrite, Sentry, and we have also completed the auth layout. So we can say implement auth, Appwrite, and Sentry. And I'm gonna do a commit and sync the changes. Great. With that said, let's start working on what you came to this video for in the first place, implementing the banking functionality. To develop banking functionalities within our application, we'll use Plaid. Now, you may wonder, what the heck is Plaid? Well, Plaid is like a middleman between apps and banks. It helps us connect the two securely. And here's why you might want to use it as a developer. It gives us a simple way to connect our apps to thousands of different banks. It makes sure that data that we send between the app and the bank is secured, so we don't have to handle the sensitive stuff. And it follows all the bank's regulations and rules, so we don't have to. In short, while it might seem like a good idea to connect directly to banks, Plaid makes everything easier and safer for all of us. It lets us focus on developing our app without having to stress about the details of bank connections and laws. So click the link down in the description to follow along, and then click this Get Started button on top right. It will lead you to a quick onboarding where you can say that you're a developer, enter your email address, enter your full name, company name, and if you don't have a company, feel free to put JSM, JS Mastery, or something like that. Choose your country and password and create your account. Once you do, you'll be redirected to the Plaid dashboard. Here we can test Plaid products, and specifically, we'll be working on the integration of connecting multiple bank accounts to our application. And of course, we'll start in the sandbox environment. So let's close this. Go to your email and verify it. And for now, we don't even have to request the production access, as we'll be working on the development environment. And directly in the dashboard, you can click Quick Start. I would highly recommend that you watch this 3-minute long video, as it will explain how we'll be using Plaid throughout our application. It is developer focused, and it basically explains how we'll create a sandbox environment and then use client IDs and secrets to connect Plaid to our server-side application, and then through Plaid, connect different bank accounts. So it's a good watch. With that said, we can go back, and back in the dashboard, we can expand our developers tab on the left side and go under keys. Here, you can see our client ID. You can copy it. Back in our Visual Studio Code, we can go to our environment variables, and we can add it under Plaid client ID. You can repeat the procedure with secrets, so copy it and paste it here, and same thing for sandbox. So we have development and sandbox. In this case, we just want to use the sandbox, so you don't need a secret for development at all. Under Plaid env, we can say sandbox, as that's the one we're using. And under Plaid products, we can say auth, comma, transactions, comma, identity. And under Plaid country codes, we can say US and CA, the United States and Canada. Again, this is just a test environment, but it should work no matter where in the world you are. Now that we have the keys, we can start with the integration. And now that we have the keys, we can start with the integration. Back in our terminal, we can run npm install react-plaid-link. This will allow us to link our bank accounts. Great, the package got installed and we can dive right into the code. We can start with the configuration by going over to lib and creating a new file called plaid.ts. Within here, we'll need to set up a new Plaid configuration. And alongside installing React Plaid link, we also need to install the general Plaid package by running npm install plaid. Now we can import some things from Plaid, such as configuration, Plaid API, and Plaid environments. And that's coming from Plaid. Once we have that, we can initialize our configuration and make it equal to a new instance of a configuration class, which we call, and we can pass some params, such as the base path equal to Plaid environments dot sandbox and base options. That's an object where we have the headers. And here we can use our environment variables by setting up our Plaid client ID equal to process.env.plaid_client_ID, as well as a Plaid-secret, which will be equal to process.env.plaid_secret. And you have previously added all of these variables to your environment variables. Finally, we can export const Plaid client and make it equal to new Plaid API, inside of which we pass our configuration. And this is great because we can see that a lot of these softwares have different things in common, such as Appwrite. You do the same thing. You create a client and expose it to your app, and then you can use that Appwrite client to do all sorts of things. In a similar fashion, you create a Plaid configuration and a Plaid client, which then you can call within your server actions. That's it for the config. Pretty simple. But now let's put it to use. Going back to our auth form, if we scroll a bit down, you'll notice that we left some space for the Plaid link. And that time came. So let's create a new component in the components folder, and let's call it Plaid link.tsx. Run rafce, and let's import it right here within the auth form. Plaid link, coming from /plaid link. Now, before we go into that link, let's pass it some props. I'm going to pass it a user, which is equal to the user, which we already have access to. And I'm going to pass it a variant, as there will be two different situations where we'll use this Plaid link. So let's pass a variant of primary for now. Now, let's command click into that Plaid link, and let's accept all of those props. We can do that by destructuring the user as well as the variant of a type Plaid link props. And right within here, we can create a button that will allow us to connect a bank. So let's return just an empty React fragment, and within it, check out our variant. If the variant is triple equal to primary, in that case, we can return a button. This is a ShatCN UI button that will say connect bank. Else, as the second part of the ternary, we can check if a variant is triple equal to ghost. This will be a new one, which we'll use soon. In that case, we can return another button, which will also say connect bank, but we'll modify the styles a bit. And if it's not either one of these variants, then we're going to return a third thing, which will also be a button, but with a bit of a different styling. It will also say, you can guess it, connect bank. Now let's figure out where this button is on the screen. First of all, we used it in the auth form, so it will be in /sign up. And if we go back to the auth form, right now in this page, we're not checking for the active user session, so we won't know that we are actually logged in. So for that reason, we can simply comment out this check. So I'm going to comment out the user as well as these lines right here. And of course, the ending part of the ternary operator, which will be all the way there. That way it will show right on top. And now we can see it for the time while we're actually building it out. Great. Going back to here, we can continue adding some styles, such as we can give this button a class name equal to Plaid link -primary. And let's spell it properly. So it can be Plaid link. And immediately you can see that now we have a regular primary button allowing us to connect the bank. Of course, what would this button be without a function that does something when you click it? In this case, we'll refer to Plaid's documentation, specifically the link web SDK, a reference for integrating with the link JavaScript SDK and the React SDK. We have already gone through the installation process, so we can scroll down to the usage. I won't be copying anything here, rather I will teach you how to do it from scratch. So first things first, we have to create a config object. And let me just increase the width just a bit here. And let me also just increase the width of our editor just a bit. There we go. So now let's create a config object, cast config of a type Plaid link options coming from React Plaid link. This will help us with our TypeScript, is equal to an object where we can define a token as well as on success handlers. You can see that here. And now it's up to us to define that on success function. We can define it right here above by saying const on success is equal to, and usually this is a type of function that you would wrap in a use callback, as we don't want to recall it every time it gets called. Rather, it's just a callback we're passing that happens on success. So you can import use callback from React. And the way that that works is you just wrap it, is that you call it as a hook, and then within it, you declare a new async function. So we can say async, open it up, and it can be unnamed, like this. And as the second parameter of the use callback, you provide when it should get recalled, and that is whenever the user changes, the one we're passing through prompts. Okay, so now we have an empty on success, but what about a token? Well, let's create a new use state field, which will help us to get access to that token. Use state snippet. Let's call it token and set token at the start equal to an empty string. And let's not forget to import use state from React. Then we can also form a use effect so we can fetch that token on time. A use effect works in a way that you create a callback function and provide a dependency array on when you want that function to be recalled. And of course, don't forget to import use effect from React. Within here, we cannot simply say something like await fetch token, even though you might think you can make this function async. This is illegal in React. You can never make this first function within use effect async. Instead, what you need to do is create an internal function. Const get link token is equal to an async function. And then you can use await within here, and you can immediately call the get link token below. This is how you do async stuff within the use effect. Now within here, we'll want to somehow fetch that data by saying const data is equal to await create link token, to which we want to pass the user. So we want to connect our existing user, which is logged in, to a Plaid user through a token. For now, this function doesn't exist, create link token, so we can comment it out, and we'll soon create it as a server action. Finally, once we get back the data, we can set the token to be equal to data ? Dot link token. For now, we can comment that out as well. Next, let's figure out what happens on success. Well, here, you're going to get access to one parameter, public_token, and it will be of a type string. So right here on success, we want to exchange that public token, which will allow us to link a bank account. So we can say await exchange public token, call it as a function, and pass one parameter that is an object of public token, which we need to call public_token, as that's how we're getting it from the props or from params. And then we can pass the user as well. And of course, this is a second server action we'll need to create. So let's comment it out for now. And after we exchange the public token, we want to push to the homepage, because that means that we have successfully linked our bank account. So let's just quickly get access to the router by saying const router is equal to use router coming from next navigation. And then right here, we can say router.push to /. Great. So now we have laid out the foundation for on success and the token, which we need for our configuration. And right now it's complaining a bit that this on success is not of the right type. So what we have to do is assign the type of Plaid link on success by saying use callback, and then immediately after define a type of Plaid link on success, which we can import from React Plaid link. And it looks like I made a typo here. This was supposed to be just string. There we go. So now we have on success, we have the use effect, and we have created a configuration object needed for the next step, which is this right here, to be able to use a use Plaid link hook. So right here, let's say const, and let's destructure the open as well as ready state by saying equal to use Plaid link, to which we pass the config we just created. And don't forget to import use Plaid link from React Plaid link. Now that we have that, we can finally do what I told you we would do, and that is make this button functional by saying onClick is equal to open. And as TypeScript is complaining in this case, we need to make it a callback function, which would look something like this. Finally, we can give it a disabled state. If not ready, in that case, it has to be disabled. And as you can see, in its current state, it is indeed disabled. So now we have to do our best work to create a link token. So let's navigate over to our lib, actions, user actions, and let's create a new server action. Export const create link token, which is equal to an async function that accepts the user of a type user as the first and only parameter, and we can open up a try and catch block. In the catch, we can simply console.log an error, and in the try, we need to create our link token. But first, we need to define the token parameters by saying const token params is equal to an object. Here, we need to follow a specific structure to let Plaid know what we want to do with their product. Specifically, we can say user is an object where the client user ID is equal to user.$ID. Alongside that, we have to provide it a client underscore name, and this will be equal to user.name. We can also select which products we want to use, and this will be an array with the string of auth as products, like this. Make sure to import it from Plaid. This is just for TypeScript. We can also choose a language. In this case, I will make it EN for English, and also country underscore codes. In this case, it can be an array of US as country code coming from Plaid, and then array like this. So now we have the necessary token params to generate a new link token. So let's say const response is equal to await Plaid client dot link token create. and we need to pass the token params. But the question is, where is this Plaid link coming from? Well, we have created it before. It is coming from the Plaid file, export const Plaid client. So let's import it at the top by saying import Plaid client coming from /lib/Plaid. Great. And now that we are generating this response, the response should contain a token. So we can just return a parse stringify of an object saying link token is equal to response.data.link_token. And there we go. That's how you create a link token using Plaid. So going back to our auth form, or rather to our Plaid link component, we can uncomment this part where we get and set a new token, make sure to import create link token from lib actions, and add a user to this dependency array. Great. And now for the second missing piece of the puzzle, the exchange public token server action. So let's go back to user actions and let's create it. The exchange public token function is a one that exchanges our existing access token for a token that allows us to do stuff. And by stuff, I mean banking stuff. And there's a lot of banking stuff here. First of all, connecting our bank account, making payment transfers between accounts, and even connecting a payment processor so we can transfer funds in the first place. There's a lot of stuff. So let's dissect it together. What we're about to do in this function starts right here in step 2 of our logic map, which of course connects our bank account with our third-party applications. In this case, our banking app Horizon. So what happens first is we generate a Plaid link. And to do that, a token is required to initialize a Plaid link client component. So here's the process, and here's exactly what we'll do in the next function. First, we create a link token. Then we pass the generated link token to Plaid link. Then we trigger a flow of connecting bank account to application through Plaid link. On success, Plaid link will provide a temporary public token, and then we want to exchange that public token with a permanent access token. Then we exchange the access token to get the bank information, and then we connect with processor, which we'll talk a bit more later on. In this case, Dwolla is the payment processor of choice. But the most important thing here is that this is a handshake. First, we pass something to Plaid link, then it gives us back the temporary public token, and then we exchange that public token for an access token. Okay? That way, Plaid knows for sure that we are a legit actor trying to get legitimate information. In the README down below, you can find the complete exchange public token function. So take it, copy it, and paste it here. But for now, I will explain it step by step. First, we have to create a typical server action called exchange public token that accepts a public token and a user as two different parameters. Then we want to open up a new try and catch block. In the catch, we can simply console log an error. Simple enough, right? In the try, we need to exchange our public token for the access token and the item ID, which is contained within the response here. And we do that by awaiting Plaid client dot item public token exchange, where we provide our public token in exchange for the access token. So let's extract the access token and the item ID from the response we have just gotten. Now that we have those, we can get the account information from Plaid using the access token. That's going to look something like this. And since we're working just on the code now, I want to expand my Visual Studio Code. After we get the account response, we can get the account data from it. And once we have the access token and account data, we can create a processor token for Dwolla. And Dwolla, a bit of a weird name, but it's a payment processor we'll be using for processing our money through Plaid on our platform. So we can do that by creating a processor token, using the access token and the account ID, by first of all generating a request object for that token, and we can import these TypeScript types from Plaid. Once we have the request token, we can generate a processor token that will look like this. Const processor token response is equal to await Plaid client dot processor token create. Then we get access to the processor token, and now we have to fund our account somehow. So we can create a funding source, specifically a funding source URL for a specific account using the Dwolla customer ID, the processor token, and the bank name. Think of this as connecting the payment processing functionality to our specific bank account so that it can send and receive funds. This add funding source is a special server action coming from Dwolla, and thankfully they have a very good documentation page where I found all of those functions. More on that soon. But after we get the funding source URL, we want to make sure that it actually exists. So we can create a new if statement right here. And finally, if a funding source exists, we want to create a bank account. And that's going to look something like this. We create a bank account using the user ID, item ID, account ID, access token, funding source URL, and the shareable ID so the users can transfer money between different accounts. This encrypt ID is coming from utils, and this create bank account is a server action which we will create together very soon. Finally, once we create a new bank account, we want to revalidate the path to reflect the changes, and this is coming from the next cache, which will allow us to basically see the new account we created on the homepage. And then we just want to return a success message after all of this hard work by saying return parse stringify public token exchange complete. Great. So this was a tough one, and we covered a lot of ground, and it might take some time for all of this to settle. We will revisit this later on, but for now, you just have to know that we exchanged our public token for the access token, allowing us to create a bank account. We got that account data, and then we also connected a payment processor called Dwolla and allowed ourselves to transfer funds between different accounts. Now, with that said, how can we add a funding source using this special payment processor? Well, let's create a new special file under actions called Dwolla.actions.ts. And the code for this file will be attached to the README of this project. So copy it and paste it. And I want to quickly let you know that once you add this piece of code, we'll see an error in the browser for a very long period of time while we're fixing other stuff. But don't worry about that error. We'll get back to it later on. You haven't done anything wrong. It's just how it is. We'll get back to it later. And you might think, oh, is Adrian again giving me code to copy and paste? But sometimes it really is like that because we're using open source additional software where the developers that created it, thankfully, provided us some code to allow us to use their software in a simpler way. So as you can see, as I am giving you code to copy, they have also given it to us in this integration examples Dwolla GitHub page, where we get the environment, we create the client, and then also all the other functions that we need to make it work. And the only thing that I had to add on top of that code was a function to initiate a transfer, which I found under Dwolla docs. You basically have to form a request body and then do a post request on Dwolla where you pass that request body indicating which account you want to fund. And you can notice here that the source of a transfer, this href, is actually a URL funding source, which we're creating for each one of the users within our platform. This will make the functionality of transferring the funds between accounts in our platform work. So with that in mind, you now have access to these Dwolla actions, and we just have to make sure to install Dwolla-v2 in our terminal by running npm install Dwolla-v2. After you do that, it should go from red to green, and we can import add funding source from Dwolla. And I want to take a second here to explain what Dwolla is on our logical map. Well, first of all, we have the main bank application. And of course, Plaid is used to securely connect bank accounts to other applications and enable real-time transaction data and balance updates. So it's simply about sharing the information of data, which we have here. Whereas Dwolla right here is used to transfer funds. Okay, Dwolla is a payment processor. So here, first of all, we pass sender funding source URL, we pass receiver funding source URL, and then the amount. And this is what happens if we actually want to make a real bank transfer from two accounts. Plaid shares the data between those transactions, but Dwolla actually makes them happen. The only other red thing right here is this create bank account. And that is a function that you will create. So let's create it right here above this exchange public token. Export const create bank account, which will be an async function, and it will accept some props. We can expand it, open up a try and catch block, and we can implement it. First things first, we have to accept all of the props that we are passing right here below. So I'm going to hold the Windows key, or that's option on macOS, and you can double click all of these parameters and then copy them. Moving back up to create bank account, you can just paste them here. You'll also need to add commas at the end of each one, and you can make them of a type create bank account props. Now we can use them to create a bank account. And when I say create bank account here, I don't mean anything regarding to banking, transfers, Dwolla, or anything like we have done so far. Here, we're creating it strictly within Appwrite. So we create a bank account as a document within our database. So let's do that by saying const, we destructure the database, which is equal to await create admin client. This is the Appwrite client allowing us to create new documents. We can say const bank account is equal to await database.create document. And this is a method that you call on the database model, and it allows you to create a new document and add it to a specific collection. So we need a couple of things right here. As you can notice, first we need the database ID, then the collection ID, then document ID, then the data itself, and then optional permissions. So let's call this and expand it. As the first parameter, we're going to pass the database ID, and this is coming from environment variables. So instead of simply saying process.env every time, at the top of this file, we can say const and then destructure specific values, such as Appwrite _database _ID, and that is coming from process.env. So this way we simply destructured it. And as we know that this database ID is regarding Appwrite, we can even rename it to just database _ID. So to shorten it a bit. And we can repeat this process for Appwrite user _collection _ID. That's going to be just user _collection _ID. And we can repeat this process for bank collection ID as well. Great. So now we can scroll down and we can pass the database ID as the first parameter. So in which database we're creating this document in. Then we have to specify inside of which collection we're creating it in. And that's going to be bank _collection _ID. Then we have to give it an ID, which will be id.unique. This is coming from Appwrite. And then an object with all of these variables that we're passing to it. So we can basically copy everything we're getting from props, or params in this case. Also, TypeScript doesn't know whether the database ID exists or not, as it can potentially be undefined. So we can end it with an exclamation mark to tell it, hey, we know that for sure there's going to be a bank collection ID. Of course, if we spell it properly, as right now it looks like it cannot find it. So that's going to be bank collection ID. There we go. That's good. And once we get the bank account back, we can simply return it to the front end by saying return parse stringify, and we return a bank account. Now, a couple of things that are important here. For this to work, we first have to move our user from just being a session within our browser storage and session within Appwrite to being an actual user within our Appwrite database. That's one of the things we have to do. And also, we have to create a schema of how a bank account will look like within our database. And if you remember, we have already done that for the user. So let's do it one more time for the bank account. To do that, we have to go back within our Appwrite dashboard and go to databases and go to our bank database. And here we have banks collection. And now we have to go under attributes and give it attributes so that our Appwrite database knows how a single bank account document will look like. So let's give it a couple of attributes. The first one being a string. That will be an account ID. We can do 2000 characters, required, and create. We'll also need another bank ID with a size of 2000, and we can make it required. We'll also have to store an access token, which will also be of 2000 and required. Next, we'll need a funding source URL, which will also be of 2000 and required. Let's not forget about the shareable ID, which is the encrypted version of the account ID, making it safe for public sharing. So we can call it shareable ID. Make sure to spell it properly. It's shareable ID. Whatever you call it here, you have to also call it within your code. It's going to be 2000 and required. And finally, we'll need a user ID. And this is a reference to our user account. So instead of making it a string, let's make it a relationship. It'll be a one-way relationship to users, specifically many to one. That means that banks can only contain one user, but a user can belong to many banks. Now, before we create it, we have to change the attribute key to be equal to user ID, as this is how we will match the banks with users. And on deletion, we can set null and click create. There we go. Now we know exactly how our bank documents will look like. Of course, now we'll have to actually clear all of our users, and we'll need to do that anyway, as now we will actually add Dwolla and Plaid IDs to each user. And we'll do that directly on the signup. So now is the time that we dive into the signup and make some modifications, as now we're not only just creating a new user and storing it in the cookies, we want to actually store it in the database and infuse it with Plaid integration. Now, there's one thing that I want to teach you here, and it's a very valuable general programming lesson, and that is about making your functions atomic. What does it mean for a function to be atomic? An atomic transaction is one that either works or it doesn't. There's nothing in between. So we want to ensure that if it goes through, it needs to go through until the end. And if it doesn't, it needs to fail. We cannot create a user account in the session and then not add the user to the database. Or we cannot add the user to the database and then not connect it to Plaid. This account creation needs to work flawlessly on all three steps. So for that reason, right here above the try, I'm going to add a new variable called let new user account. And at the start, I will leave it empty. Then right here, I will reinitialize this new user account to this new account that we create. And then immediately after, I want to add an if statement saying if no new user account. In that case, we're going to throw a new error saying error creating user. So it will exit out of the function. Now, if we have succeeded with creating a user account, that means that we have reached line 48 in my case, we want to create a Dwolla customer URL. That is our payment processor, if you remember. So we can say const Dwolla customer URL is equal to await create Dwolla customer. And that is coming from our Dwolla actions. And to it, we need to spread all of the user data and also pass the type of personal. Now we want to check if we have received the Dwolla customer URL. So we can do another check and say if no Dwolla customer URL. In that case, we're going to throw another error, throw new error, which will say error creating Dwolla customer. Now that we have the Dwolla customer URL, we have to extract the Dwolla customer ID by saying const Dwolla customer ID is equal to extract customer ID from URL. You have to import that from actions, and then you have to pass the Dwolla customer URL. And now that we have this Dwolla customer ID, we have everything we need to create a new document in the database. So let's go to the try function here, and let's extract account as well as database from create admin client. And then right here below Dwolla customer ID, we can say const new user is equal to await database dot create document. And as we have learned, we first have to pass the database ID, database underscore ID, exclamation mark, then the collection ID in which we want to add it, user collection ID, then the ID of the new document. For that one, we'll use the ID unique to create a new one, and then an object containing all of the information we need. In this case, we'll spread the entire user data. We'll add the user ID of new account user, or I think it's new user account, dot $ID, and we'll also add a Dwolla customer ID as well as a Dwolla customer URL. And all of this information will now forever be tied with our database user. After we create it, we also created session, store it to cookies as before. And finally, we can return parse stringify, but not the new user account, because this is just the accounts stored in the session. Rather, we want to pass over this new user coming directly from the database. Great. Now, very quickly, let's fix this TypeScript error, as it has every right to complain about us. It's saying that argument of type first name optional, which means that it can be either a string or undefined, is not good for first name should be string. Because to create a Dwolla customer, having that first name is required. So once again, TypeScript is saving our ass here. So to fix that, we can go back to auth form. And the only reason why TypeScript right now thinks that first name is not there is because to sign up, we're passing the data. And this data has first name optional and last name optional. Instead of that, we'll form a new user data object. So const user data is equal to, and within it, we will just create all of the properties. First name is data.firstname. And we can add an exclamation mark at the end, letting TypeScript know that we know that we'll have that first name there if we are on the sign up. So since the type is sign up, due to our validation, first name has to be there. Let's repeat that for the last name is equal to data.lastname, and we'll have to do it for all the other properties. Address1 will be of value data.address1, exclamation mark. We can then do city of data.city, and you get the idea. State is data.state. Postal code is data.postal code. After postal code, we have date of birth. That'll be data.date of birth with an exclamation mark. SSN is data.ssn. Email is data.email. And finally, password is data.password. For those two, we don't have to add the exclamation mark because they will have to be there anyway, even for sign in. And now, instead of passing the data, we can pass this newly formed user data object, letting TypeScript know that what we pass into signup will surely have those values. And now we can go into the signup params, and we'll have to get rid of all of these question marks at the end, because now for sure we know that they will be there. If we do that, our Dwolla create Dwolla customer will stop complaining because it knows it's getting all the data it needs to successfully create a Dwolla customer. And with that, my friends, we're successfully creating a user account as well as a bank account and adding them as documents within our database. This has been great success so far, or it will be great success once we successfully test it. So let's give it a shot. I will close all of the currently open files, go to Appwrite, database, and I will check whether I currently have any users in the database. And if you check it out, we don't have any user accounts, which is good because so far we didn't even have the function that would generate new documents, but we did save some users into this session. And it looks like somehow some of you already found the link to the application which I'm currently recording, which is quite interesting. Unfortunately, I'll have to delete all of you guys so you can properly test it with new accounts that will now get added to the database. So I'm just going to go through all of these accounts and delete them. You can repeat that process for all of your accounts as well. And all users deleted, and we are ready to give it a shot. We haven't tested our application in so long as we've been just working within our code, so it's possible we'll have to fix a couple of errors first. First, we have to select the Dwolla environment, either sandbox or production. If you're still not sure why we're using Dwolla, let me take some time to explain it once again. Plaid and Dwolla both deal with financial technology, but they focus on different things. Plaid is all about connecting apps with your bank accounts, making it easy to access account info and do things like verify identity. Think of Plaid as a middleman, making it easier for apps and banks to share info securely. Dwolla, on the other hand, helps people and businesses send, receive, and request payments, specializing in real-time payments. So while Plaid acts as a bridge between apps and banks for accessing financial data, Dwolla is more about facilitating actual money transactions. You would choose to use Dwolla when you need to integrate payment processing into your application, and that's what we are doing here. And to fix this error, we'll have to create our Dwolla Balance Sandbox account. The link to that will be down in the description. So here you can enter your first name, last name, as well as your business name. If you don't have a business, feel free to enter JS Mastery or anything like that. You can also enter your job title or just say developer, email, password, country, and create an account. Once you do that, you'll have to verify your email. And once you do that, you'll be redirected to the overview. Head over to the left sidebar and click Applications, and then copy the key and the secret. Go back to envs and paste them right here. First, we have the key, then we have the secret. After that, we can also add a base URL. This will be a static string of https://api-sandbox.dwolla.com. Make sure to spell it properly. And then Dwolla env will just be sandbox. Great. Moving back to our application, we can reload, and here we are. We are redirected to sign in, but specifically, we want to head over to sign up. Before we continue with the sign up, let's just hide this connect bank initially. We have added it here before just to test. So back in our auth form, here, we can bring back this if user then show the Plaid link. Because first, we want to create our account, and only then do we want to connect our Dwolla and Plaid accounts to it. Now, back on sign up, we can only see the sign up form, and only after we complete all the fields, we'll be able to link our bank account. Look, we wrote a lot of code, haven't tested it in the meantime, something might break. But let's give it a shot and then we'll debug on the go. I'm gonna enter my name, my last name as well, my very cool address. And here at this point, we have to start being careful with what we write, okay? Address can be anything, first name, last name, sure. City as well can be anything. But moving forward, state has to have 2 characters. Postal code also has to be around 5. So to be 100% safe that you have valid data here, I would recommend that you copy the same thing that I have. NY for New York, 12345. You have to enter a real date of birth. Let's go with something like 1990. And we can do 1st of January. SSN, I believe in this case, will need to be 4 numbers. Let's do it like that for now. You can enter your email. And you need to enter a 9-character password and click sign up. It's loading and it looks like it has failed somewhere. If we open up the terminal, there's an error saying invalid document structure. And specifically, that's coming from Appwrite, and it's telling us that there's an unknown attribute of state. So going back to our Appwrite dashboard, going to databases, bank, users, and then attributes, we can search for state. And it looks like I forgot to create it. So let's just add a new attribute of state of size 1000 and required. While we're here, we might as well also remove the existing documents or auth sessions. That way we'll be able to try again. We'll also have to remove the customers from Dwolla, as it looks like it succeeded in creating one. So let's deactivate the customer and deactivate. And now we can give it another shot. I'm gonna speed up the process of filling this out for you. And let's try to sign up one more time. It's loading and going to our terminal. It looks like we got another invalid structure, this time pointing to a field of password. Oh, and I think I know why this one is happening. If we go to our user.actions.ts and go to the signup form, we're accepting all of the data here. Signup params, and that contains the password as well. But when we're initially passing the user data to the user account right here, we don't want to pass the password in create document. We don't want to add it there. So to ensure that happens, that the password gets left out, what we can do is instead of destructuring the values here, we can destructure them right here at the top by extracting the password first and then spreading out all of the other properties. That will look something like this and will be of a type sign up params. Now we can remove the password from here. And I believe everything should be good, as now this user data contains everything besides the password, as we have already extracted it from the user data and then spread out other properties. That's a pretty cool tip. Now, very quickly, let's go back to Dwolla and let's see if our user has been reactivated. It looks like they have been, so we'll have to deactivate that user again, just to be sure. And we can repeat the procedure on Appwrite. This only happens while testing. Now, just before we give it a final try, I remembered there's one more thing we have to do, and it is right here under Plaid link. We never uncommented this part of the code right here. Exchange public token, this is that big function we have created in lib user actions. That's one thing. And the second thing is within user actions, where we have a client underscore name. Here, we're referring to the user.name, but this user is coming from the database. And instead of .name, which is there for the session user, the database user has either first name or last name, but not a name. So if we want to do a client name, we have to do it like this: a template string of user.firstname, and we can also attach a user.lastname to it. Great. With this in mind, I hope everything will work. So let's give it a shot. I'm going to click sign up, It's loading, and our connect button has a nice shade of blue, which means that it's clickable and it should allow us to connect the bank. Now, I want to pause here for a second and tell you that we have implemented a lot of code and that we had to be precise while implementing it. So I'm not saying that's the case, but it is possible that for you, it didn't work automatically. If it did, that's great. If not, let's figure it out. First, you can open up your terminal and see if you have any immediate errors. They should tell you what's wrong. For example, if you're missing an Appwrite field, or if maybe you misspelled the way that you called a field within Appwrite and then within Visual Studio Code. Another reason why it couldn't work is because maybe you already have an existing account that you forgot to delete, either from Appwrite Auth session or from Dwolla, so you can deactivate the account there. And for any other errors, I think now is the perfect time for me to push my code, without the env file of course, and that way you'll be able to compare your and my code line by line and ensure you can proceed and follow along. So let me just go right here to git ignore, and I'm gonna add a .env at the top so it gets ignored. A commit message can be something like implement Plaid link and Dwolla. There we go, that's good. Plaid link and Dwolla commit. I'll make sure to remove the env later on so you guys don't get the keys, even though it's all sandbox, so I'm just messing with you. Now that I've done that, I want to give it a shot and see if the code that I pushed actually works. So if I click connect bank, it's loading and we get this beautiful Plaid pop-up allowing us to connect our account. So let's continue. And would you look at this? These are all institutions that we can connect with. These are the most popular US banks, but of course there's many more for different countries. This is a sandbox account though, and we have connected for the US market. So for now we have the US banks. I'll choose Chase and continue to log in. Now you'll have to enter your username and password. And these are coming from Plaid's dashboard. If you go to the left side, developers, and then sandbox, it's user good and pass good. Now, one very important thing is to also go to integrations and search for Dwolla. And here you need to press enable. This will enable that integration and allow you to authenticate your customers' bank accounts for Dwolla. So let's click enable. And now we can proceed with the sandbox username and password. So let's do user_good and password_good. And sign in, get code, submit, and you can select the accounts you want to connect with. I will go for checking and saving, and I'll tick all of these boxes and click continue. Yes, we have read the terms and condition, and we want to connect account information. Almost done, and success! Your account has been successfully linked to Adrian.js Mastery. Let's continue. And we have been redirected to the dashboard. That is great. We're pulling all the data from our user account, Adrian.js Mastery, and we have connected our first bank account. But right now, there's no way for us to actually see that we have connected it. This right here is a fake number. We have hard-coded it before. And this right here is a fake total current balance. So now is the time that we fetch the data from the bank account, display the total current balance, and also render all the recent transactions. Let's do that next. Things are about to get exciting. Instead of immediately diving into recent transactions, why don't we go ahead and pull any kind of data from our bank? We can do that if we go to App, Root, and then Homepage. Here, we have a total balance box, and we're passing a fake total current balance. So what do you say that right here at the top of our homepage, we fetch real banking data? I'm talking about this thing right here. And just to show you, if we go to our databases and then banks, you should be able to see a complete bank connection data with the account ID, bank ID, access token, even funding source URL, shareable ID, and the user ID connecting it to our user account. All the data is here in Appwrite Cloud, and now we want to fetch it into our application. And we can do that by creating a new actions file right within lib actions called bank.actions.ts. Inside of here, we'll have a couple of actions that will allow us to fetch only the data that we need from our connected bank account. So in the README of this project, you can find the complete bank.actions.ts file. Copy it and paste it right here. Even though it might seem overwhelming, you'll soon start to notice that basically the only thing we're doing here is mapping over the data and returning only the pieces of the data that we actually need on our front end. So let me collapse all of the functions we have here. Get transactions. We also have this get account, get institution, and finally get accounts. These are the 4 different functions we need, and I'll explain them one by one very soon. You can also notice that some code right here, like this import get transactions by bank ID, has been commented out, as well as some code within those files. I'll explain that soon. For now, it's important that you copy it just as it is from the README of this project. Starting off with get accounts. This returns multiple bank accounts belonging to a specific user. Let's see how does it work. We first get all the banks from the database. And by the way, this function, even though we're importing it, we haven't yet created it, so it doesn't exist. So immediately after I explain how this works, we'll go ahead and code the get banks and get bank within user actions. Moving forward, after we get all the banks, we want to get access to all the accounts within those banks. And this is an asynchronous action happening on multiple calls at the same time. We don't have to fetch all the accounts from one bank and only then transition to fetching all of the bank accounts from another bank. What we can do instead is start fetching all of the accounts from all of the banks at the same time. And we do that using promise.all. After that, we get all the account data. As I said, the reason why I provided this right here is to just save us some time, as the majority of this work is just accessing the properties nested deep within this data object. Accounts.response.data.account0. Accounts response, data, item, institution ID, and so on. And after we fetch all of that data, what I do here is I simply map it to a simple to understand and simple to call object that has only the information we need, such as the available balance, current balance, institution ID, name, official name, and so on, and we get it in camel case instead of this underscore format here, as that is more JavaScript friendly. Also, let's fix the spelling right here. It is shareable ID. And after that, we simply return it. Once we have all the data, we can also get the number of total banks, get a total current balance by adding the total of all of these banks, and then returning all that data to the front end. Great. So now that we have this get accounts function, let's implement 2 little helper functions that make it work. Get banks and get bank. We can do that within user actions. So let's scroll all the way to the bottom. Let's start with get banks by saying export const get banks is equal to async function, and it accepts a param of user ID to know banks for which user are we trying to get, and that's of a type get banks props. And of course, it's an arrow function. Then we have a try and catch block. In the catch, we can simply console.log the error. And in the try, we can get banks from the database by first accessing database from the create admin client by saying await create admin client. And then we can get the banks by saying await database.list documents, and we want to list all the documents from the database with this specific database ID belonging to the bank collection ID, And we can apply a query, which we have to import from node Appwrite dot equal user ID belongs within array user ID. So this will ensure that we only fetch the banks belonging to this specific user. This is how you do database querying in Appwrite. Finally, we can return a parse stringify of banks.documents. We can now duplicate this function below, rename it to getBank, and from a specific bank, which we can access by targeting a specific document ID, we can extract some additional information. So here, everything is the same, but we're getting a singular bank from a database, from the bank collection ID, but we're going to target by $ID that matches the document ID. And that's of a type getBankProps. And here we can return bank.documents 0. So now we have those two additional functions that are going to help make our getAccounts work. After we have that, we are ready to go back to our homepage and put it to use. So here we can say const accounts is equal to await getAccounts, to which we need to pass the user ID of a variable logged in $ID. And we need to import getAccounts from libbankActions. Then if we don't get accounts like this, we can simply exit out of this function and not return the home page, as that shouldn't happen. And after we have multiple accounts, we can get further data for a singular account by first fetching the ID of that account in the database by saying const Appwrite item ID. Here we can make that equal to, in parentheses, ID as string, or accounts data 0 $Appwrite item ID. And instead of accounts data, it's actually accounts $data. And now that we have the Appwrite ID, we can say const account is equal to await getAccount, inside of which we pass Appwrite item ID. And this getAccount has to be imported from bank actions. We're going to look deeper into that actual function a bit later. But for now, it's important that we have all the necessary data we need to show. So first of all, for the total balance box, we can now pass the accounts $data. And I notice we're repeating that a lot, like here as well. So maybe we can put that in a new variable on top. Const accounts data is equal to accounts $data. That way it's going to be a bit easier to access data. And we can use the same thing right here. Total banks will be equal to accounts $total banks, and total current balance will be equal to accounts $total current balance. Back in our application, you can see that the ID is not defined right here, and that ID should actually be coming from search params. In Next.js, you get access to the search params right here. And then from search params, you can further destructure the ID and the page, because later on we'll implement pagination. And all of that is of a type search param props. And as you can see, the app is now working, and we seem to have $0 in our account. In the right sidebar, we can now also pass the accounts $transactions. And under banks, we can pass the accounts data $slice, and we can only show the first two cards, and we can do that like this. Of course, we cannot see it on mobile, but it will be there on desktop. While we're here, why don't we also console log the account's data as well as the account to see exactly what we're getting back? So console log, I'm going to put it within an object, accounts data as well as account. Let's check out what we get. And I opened it up, and unfortunately, cannot read properties of undefined reading the access token. That means that we're having trouble accessing some data about our user. And I also get an invalid query regarding a property of $ID. Interesting. This makes me think that we're trying to query a user from the session instead of a user from the database, because a user from the session doesn't have that ID and the user from the database does. So let's quickly navigate over to user actions. And specifically, let's look into the sign in function. If you compare the sign in to sign up, you'll notice that in the sign up, we also store this session. And it's important to store this session because otherwise when you log in, it'll just immediately log you out. So let's copy this session and cookies set coming from the sign up, and let's put it in the sign in as well, specifically right below this account. We get the session, create email and password login, set it to cookies, and then instead of creating another session, we want to get full user information coming from the database. And we can do that by saying const user is equal to await get user info, to which we can pass the user ID equal to session.user ID. And just a quick note here, before we proceed, make sure to put the user as the return within the parse stringify. And now this getUserInfo, which is a function that fetches a real user from the database, not from the session, is something we have to create. So right on top of sign-in, let's create a new export const getUserInfo, which is an async function that accepts the user ID as the first and only parameter, and we can close it and make it of a type getUserInfoProps. Within here, we'll have a very similar code to what we have in our getBank. So we can scroll all the way to the bottom, and we can copy the try and catch block from getBank and paste it in getUserInfo. The only difference here is that we're not listing bank documents coming from the bank collection. This time, we want to get a user coming from the user collection ID, and we're not querying it by the $ID. Rather, we're querying it by the user ID, which we compare with the user ID, which we're passing through params. And instead of calling it a bank, it's a user, and we're returning user documents 0. So this is a function that returns a database user instead of a session user. We'll also want to use this within the get logged in user, as right now we're just getting the user from the session, but now alongside getting this result from a session, we can also fetch a real user from the database by saying await get user info, to which we can pass the user ID of a value result dot $ID, and then we return that user. Now, as soon as we do that, everything will break. That's because before in our session, we were getting the user.name that combines both the first name and the last name. But the user from the database instead has first name and last name variables or attributes stored separately. So to fix that, we have to go to the search and search for user ? Name. And you can see we have used that 2 times in the footer. So we'll have to switch this over to user ? First name. It's also possible that sometimes we called it without a question mark. Yes, we did. 4 times it looks like. So we have to change all of the occurrences from name to first name. We can also do that here, user.first name. In this case, we can also add the last name as well. And right here, when we show it in the cards, instead of showing user.name, we can do user.firstname, make it into a template string, and then also render the user.lastname right after it. As before, the name was combining both the first name and the last name. And I believe that sometimes we also call the user a logged in variable. So if we search for logged in !name, it looks like there is one instance, and that is this one right here, where now it says guest, but here it's just logged in.firstname now. And successfully, we're getting the user from the database instead from the session. And you can see that here, as well as here. But the most important part is that now we're getting a total current balance that is not 0. Yep, that's right. If we go back to page and check out the console logs that we wanted to check in the first place, now if we scroll to the bottom, we're getting plenty of juicy data. We get all the information about the account, from the available balance to the current balance, institution IDs, names, official names, subtypes, and more. And we also get a list of juicy transactions. These are fake, sandbox, or test transactions created for us by Sandbox Plaid, so we can play with them. So soon enough, we'll be able to show them right here within the recent transactions. But for now, let's just fix one small bug, and that is that we have only one bank account, at least for now, but here, this donut chart shows 3 separate banks. This is still static data. So let's close all of the currently open files and go over to the donut chart. Here, we have to figure out how to map over our real bank accounts and extract the labels as well as the data points. We can do that by saying const account names is equal to accounts.map, where we get each individual account, and for each one, we get the current name. Alongside the names, we also need to get its balances by saying const balances is equal to accounts.map, where we get each individual account, and for each one, we extract account.current balance. This gives us access to 2 arrays, account names, which we can use as labels, and balances, which we can use the data for the chart. And now we have a single chart that says Plaid checking, which is the name of our account, and it shows the total current balance. After we add more bank accounts, more parts of this donut chart will appear. Perfect. Now we can go back over to our homepage and remove this console log. It has done its job. And we can scroll down and we can create a component that will render our recent transactions. So let's go to components, create a new component called recent transactions .tsx, and run rafce right within it, and then import it as a self-closing tag, recent transactions, right here. Immediately, we know that we'll have to pass some props to it. So let's pass the accounts equal to accounts data. Let's pass the transactions equal to account (transactions). We saw all of them in that console log. And let's also pass the Appwrite item ID equal to Appwrite item ID. And finally, the page equal to current page. Now, this current page variable we haven't yet created. We only have page at the top. But here's a little pro tip. Everything that comes from search params, even though it sounds like it could be a number, is actually a string. So we need to create a new const current page and convert it into a number by saying page as string, or it can be set to 1 by default. And now we're passing over the current page. So now let's go into the recent transactions and accept all of these exciting props. We can do that by destructuring it getting the accounts, we can get the transactions, which by default can be an empty array if you're not passing any. We get the Appwrite item ID, as well as a page, which by default can be 1. And all of that is of a type recent transactions props. And now, after a long time of writing logic, implementing banking, and more, we can get back to writing some JSX to start forming the table for our transactions. So let's turn this div into a section with a class name equal to recent transactions. Right within it, we can create a new header that will have a class name equal to flex items-center and justify-between. Within it, we can render an h2 that will have a class name equal to recent-transactions-label, and it will simply say recent transactions. Right below it, we can also display a link component, which we have to import from Next.link, that will have an href equal to a dynamic template string of /transaction-history /ID, so we're passing an ID parameter equal to Appwrite item ID. And this is basically the ID of our specific bank account. So if we're looking transactions for bank account Plaid checking, we can navigate over to see the entire transaction history. This link can have a class name equal to view-all-btn, and it can say simply view all. There it is. Now, below this header, we can create tabs. Tabs are layered section of content, also known as tab panels, that are displayed one at a time. And this will be very useful if we want to switch between transactions history of different bank accounts. So for example, here we can have Plaid checking, and here we can have Plaid savings. So let's immediately add tabs to our application by pasting the command into the terminal, npx shatcnui latest add tabs, and we can copy the usage. First, copy the import right at the top, and then copy the tabs. We can paste them right below the header and indent them properly. Let's see how that looks like. Here we have account and password, and you can see that works. But in our case, we want to pass the default value to be equal to Appwrite item ID. So this belongs to one specific bank account. And instead of 400, we can give it w-full. To tabs list, we can give a class name equal to recent-transactions-tab list. And we can create tab trigger as well as tab content from scratch. So let's start with tab triggers. These are the buttons that allow us to click and switch between certain tabs. So there will be as many triggers as there are bank accounts. So we can say accounts.map, where we map over each account of a type account, and we can have an instant return for each one. So just put parentheses here. For each one of these accounts, as I said, we return a tabs trigger with a key equal to account.id and a value equal to account.appwrite item ID. And within it, we can create a very simple bank tab item component. So let's go to components and create a new bank tab item.tsx. And this is a very simple component, which you can find in this project's README, copy it, and then paste it here. Basically, what we're doing is we're accepting the account and this specific Appwrite item ID. We're checking whether that one is currently active, and based on that active state, we're showing a different class name. We're modifying the URL based on the one that we click. So if we're on the home page, it will have a special ID depending on which bank transactions are we currently looking at. And now we can use that bank tab item, import it from /bank tab item, and to it, we'll need to pass a key as we're mapping over it of account.id. We need to pass the actual account, and we need to pass the Appwrite item ID, which is equal to Appwrite item ID. And now you can see this great tab that currently only says Plaid checking, as that's the only bank that we currently have. As we add more, it'll be very exciting to switch between the two and get completely different transactions for each one. But now that we can switch between those different tabs, it's time that we show or render the tab's content, the meat of the table, the transactions. And we can do that by going below the tabs list and mapping over the accounts by saying accounts.map, where we get each individual account of a type account, and for each one, we return a tab's content. Each tab's content will have a value equal to account.appwrite item ID, a key equal to account.id, and a class name equal to space-y-4. And within here, we can show some bank information. It'll be a very simple component similar to bank tab item. So let's create it within the components folder called bankinfo.tsx. And you can find the bank info in the README down below as well. What we're doing here is we're getting all the account information, checking whether it's currently active, doing the same thing as before by modifying the URL if we click on it, changing the colors, but specifically, we just have a lot of JSX where we extract all the information about a specific bank, such as its subtype, also its account name, the account subtype, the current balance, and more. So if I now save this and call this bank info and import it from /bank info, the only thing we have to do is pass the account equal to account, as well as the Appwrite item ID equal to Appwrite item ID, which is the ID of the bank account. And in this case, the type of full, as we want to show the full information. And this is it. This is what we were creating: an icon, a title, the balance, and the account type. So as we switch between different accounts later on, once we add multiple, this part will also change, giving us real-time data on each one of the accounts. Now comes the exciting part, which is creating the transactions table. So we can create a new component right here, and we can call it transactions table.tsx, where we can run RAFCE, and we can import that component right below the bank info by saying transaction table coming from /transaction table. The only thing we need to pass to it is transactions equal to transactions. And now we can dive into the table and start implementing it. Of course, we'll use a ShadCN responsive table component, which is simple, sleek, yet it gets the job done. So let's copy the installation command, paste it right here, import all of the components we'll need right at the top, and we can also paste the usage by copying this table and pasting it instead of this div. And we can indent it properly. As soon as we do that, we can see a very simple table. Of course, this data is fake right here, so we're going to make it real. We don't need a table caption in this case, but to this table header, we'll give a special class name of bg-hash f9 fa fb. I found this color to work good for the header. And then in the table row, we can decide which fields we want. So let's give it a class name of paddingx2 to create some space. And the first field can be transaction. We can also expand this a bit so we can see everything in one line. After transaction, we can have some more. So let's delete the existing ones and create new ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more. We'll also need the amount of the transaction, as well as the status of the transaction. We'll need the date too, the channel where we're spending that money, and the category as well. The last two will be hidden on smaller devices. So saying maxMD hidden, as we don't have too much space for everything. And now you can see some fields appear right here. Now that we're done with the table header, we need to focus on the table body, where we'll display this actual data. And this table will be highly customizable. We'll be working with different colors, depending on whether it's an income or a deduction. We'll be checking for the status, removing special characters from the name, formatting date and time, and more. So let's remove this fake table row, and let's create some rows of our own. Each row in our table will be one transaction. So we can accept transactions through props by destructuring them. And that's going to be of a type transaction table props. And we can map over the transactions by saying transactions.map, or we get each individual transaction. I'll just shorten it to T, of a type transaction. And for each one, we will open up a new function block. For each transaction, we have to get its status, whether it is processed or pending. And we can do that by saying const status is equal to get transaction status, coming from libutils, where we pass a new date of t.date. And if we look into this get transaction status function, we're just working with dates a bit, getting the current date, and we're also trying to get the date 2 days ago, as typically it takes 1 to 2 days to process transactions on this sandbox mode. Of course, once you deploy to production, it's going to take the usual time for a banking transaction. Typically, that's about 1 working day. So you can play with this and modify it as you will. I left it about 2 days for testing. So after we get the status, we also want to get the formatted amount. And we can do that by saying const amount is equal to format amount, also coming from utils, to which we pass the t.amount. Next, we want to check whether it's a debit card or credit card transaction, which we can do by saying const is debit. And here we check the transaction, or t.type is triple equal to debit. In that case, it is debit. Else, we can duplicate it. And if t.type is credit, then it will be the is credit is true. Great. And now we have all of this starting information needed to render different table rows for each transaction. So right below, we can return a new table row. This table row will have a key equal to transaction, or t.id, and we need to have a new table cell for each one of our table heads. Table head, for example, transaction, has to be the transaction name. Table head for amount has to contain the actual amount. Status will contain status values for each transaction, and so on. So let's render the first table cell. That's a table cell component, within which we can render a div, within which we can render an h1. And there we can render the transaction, or t.name. If we do this, you should start seeing a lot of new transaction rows appear. And many have special characters, which we want to remove in this case. So I've created a special utility function, which we can called remove special characters, and we can simply wrap the t.name within it, and it will remove some special characters. That looks a bit cleaner, doesn't it? Of course, we'll need to style it further, but for now, let's focus on the second table cell. This one, we'll check whether it is a debit, and if it is a debit, then we can prepend a minus sign before the amount. Else, if it is credit, then we want to show the amount, and in other case, we also want to show the amount. The only thing that is different here is that if it's a debit, we are adding a minus sign before, and that gives us all the amounts. So I was wrong before when I said that is debit and is credit is referring to cards. It's actually referring to the fact whether we are adding or subtracting money from our bank account. One table cell below, we can render the status. So that's t.status. Or no, I think we have a status right here. Yep, we're defining it as a new variable. So that will be either processed or pending, or in this case, success or pending. Below that, we can do another table cell where we can render the date of the transaction. We can do that by calling the format date time utility function, to which we pass a new date, inside of which we have the t.date, and we only want to get the date time only. We don't want to get the full date format. So we want to get something like this: Wednesday, April 24th at 2 a.m. And the last two, which will not be visible on mobile devices, that's going to be a payment channel. So that's t.payment channel. And the last one is t.category. So let's duplicate it and say t.category and save. And if we expand our browser, you should be able to see a full table right here. Categories range from travel, payments, food and drink, transfer, and more. And channels are either online, in-store, or other. And very soon, we'll further style our transaction table to look something like this. We'll implement these little chips for processing, subscriptions, deposits, and more. And we'll also color the backgrounds of each row, whether it's processing, successful, or declined. I'll teach you how to truly customize your tables. But for now, even this will do it. We have a homepage that has almost everything on it. It's looking great, and we're fetching real data. So let's finish styling the transactions table to complete the look, and then we'll add a button to add additional bank accounts after our user has been onboarded initially after the signup. So, continuing where we left off, let's give our rows some backgrounds. We can do that by giving it a class name, and it will be a template string where we check if is debit or if the first character of the amount is equal to a minus sign. In that case, it's a negative transaction. In that case, we can give it a bg of hash FFFBFA, and else we can give it a bg of, in square brackets, hash F6FEF9. If I save this and reload, you can see that now some of these rows have a greenish background, and some of this, where we're spending money, have a red background. This is looking good. Let's also apply some additional styles to any row, and we can make it important and say over bg none, and over should be lowercase. Other than that, we can also give it important border -b default, like this. So it will have a default border no matter the color. Let's also style the table cell by giving it a class name equal to max-w 250 pixels, padding left of 2, and padding right of 10. This will create some spacing. Within this div, we can also give it a class name of flex
items-center, and gap of 3. And we can also style the h1 by giving it a class name of text-14, truncate, font-semi-bold, and text-hash 344054. So now the transaction, which is the most important part, is a bit more pronounced. Let's scroll down and let's style the second table cell by giving it a class name equal to padding left of 2, padding right of 10, font-semi-bold. That's looking a bit better. And let's also make it a template string to make it dynamic, like this. And we can give it some special styles depending on whether it's a plus or minus. So basically we can copy the same thing we had here. Is debit or amount is triple equal to minus? In that case, we can do something. So let's paste that here within a dynamic block of code. If that is the case, text will be a color of hash F04438, which is a red color, and else the text will be of hash 039855, which is a green color. So now that will look a bit better with the background that we have. Great. Moving down, we can style the next table cell just by giving it a class name of padding left of 2 and padding right of 10 to give it some more space for the status. And we can copy this class name and give it to all other table cells as well. There we go. Now for the date, we can also give it a min-w-32 because it will need some more space for the date. For the payment channel, we can also say capitalize and give it a min-w of 24. And for the category, we can give it on max medium devices hidden. So this will hide it on lower than medium devices. Now, the next thing we can do is create this badge right here, and this one too. We can do that by creating a new component right on the top of the transactions table, and we can call it const category badge. As a prop, we'll be accepting the category of a type category badge props, and here we can return a div with a class name, which will have that dynamic CN coming from libutils, category-badge. Within that div, we'll have another div that will just be a self-closing div with a class name of also CN with size 2 and the rounded dash full. And below that div, we will have a p tag that will have a class name of CN as well. You'll soon see why, with a text of 12 pixels and font dash medium, and it can say category. Now, if we save this, we can use this category badge just below in some of these table cells, such as for the status. So here we can render a self-closing category badge, and we can pass a prop of category is equal to status. And we can also call it right here at the bottom for the actual category. And to it, we can pass category as t.category. Now, if we call it, you should be able to see that it will appear in two places. Here, status, as well as category badge, which we cannot really see right now. So if I expand it a bit, there we go. You can see that badge right here as well. So now let's style it further depending on the color we're working with. And this color will come from the transaction category styles. So each transaction has its own styles. So we can say const and destructure some values from transaction category styles coming from constants, where we go into a specific category, or we simply choose a transaction category styles dot default. So this is something I've created before within the constants, where we simply have different categories like food and drink, payment, bank fees, and so on, and each one gets a different color. In this case, it's complaining about TypeScript, so we have to say category as key of type of transaction
category styles. This way it knows that we're passing category, which will be one of these existing categories. And then we can extract these 4 things from it: border color, background color, text color, and chip background color. So let's destructure them right here. Add commas. And now we can add them right here as the second parameter of CN. For the first div, we can give it a border color as well as a chip background color. For this inner div, we can give it a background color. And for the p tag, we can give it a text color. And if we do this, you should be able to notice that success will now be green. We don't have any other states right now. Later on, we'll have pending. And then you can notice travel is blue, payment is green, food and drink is red, and so on. And if I expand it, this is our table. Looking great. Let's just quickly do something for the travel as well, as I notice that we're missing a travel category. So if I go into the transaction category styles, let me show you how we can modify this. I will duplicate success. For the background color, we can give it something like BG Blue 500. For text, it can be Text Blue 700. And then for the border, we can do some kind of a blue color. Let's do this one of #0047AB, and this will be for the travel category. If I do this and go back and fix this space right here, this is now looking great. Now, let's quickly figure out how we can add multiple bank accounts so we can then switch between different transaction lists right here on the homepage. To achieve that, we just have to use our Plaid link component we have created and used on the onboarding. We have to use it in a couple more places. So first of all, let's use it in our sidebar. Specifically, if we scroll down, here where it says user, we can actually call the Plaid link component coming from /Plaid link. Make sure that you use the one that we have created. So this is the one coming from Plaid link. And you'll need to pass the user is equal to user. And with that, we can go into it. And notice that now we're not passing a variant. So variant is now not the primary one, but rather we have these different like ghost and a regular button. So let's go ahead and style them together. In the sidebar case, we're not passing anything as the variant, so we're looking at this button right here. Let's give it a class name equal to Plaid link -default, and it will also do the same thing. It will be on click is equal to, and then here we can have a callback function where we call the open function. And as a matter of fact, we can copy this over and move it to this button as well in the ghost variant. But this time it will just have a variant equal to ghost. And the class name will be Plaid link ghost. Next, alongside simply saying connect bank, we can also render an image coming from next image. We can give it a source equal to /icons /connect-bank.svg with an alt tag of connect bank, a width of 24, and a height of 24. Finally, below that, we can render a p tag that will say connect bank, and we can give it a class name of text-16 within square brackets, font-semi-bold, and text-black-2. And while we're here, we can basically duplicate this image and the p tag and add it within the ghost button too. But here, our text will be hidden, usually, and it will show on extra large devices, as we have more space to show it. With that in mind, we don't need this style string, now that I notice it, and you should be able to see this connect bank button appear on the bottom. Let's give it a shot, and let's try to connect a second bank account. Let's click continue. Let's go with Chase again. Continue. Use the user good and pass good credentials. So that's user good and pass good. Let's continue. And instead of checking, I think we can choose some different ones, like maybe savings, and continue. And going back to the app, we can see success. So if we continue and reload, it looks like the account wasn't added. And if we scroll up, it looks like there's an error saying duplicate resource. And this error seems to be coming from Dwolla right here. Creating a funding source failed, duplicate resource. Bank already exists. Oh, but it's possible that this error is actually right. We try to add Chase again, and we already have a Plaid Chase account. So if we go back, you can see that maybe it just took some additional time because our second account indeed got added. We have Plaid checking, and now we have Plaid savings too. We can see a couple of things change. First of all, bank accounts number is 2. Second of all, in this donut chart, we can now see Plaid savings and Plaid checking. Then we can see 2 cards on the right side. And finally, we can see 2 different tabs on this tabs layout where we can switch between Plaid savings, which should load its own transactions, and Plaid checking. But it looks like switching to Plaid savings doesn't load up anything initially. Or it is possible that it just took some time to load them, as when I switched to Plaid checking to Plaid savings, now it works and you can switch through it very quickly. This is looking great. And now that we have this great looking recent transactions table, what do you say that we use it within the transactions history? That's a second page that can show us even more details. So let's open up that page that is under transaction history, and let's start implementing it. To get started with our transaction history page, we can first wrap everything in a section with a class name equal to transactions. Right within it, we can have a div that will have a class name equal to transactions-header. And within it, we can render a custom component called header box, which we have created before. So we can give it a prop of title equal to transaction history, and we can also give it a subtext equal to see your bank details and transactions. And immediately this will look much better. See how cool it is to create a custom component system that you can then reuse on different pages. Below this div, we can create another div that will have a class name equal to space-y-6, and another div within it that will have a class name equal to transactions-account. So right now we're creating a box that will show us our account details. Within it, we can have a div that will have a class name equal to flex-call, and a gap of 2. And within it, we can have an h2 that will render the account name. So to be able to get the correct account details, we need to know which account are we trying to get the information for. And we can get that from search params. By destructuring search params from props and destructuring the ID and the page from it. This will be of a type search param props. Then we can do similar things that we've done on our homepage, where we're trying to extract bank data. We can essentially copy most of this information here. And if we copy it one more time, then it might be a good idea to turn it into a custom hook. But for now, I'll simply paste it here. We're getting the current page. We're getting the logged in user, which we need to import from get logged in user. We're getting the accounts by importing it from accounts. And we need to make the function async since we're using await. Finally, we need to import the get account. And now if we scroll down within this h2, we can render the account $.data.name. And would you look at that, it says Plaid checking. Let's further style that h2 by giving it a class name of text-18, font-bold, and text-white. That's much better. And below it, we can have a p tag that will show the account !data .official name. So this will contain the full name of the bank account. And we can give it a class name equal to text-14, text-blue-25. So now this will make it look a bit better. Plaid gold standard 0% interest checking. And below that, we can show the same dots that we have in our bank card. I'm talking about these ones right here. So let's copy this p tag containing those dots, and let's paste it below this p tag. And instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, in here, we can render the account !data.mask. This will contain the last 4 digits. In this case, it's 4 zeros. Below this div containing the p tag, we can have another div for the balance. So let's create a div with a class name equal to transactions -account -balance. And within it, we can have a p tag that will say current balance with a class name equal to text-14. Right below it, we can have another p tag with a class name equal to text-24, text-center, and font-bold. And within here, we can display format amount, which is a utility function, to which we pass the account !data.current balance. And of course, let's properly close it right here. And you should be able to see the total amount, 110. And finally, going 2 divs down, we can render a section that will have a class name equal to flex, w-full, flex-call, and a gap of 6. And right within it, we can reuse our transaction table component. So let's just call it like this, and let's pass it the props it needs. So it looks like it needs transactions equal to, and that'll be account !transactions. And would you look at that, we have our table right here, which looks good even on mobile devices. We can scroll through it with our finger, and we can see the account information of this specific account. Later on, we'll add the possibility to navigate from the home page to the transaction history to check the details of each specific accounts. And I think we can make it work right off the bat if we make this View All button work. So if we search our codebase for View All, you'll see we refer to that in our recent transactions. And here, what we're trying to do is we're redirecting to exactly this new page we have created with this specific ID, with the ID of the bank that we're currently looking at. So if we're on Plaid Savings, and if we click View All, you can see that now we're looking at Plaid Savings with a silver standard of 0.1, ending in 111, with a current balance of 210, and we can see old Plaid Savings transactions. Let's also check that in full screen because it looks much better, as most of the dashboards look better on full screen. And if we go back to Home and click View All on the Plaid checking, you can see that now we get the details and transactions for the Plaid checking account. This is great. And I'm sure that now you can see that implementing this additional page of transaction history was much easier than what you might have thought. And that's because we have laid out the foundation in terms of the design language with this header box, and also we have created the reusable transaction table. Next, let's focus on implementing My Banks. This will be an interesting page where we can display different cards belonging to different bank accounts. And as you might guess, we'll reuse our existing card component. So let's close this up and let's go to My Banks page and let's implement it by turning it into a section with a class name equal to flex, a div with a class name equal to My Banks that is wrapping yet another reusable header box. This time with a title of My Bank Accounts and a subtext equal to effortlessly manage your banking activities. Let's see how that looks like. There we go. That is great. Right below it, let's create a div to create some vertical spacing with a class name equal to space-y-4 and an h2 equal to class name of header-2 that will say your cards. Okay, that's good. Right below it, we can create a div that will act as the wrapper for our bank accounts. So let's give it a class name of flex, flex-wrap, and a gap of 6. And within it, we want to map over our accounts. And that's going to be similar to what we're doing in the homepage. We first want to get our logged in user, and we want to get access to accounts. So let's copy these two lines and paste them at the top. Of course, make the page async and import get logged in user and get accounts. Now, right within here, we can first check whether we have the accounts. And if we do, then do the accounts.data.map, where we map over each account of a type account. And then for each one, we return a bank card, which we have to import from components bank card with a key of account.id, an account equal to a, and username equal to logged in (first name). Let's save it. And would you look at that? 2 new cards appear. We can go into the bank card, and instead of saying 1, 2, 3, 4, we can access a specific account, access the data, and then access the, I believe it was mask. We use that within our transaction history, right? It is account data mask. So here we can use that too. Or no, in this case, it's just account.mask because we're already destructuring the data. So now this one is 000, this one is 1111. We can also give this card a min width. So something like min-w- let's do 300 pixels. Or maybe we can do 350. Let's see. Yeah, this is way too much. I think 325 should do the trick. So that way they're all of the same width. There we go. This is better. And as we used right here in the page, Flex Wrap, they're all wrapping, which looks great for mobile devices. But even on desktop, they're going to wrap horizontally, which looks great. Right now, we only have 2 bank accounts. And if you click on this bank account, check this out. Currently, it leads you to the homepage, but we can make it lead to transaction history. And now that I look at it, on the homepage, we don't want our cards to expand this much. So going back, I will remove this min width for now. And instead of making the card point to the homepage, we can make it point to a dynamic template string of transaction-history / $ID is equal to account.appwrite item ID. So now I can show you what I meant. Even from the homepage, if you click on one of these cards, you will be redirected to the account history for that specific account. And if you go to My Banks, you can also navigate to each one of your bank accounts by clicking on that account card. Let's go with this 111, and immediately we're there. And we can also go to this one, and that looks great too. So as you can see, this was easier than you might have anticipated. But on the design, we also have this line, or at least we should have the link to copy the ID of this account in case you want to share it to a friend so that they can send you some money. So going back to the bank card, right here at the bottom, we can add the ability to copy that ID. So only if show balance is set to true, then we can create a new component called copy.tsx And inside of here, you can copy and paste the copy code from the README of this project. And the reason why I'm giving this to you is because it contains some SVGs, which would be very hard to write manually. You never write SVGs manually. Basically, the only thing that this is doing is it copies the ID to the clipboard. So now here, we can display a self-closing copy component, which we can import from /copy. And as the title, we'll pass it the account dot or question mark dot shareable ID. So if we go back, check this out. The copy link is here, but unfortunately we cannot see the ID. So if we go into the copy, we have the button here, and then we have this P tag with a text black. So let me see if I type something here like test. Will it show? It indeed does show. So that means that this title is not properly being read as we pass it here. Shareable ID. Let's see why our account doesn't contain a shareable ID as it should be there. We're calling this bank card from a few places, and we are passing the account. This is on the home page, but specifically here from the right sidebar, we are also passing the account. So let's simply console log the account right here within the bank card. It's a server component, so it should appear here. And it looks like we have a lot of stuff, and one of these things is indeed a shareable ID. But for some reason, it's not getting passed to copy as a shareable ID. So let's copy the title right here, console.log title. This will be on the client side. So if we go here and inspect, go to the console, and the title is undefined. And I just noticed that I misspelled the shareable ID right here. So the way we're saving it into the database is wrong. It's shareable ID. We definitely have to fix that. But for now, I will just pass it like that there. Shareable ID. That is misspelled. So if I do it that way, you can see that now it appears here. So make sure that wherever you're adding that shareable ID, it has to be spelled properly. For the time being, I'm going to leave it as it is. And now we can copy the ID of each bank account, which will be incredibly useful within the transfer funds page. That is a very exciting page. It is basically a very detailed form that will allow us to choose your own bank account from one of the attached accounts, add a note, and then add bank details of the recipient and the amount. So you'll be able to transfer money from one account to another. So what do you say that we implement this form right here that we can see, and then we can hook it up with the functionality and make it work? This is the last big feature in our application. So we can close all of the currently open files and navigate over to the transfer page. Right within the transfer page, we can turn this into a section, and we can give it a class name equal to payment-transfer. And within here, we can render a header box, which we can import from components header. We can pass it a title equal to payment-transfer, as well as a subtext equal to please provide any specific details or notes related to the payment transfer, and save. This is looking better already, and right within it, we'll create a new section with a class name equal to size-full and padding top of 5. And here, we want to create a new component, a second form. The reason why we don't want to just start creating a form within here is then this page wouldn't be able to be server-side, as forms require interactivity, which requires us to turn it into a client-side component. So what we have to do here is go to our components and create a new component called payment transfer form.tsx. And this is the second form we'll create alongside our existing auth form. Remember, when creating the auth form, we almost had the entire masterclass on how to work with chat-CN forms, custom inputs, and more. We also learned about initializing the form using the use form from React Hook form and more. So what we'll do for this form is you can find the complete file in the README of this project, copy it, and paste it here. After you paste it, you'll see that this is a long form, about 250 lines of code. Now, immediately, if you've been following along carefully, you'll notice one thing that jumps out. And that is that here, we're not reusing our custom input field, but rather we have all of them coded separately one by one. And I have purposefully left this here for you to see the difference and maybe, just maybe, give you the opportunity to refactor this to use our custom inputs. For example, here you can see a shareable ID. You might want to use a custom input here and then refactor that. It's up to you. Either way is fine. For now, I will leave it like this. And if you want to, you can practice a bit more to turn all of these into reusable custom inputs. I think you can definitely cut about 100 lines from this file just by doing that. Now, let's scroll to the top and let's see whether we have all the imports. Another file that is attached to our form is a bank dropdown. So let's quickly create it by going to Components, create a new component called bank dropdown.tsx. It'll also be linked in the README of this project, so copy it and paste it right here. You'll notice that you'll have to install the select component coming from chat-CN. So let's do that. npx chat-CN UI latest, add, select, and also for the form, you'll have to add a text area because we haven't used it before. So you can install those two packages. Once you do that, you can fix the import for the bank dropdown, and then we can implement a server action needed to get bank details for a specific account by going to lib user actions, scrolling all the way down to the bottom, duplicating our get bank, and turning it into get bank by account ID, where now it doesn't accept a document ID, it's accepting the account ID, and that'll be get bank by account ID props. Then we query by the account ID, and we pass the account ID as the variable with which we're querying. We can also do a quick check and say if bank.total is not equal to 1, that means that we can return null as the bank doesn't exist. So now we have this get bank by account ID server action, and that leaves us with only one error right here, create transaction. We'll focus on this later on once we can actually see our form. So for now, I want to comment that out, and I want to comment out the place where it's being used. New transaction right here. This will be the last part of our course where I'm going to teach you how to make a transfer from one account to another one. But for now, let's actually use this form right within our page. That'll be payment transfer form. And to it, we have to pass our accounts. These contain data for all of our bank accounts, so we can choose from which one we want to send the money from. To do that, we can quickly jump into the home page, and we can copy this logged in and accounts, as well as this no accounts return and accounts data, as this right here will give us access to the accounts data we need. We can also make this transfer async, as now we're having some await fetches here. And we can also import these two server actions we have created before. You can see how simple it is now that we have already done it before. And now we can pass the accounts and make it equal to accounts data. If you save that, you should be able to see a form that looks great on mobile devices. And since this is a dashboard type of an application, it looks even better on desktop. The only thing that's looking a bit weird is this select source bank, which is kind of missing the background. So let's quickly go into the bank dropdown, And this file is basically just a glorified SHA-CN select component where you can choose between different bank accounts. We have two. So right here under select trigger, let's give it a BG of white. And also under select content, we can also give it a BG of white. If we do that, it's going to look more similar to other inputs, and this will look much better. So from here, you can select a source bank. You can also enter other information such as transfer node, the email address, and most importantly, receiver's Plaid shareable ID. And then finally, the amount you want to send over. But for this to work, we have to go back to our payment transfer form, uncomment everything that has to do with create transaction at the top as well. And we need to create a new file called libactions transaction.actions. So let's do that right here in libactions transaction.action.ts. And in this case, we need a create transaction server action. So let's create it by saying export const create transaction, which is equal to an async function that accepts the transaction, or at least the transaction data. That's going to be of a type create transaction props. We can open up a new try and catch block. In the catch, we can console log the error. And in the try, we can get access to the database by calling create admin client. And once we have that, we can create a new transaction in the database by saying await database.create document. And we have to pass, first of all, the database ID, and we need to get those things from environment variables. I believe we have already used that within user actions. Yep, here they are. So let's copy those envs, use them right here at the top of the transaction action file too. And first we need to pass a database underscore ID. Then we have to pass a transaction underscore collection underscore ID. Then we need to get the ID from node Appwrite and call the unique ID to generate a new ID. And finally, we need to form an object where we define some additional data, like the channel of online, category of transfer. So we're defining our own category, and then we can spread out the rest of the transaction data. But first of all, you'll notice something interesting, and that is that here, we're not referring to the bank collection or the user collection. We are referring to the transaction collection. And that's a special collection which we haven't yet created within Appwrite. So let's do that now. Let me just first import it properly here. Transaction collection ID, Appwrite underscore transaction collection ID. I think we did add that environment variable within our envs. Yeah, that's correct. It's here, but we didn't yet define the attributes that this transaction should have within the database. So back in the Appwrite dashboard, let's go to databases, bank, transactions, and then attributes. Each one of our transactions will have a string of name, size 100, and it will be required. It'll also have the amount, which will also be a string. So let's do amount of a size 100 and required. Let's also do a channel. So through which channel are we sending that money? It's going to be online, and that's also required. Next, we have a category, also of a type string. So we can say category with a size of 100 and required. Then we need the sender ID. So this is the ID of the sender of the transfer. Let's make this a bit larger, like 1000, in case the ID contains multiple characters. We'll also need a receiver ID. So this transaction is kind of like a bridge between the sender and the receiver. with a size of 1000 and required. And also we need a sender bank ID of size 1000 and required. And finally, we also need a receiver bank ID with a size of 1000 and required. The last thing, which could be optional, is the email. So the email that we can potentially use to send them updates about the transaction process. Let's make that 100, required, and create. And now we have a transaction model for the transactions collection. So we can finally create this new transaction, and we will just return it by saying parse stringify, and then pass over the new transaction that we have just created. Let's go back to payment transfer form, and no longer should this be red. Let's just make sure that we're importing it from a proper file, /actions /transaction dot its action. Okay, let me see that. If I go here, it's supposed to be transaction dot actions. So let's add an S at the end. That's good. And we can add an S in the import right here as well. Great. And if I go back to localhost, I get this weird error, which isn't telling me much, but it's saying that it cannot resolve FS, which stands for file system. And usually that can be found in node applications or any kind of server applications. So that makes me think that, oh, I forgot to make this file a use server. So server actions file. If we do this, now create transaction is a server action, and no longer should it complain. And as you can see, our homepage is looking great. Let's move over to transfer funds. And I believe we have everything we need to send some money. So let's try sending money from one of our accounts to a different one. Let's send money from Plaid checking to Plaid savings by copying this shareable ID, going to transfer funds. I'm going to add a node saying test transaction or test transfer. I'm going to enter the email address, paste the shareable ID, and enter the amount. Let's do something like $10 and click transfer funds. Now, in this case, it says that I didn't select a valid bank account, and I think it's saying it because we need to add decimal points too. So I'm going to add 10.00. And I'll click transfer funds one more time. No more validation errors, and looks like the form got cleared. And we got redirected to the homepage, which is always a good sign. And even after reloading, unfortunately, nothing seems to be happening here. Well, taking a quick look at the transactions collection in Appwrite database, we can indeed see one document, test transfer of the amount 10, which is a transfer from sender ID to receiver ID, sender bank, receiver bank. Everything looks good here. So the Appwrite part is good, but the Plaid stuff is not good. And I think I know why. Back in bank actions, we have commented out the part where we fetch the transactions by bank ID. But even though we're not fetching them yet, they should have been sent, right? Because here we're creating the Appwrite transaction, but just above, we're creating a real transfer using Dwolla. So how can we verify that a payment has indeed happened? Well, let's go back to Dwolla's dashboard. Here, under transactions, I would have expected that some of the transactions will appear here, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Rather, you have to go to the customers and then enter a specific user. In there, you can see all of the transactions. And I did add 2 additional ones as I was testing. So now I have 3. In your case, there should be 1. You can see all the details about that transaction. So what we can do next is go to bank actions, uncomment this get transactions by bank ID, and also uncomment the part where we call that function, which is right here. Here, we try to get transfer transactions from Appwrite. So let's go to transaction actions and let's implement that function that allows us to fetch them. We can start by duplicating the create transaction just below, and we can rename it to get transactions by bank ID. And also the props will be get transactions by bank ID props. Instead of the transaction, we get the bank ID as the first and only parameter. And instead of creating a new transaction, we want to fetch some transactions. First of all, we want to send sender transactions. So we know which transactions did we send. So sender transactions are the transactions where we try not to create the document. So let's delete that. Rather, we call the database.list documents. First, we have to add the database ID, specifying which database we want to get documents from. Then the transaction collection ID, from which collection. And then we can form the query .equal, where we're comparing the sender bank ID if it's equal to the bank ID we want to query for. And of course, we have to import query from node Appwrite. And this bank ID has to be destructured right here at the top. So it has to be within an object sign. Great. Now, after we get sender transactions, we also want to get receiver transactions. So we can duplicate it and say receiver transactions. We're going to also check for the same bank ID, but this time we're going to compare it with receiver bank ID. Make sure to spell it properly. And once we get all of that, we can merge it together by saying const transactions is equal to an object where the total is equal to sender transactions dot total plus receiver transactions dot total. And as the second parameter, we can pass all the documents by combining it into an array and spreading both the sender transactions as well as the receiver transactions right within it. In this case, we want to spread the documents of both of these. So it will be sender transactions documents and also receiver transactions documents. And finally, we can return parse stringify transactions. Amazing. Now back in bank actions, we now have access to this function. We are calling it here, which is giving us access to all of these transfer transactions. And the last thing we have to do is when we're mapping over these transactions, we have to add them to the list of the old transactions. And we can do that by uncommenting this line that says const all transactions are the existing transactions, all of the sandbox fake ones, plus the transfer transactions, both the sender and the receiver ones. We sort through them and we send them over to the front end. Great. So now if we go back to the home page, would you look at that? I have 3 processing transactions. In your case, you should have 1 that were done right now and they're of a category transfer. Now keep in mind, your bank balance won't change yet. It will take 1 to 2 days for the transfer to take effect, exactly as how real bank transfers work. And if we switch over to Plaid saving, you can notice that here we also have the new transactions, but this time they're green as we're adding money to the savings account and sending it from the checking account. Job well done. Now, another quick improvement we can do is adding pagination to our recent transactions list. Right now, we have too many. Nobody wants to load that much or look at that much. So let's implement pagination. Right at the bottom of recent transactions, below the transactions table, we want to create a new component. So let's go to the components and create a new pagination.tsx. And we've implemented pagination on many videos in this channel, but we have explored absolutely all advantages of doing server-side pagination and filtering within this video, build a car showcase application. So I highly advise you to check it out if you want to improve your server-side rendering, filtering, and pagination game. With that said, you can find the complete pagination component in the README of this project. So copy it and paste it here. It's basically two buttons that when you click them, they modify the URL bar that then contains the value of the page right there. I'll show you how it works as soon as we import it within recent transactions. So let's import it right here, pagination, coming from pagination, and we'll only show it if we actually have more pages than one. So we can comment it out for now, and we need to do some math regarding pages. First, we need to decide how many rows will we show per page. So we can say const rows per page, and that'll be equal to 10. Then we can do the math and figure out how many total pages there are by saying total pages is equal to math.ceil, and then we simply want to divide the number of transactions, so transactions.length, with the rows per page. That's going to give us the total number of pages. Next, we want to kind of take a span between one point and another point, A and B, to figure out which segment do we want to show. Like say you have 3 pages from 0 to 10, from 10 to 20, and from 20 to 30. You want to know on which page you're on, and we can do that by getting access to the index of the last transaction you've showed on the previous page and the index of the first transaction on that page. So let's get access to these indexes by saying const index of last transaction is equal to page times rows per page. That's pretty simple, right? This is the last one we have seen so far. Then we need to get the index of the first transaction by saying index of first transaction is equal to index of last transaction minus rows per page. And once you have that, you can fetch the transactions which you want to show now. So const current transactions is equal to transactions.slice, and you want to show the ones starting from the index of first transaction going all the way till the index of last transaction. Great. And now we can go to the pagination, we can uncomment it, and we can pass it all of these great props, such as the number of total pages equal to total pages, and the existing page equal to page. So if we go back right now and we reload on our localhost 3000, you should be able to still see all the transactions, but now the pagination is there. So how can we only show the transactions that need to be there for that specific page? Well, we can do that by passing only the current transactions to the transactions table. Current being the ones we can see on the current page. So current transactions. If we save that, we'll only be able to see 10 at the start. There we go, 10. And now we can use the next button to see the next 10. There we go, a bit more green stuff right here. That's always good. And we can also go to the third page. Great. And you can see the third page doesn't even have more than 10. So we know that we have reached the end and the next button is disabled. And you can see that because the URL bar says $page is equal to 3. And if you go back to 2, it will also switch to 2. Great. We can also use this pagination within the transaction history. It's going to be even more useful then, as this is a large table. So let's navigate over to transaction history. That's a page. And right below the transaction table here, we can basically show the same thing we have shown in the homepage. So let's go to the recent transactions. And before we copy it, let's quickly fix this pagination by only showing it if there's more than one page. And we can do that by checking for the number of total pages and checking that it's more than one. If that is the case, we want to show a div with a class name equal to margin y of 4 and w-full, and you can then put the pagination within it. And now we can copy this part, the total pages, as well as the pages math we have done before, and we can paste it over within the transaction history right below the transaction table. At least that's where the pagination goes, and the math will, of course, at the top of the page. So let's simply paste it here. But this time, the transactions will be account dot transactions. That's looking better. And don't forget, we also have to extract the page from the search params. And we're doing that right here at the top, so that's good. Let's also import pagination from /pagination or from components pagination. And let's pass the current page to the pagination. The current page in this factor is a numbered version of the search params, which is just a string. So we always want to do some math with a number. So we can also use the current page here. If we do that, you can see the pagination at the bottom, but as before, we'll have to filter out and only show 10 per page. So to do that, to our transaction table, we can pass the current transactions. These are only the ones we should be able to see on a specific page. And immediately, this will feel much better. Wonderful job. Pagination is there too. Now, one bug, or let's call it a mistake I noticed, is that if you go to My Banks, you can notice that now it says Adrian here on top, or maybe your name, and also Adrian here on the bottom left. Actually, that should say the name of the bank. So let's make it say the bank name by going to the bank card. And then right here at the top, instead of rendering the username, we can render the account.name, the name of the bank account. That'll make much more sense than the card that says Adrian. And now we can see Plaid checking and Plaid saving. Looking good. Now let's go back to the home page and let's add the last missing piece of the puzzle. That is the categories right here below the banks. If I open up the design and if we check out our homepage, you can see My Budgets. And here we can see how much money we have spent on specific categories. So let's go to the right sidebar and scroll all the way down below the bank card. Below these two pairs of parentheses and curly braces, we can create another div, which will act as the wrapper for our categories. We can give it a class name equal to margin top of 10, flex, flex-1, flex-col, so they appear one below another, and a gap of 6. We can then wrap it with an h2 that will have a class name equal to header-2, and it will say top categories. As in, you like this so much, you're spending the most money on it. So now you should be able to see top categories in the right sidebar, and there it is. And below the h2, we can create another div with a class name equal to space -y-5, and within it, we can map over our categories. But where are we going to get these categories from to know how much we're spending? Well, that will be one utility function that we have created before, to which we can pass all the transactions. So we can say const categories of a type category count array is equal to count transaction categories coming from libutils, to which we pass all the transactions. Once you do that, we can map over the categories by saying categories.map. And for each category, we can also get the index. And for each one, we'll return a new self-closing category component with a key of category.name, as they're all unique, and we'll pass the entire category. Of course, this will break the app right now as we haven't yet created the category component. So let's create it by creating a new category.tsx file, inside of which we can run rafce. And back in here, we can import category from /category. Moving into the category, we'll just have to write some light TSX code here to form the look and feel of it. And I want to invite you to do this on your own. So first, let's get access to the category through props of a type category props. And let's console log it to see what we're getting. Or even TypeScript can let us know what is there by diving into the interface. And we can see that we should have a name, count, and total count. So let's simply render the category dot name and see if it's there. Right now, we don't seem to be getting any categories. So what we can do is we can console log categories right here at the top of our right sidebar. This is a server-side file, so we should be able to see them here as soon as we reload the page. And it looks like we get back an empty array. Let's see what that is about. Maybe the list of transactions we're passing to the right sidebar was the mock list that we created before. Let's see. We're calling the right sidebar right within our homepage. And to it, we're passing accounts.transactions. Instead, it should have been account.transactions. That is much better. So now, if we close this, I don't think we even need to console log it. Immediately, we get a list of 4 of the most common categories that we spend money on: travel, food and drink, transfer, and payment. So let's remove the console log, go into the category, and you can replicate the UI that you see on Figma. This is the one I'm talking about. So it's a rectangle with an icon with some kind of a slider component going until the end. And let me give you a hint. That will actually be a progress component coming from ShadCN. And then you can enter some kind of money left right here for how much you want to spend on. All of this is coming from the category itself. In this case, since we've already done a lot of work in this video, I'll provide you with the complete category in the README of this video. But of course, I invite you to code it yourself first. And since I've imported it, I'll also have to add a ShadCN progress. So let me do that. By running ShadCN UI latest add progress. And once it's there, everything should work flawlessly. It got installed, but I noticed that here in this file, we're using export const and not export default. Again, it's either way, but whatever you choose, you have to import it in the proper way here. So since the import is the default import, we can just export it at the bottom as the default export by saying export default category. That should resolve the latest error that I can see here. And we get a beautiful top categories part, but we seem to be missing some sliders here. What's up with that? You can see that ShadCN's progress component is complaining about not wanting the indicator class name, only just a single class name. And this is the perfect opportunity for me to show you how we can further style ShadCN components. I'm gonna dive into it, and I will accept an additional prop of indicator class name, and I will add it to this progress primitive indicator by wrapping this with CN, passing all of this as a regular class, and then as the second parameter, we can render the indicator class name. If you do this, some of these additional styles will add the progress and make it look exactly how we want it to look. This is great, and our app is looking amazing. And what's always the last step? It's deployment. Yep, that's right. We've reached that point in the video. This was a long one, but if you're here, you've made it. If you stayed until the complete end, you are in the minority. It means you're serious about learning and improving your development skills. So leave a comment down below and let me know. But with that said, let's proceed with the deployment. I will do one final commit and say something like finalize the app. Here we implement everything else from the latest commit. So let's press commit and let's sync the changes. Once you do that, you can head over to vercel.com. As you can see, I have many projects right here, some of which are YouTube videos in the making, such as this portfolio website, which is coming soon. Some of them are projects that our own entire development team is working on, such as this course platform that we just recently updated. This is how it looks like. I hope you like it and I hope that it feels great. I'm looking to add some free preview features soon enough. But yeah, this is a pro platform where you can watch the latest Next.js course, which I would recommend if you want to dive deeper into server-side rendering. And yeah, we've spent a lot of time building it, and I would love it if you would check it out. Other than that, on Vercel, we also have some projects from teams and individuals attending the masterclass, which is our 4-month bootcamp where we prepare developers to land high-profile development careers. With that in mind, let's just add a new project for what you've been working so hard on this video. I'm going to add a new project, and I'm going to import it straight from a Git repo by clicking import. If it's not here, you might want to push it like we did at the start of this course. It's banking with a framework preset of Next.js, and the last thing we have to do is modify the environment variables. Thankfully, we've been keeping good track of them, so if you go to your code base, go to envs, we have Next, Appwrite, Plaid, Dwolla, and more. For now, we can basically copy all of them and just paste them all here. The only thing that we'll have to change later on is this value of the next public site URL, as we don't know what that will be yet, so we'll have to do it after the first build. So let's scroll down and let's click deploy. Fingers crossed it gets deployed properly the first time. And I'll be right back in a minute. And it looks like TypeScript gave us an error. And that's okay, TypeScript is always here for us to save our ass, but in this case, we have purposely left shareable ID misspelled because we have misspelled it once again before. So we love working with TypeScript during development, but we can now just suppress its warnings during build. You can do that by going to next.config.mjs, and here you can say TypeScript. Within an object, ignore build errors, set to true, as well as ESLint, ignore during builds is set to true as well. And now you can simply push that once again by going to source and then saying modify next config to suppress TypeScript during build. Commit and sync changes. As soon as you do that, your app should try to redeploy on its own. So if you go here to projects, you should be able to see banking, and you can see building once again this latest commit. So let's wait until it gets built, or maybe until it fails one more time. And it looks like it broke one more time, which is totally okay. It is a very big application, and this is our first real production deployment or build, so it's completely normal. First of all, two things. We're missing the Sentry auth token. We'll add that later on once we fully and successfully deploy our application. But second of all, we have another issue, an error saying dynamic server usage, route transaction history, and all of the other routes couldn't be rendered statically because it used cookies. And then it points to this error message. The fix for that could be to go to the layout, this root layout right here, and at the top, add another directive. Export cons dynamic is force dynamic. So this will always try to get dynamic data when it can, and therefore it will not try to render it statically, okay? So this is just one quick push, which we can add here and say add force dynamic. And let's see if we have more luck with that. As before, a commit will trigger a redeployment. So let's go to banking And you can see it is building one more time. And it got deployed. That's great. So let's do two quick things before we check it out. And that is go to project and click visit. This will lead you to your URL. In this case, it's a bankingjet.vercel.app. So make sure to copy this URL without the sign-in part. Go back to Vercel, to your project, go to settings, and then environment variables. And you'll have to modify this next public site URL from localhost 3000 to this new URL that you now own. On top of that, we'll also have to add our Sentry variable. So go back to your code and go to this special Sentry CLIRC file and copy the token. Then create a new variable, paste this as the value, and the key is Sentry_auth_token. Add it, save it, and then very important, go back to deployments and redeploy the latest deployment. Let's give it a minute, and after that, we'll be able to check our app on your own domain in its full glory. And we are live. Instead of visiting this specific deployment, just go back to your banking project and click visit. And here we are. We are live. I even forgot how our sign in and sign up look like, as we haven't visited them in a long time. So what do you say that we give it a shot and test our app one more time, but this time on the deployed version? I'll enter my name and my last name here. You have to keep in mind that we're still using the same database and the same API keys as in deployment, so you'll have to use a different email and name. I'll add Adrian and let's do JSMM. That's a new one. Or let's do JSM Pro, as there's a lot of news coming to the Pro platform. Let's also enter a new cool address with a New York City address in New York, 12345. Let's do 1985, 1234, and I'll enter some kind of an email. Let's do a@g.c. That's a fake email, but it will do for now, and I'll enter my password. Oh, it actually recognizes it's a fake email. Let's do the .co. Immediately after, we are redirected to the second part of the onboarding, which is the screen where we can link a bank account. So let's do just that. We can continue with Plaid. I'll choose Chase, and I'll log in with a user_good and pass_good as well, as that was provided to me in my sandbox. I'll add a Plaid checking, accept all the terms and conditions, like I have read them, and continue. Immediately after, we get redirected back to our homepage. The categories in bottom right are looking great. The My Banks looks good too. We can see only a few transactions for this account, which is good. We can navigate over to the transaction history of this account and see all the sandbox transactions with full pagination. We also have the My Banks part where we can see our existing bank account. And here is our glorious transfer funds page where we can send funds to another account. Right now, we only have one, so we won't be testing that right now. But if you want to, you can also connect multiple accounts through our Connect Bank modal. And of course, it looks good on mobile devices as well. If I navigate to My Banks, looks wonderful. And transaction history is also good. With your finger, you can move through the table and see other fields. This has officially been the most complex course we have posted so far. I hope you enjoyed it. We used a lot of great software throughout, such as Appwrite for our database, Sentry for tracking and session replay, and don't forget, we have also done a lot of work with ShadCN, TypeScript, and more. With that in mind, if you came to the end of this video, you truly are the perfect candidate for the ultimate Next.js course if you haven't taken it already. I highly recommend it, In there, we dive deeper into server actions, deeper into creating reusable forms, different types of data fetching, and more. So a lot of exciting stuff is covered, and we build an app that is maybe even more exciting than the banking app. It is the modern Stack Overflow clone. It has AI, code blocks, community, recommendation algorithm, tagging system, fully server-side rendered, and it gets 100% on all points within Web Vitals. Not to mention that we have recently updated our course platform, so now it feels and works even better. We even have some free lessons, so if you want to, you can go ahead and check them out. With that in mind, thank you so much for watching and have a wonderful day.